YouTube, it's been a while. We're gonna unbox this thing right now, and it's gonna be amazing. What do we have here? It's so hard to tell other than the markings on the end of the box. But I am excited for this one. I've never seen it before. It's gonna be the first time around. Oh yeah, it's F-18 70 millimeters from FMS. This looks amazing. It's a V2. I don't know what that means. It means it's the second one or something like that. Maybe it's the 18th one, but it's called a V2. We're gonna see how this goes. I love the ultra realistic livery, as you can see. And yes, it does have retracts, which is super cool. I was actually concerned about that. I was thinking about it, thinking, does the thing have retracts? Well, it evidently does, and they look like they're spring-loaded oleos on the back. And on the front, we'll have to wait and see. It's got some cool details on it. All right, so let's go through specs real quick. What do we have for specs? Here's the specs. Sorry guys, you get to see it upside down and backward because I can't read otherwise. 875 millimeters, not very wide. It's 1186 long. Okay, so not unusual for a jet. Motor size is a brushless 2860, 1850 kV, 80 amp ESC. Wow, it's huge. 9-gram servos, 9 of them. Center of gravity is 60 to 70 millimeters from the leading edge of the wing. I'm sure that'll be super obnoxious to find because of the design on this wing. Okay, and as you could probably imagine, 70 millimeter 12-bladed fan. They're suggesting a 6S 3300 35C pack, and I hate that FMS always does 35C, mostly because they probably assume nobody sells a 35C. Okay, so let's see what we got here. I would like to not fly it on that size, but you know, because there's so many more sizes that are better, like 5,000. We do have some 3200s around here somewhere. Mm-hmm. That's a 4,000. There's a 3200 6S. All right, 3200 6S. In that case, I like to get my batteries cooking while I'm building, just in case the build goes super fast and we have some strange opportunity to actually get in the air quickly. I don't think we will on this particular plane, but we're gonna see how this goes. Obviously, we'll set it up with the NX10, but still not 100% sure if this thing has a reflex V2. I'm sure that you guys are watching this hoping to learn that as well. Okay, so if this has a reflex V2, it will change your choice of receiver because that's gonna provide for us the stabilization auto leveling if you need auto leveling.
It doesn't say reflex on the front, but that doesn't guarantee that it doesn't.
No, it says plug and play, which means you would provide your own receiver and battery, okay? So in this case, we'll have to wait and see. Or in most cases, we'll have to wait and see because we can never seem to tell. There's like nowhere to grab onto this. I'm gonna try the other end. All right, here goes. Yeah, this is definitely the nut and bolt sack. I'm gonna have visions of missing that, so I'm gonna pull that out right now, and then the nose cone. It's got tape on the end. That's a really precariously dangerous place to ship that.
Yeah.
Because when the box gets destroyed, that thing's gonna get destroyed and these are gonna get lost. So I'm gonna just put this back here, so we'll be looking for that shortly, so just leave it in the comments below to remind us where it is. Just kidding, guys, you don't have to do that. Okay, so this comes with decals too. So it looks like there's 5 different decal sets. I saw that somewhere. And I'm assuming that means different squadrons. Excuse me, 4 decal sets.
Yep.
Options available.
Okay.
So I don't know if that means that it comes with all that or if they just have offered those. But those decal sheets look big. Mm-hmm. And they still managed to fold them. Yay, thanks, whoever did that. It probably was like 2 inches too big for the box because they shrunk the box in the V2 or something. Okay, so love the F-18, one of my favorite planes in real life. And I was just having this conversation with one of our commenters today. He said, I'm just not really into, I think we were reviewing the Avanti, and he was saying something about like, I've never done one of these sport, you know, jets. I've just never been interested. It's always been about real true to scale fighter jets and warbirds and stuff like that. And I said, hey, that's like a whole genre of aircraft for people like me. And to be honest with you, there's a million great choices in that genre. Okay, these decals are like really making this awkward. Okay, so evidently that battery was charged. It's beeping at us. Can't take this out yet. There's a wing spar that goes through. So I'm gonna cut free the decals. I'm just kind of working my way across. We've had quite a bit of wind the last few days too, so this might work out fine because when there's super strong winds, we don't like the maiden planes. It's just a lot harder. I mean, you can fly a plane that you know in wind, but since we're a lot of times doing the tuning and everything, it's really hard to trim a plane when it's windy. So anyway, so the whole point is I was making with this guy was, okay, so we got decals. I'll just lay this off to the side. Manual's not photoed. Good job. Oh man, that looks really good. Oh, sweet. Show the people. Right here. Looks gorgeous. Canopy, pilot. Sweet. Underside. Nice flat gray. A little bit of stiffness to that. It's got a good clear canopy. That's always nice. Sometimes we don't get that. Missiles look a little bit cartoony for my taste, but that's okay. I usually generally take this stuff off because even though it looks cool, I usually put like the wingtips, and that's about all. No linkages, what the heck? I guess we have to put those on. The control horns? Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, that's the elevator. So this is the elevator. I thought it was a rudder at first, but it's the elevator. Hinges, embedded plastic hinges right there. So it's not a pinch hinge. It must have been a pinch hinge at one point, but they switch it over. So that's good. Nice to see the additional strength there. But since it is, after all, a pinch hinge inside, you'll want to work these a couple of times. 9-gram digital Metal Gear servos, good servos. FMS has switched over to like mostly digital servos and mostly Metal Gear servos. Not always, but most of them, okay? Where it counts, okay, carbon fiber, you can tell by the twang, usually. It's easier if you have something that is a basis for comparison, to be honest, because the fiberglass will have like a duller thud, and the carbon fiber will have like a higher pitch noise to it. I don't know why that is, but it is. Okay, so one of the missiles. Ordnance, like I said, is just one of those things where it's cool, but at the same time, they need to be really well done to be, you know, up to the echelon that I want to put them on the plane, because they usually bog down the plane so much. Okay, this one is the rudder. That's just a pinch hinge, okay? So there's no reinforcement. But again, a rudder on this plane is going to be probably an accessory control, to be honest. I mean, you've got the strange, I don't know if you call that dihedral, but you've got the angle on the vertical stabilizers of the F-18. There's not much throw on those things either, which is kind of strange. Okay, so this is empty, this is empty. Check your pockets, guys. You don't want to lose something in there. Kind of a strange loading job here. Is that all the ordnance there is?
I bet there's more underneath the plane because it looks like there's more.
I was gonna say, it looked like a lot on us.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and you got the drop tank. I must say, I kind of do like the way the drop tank looks, and I like the way the ordnance looks on this plane. I don't like the way it makes them fly usually. And like we had the SU-27 and the J-11 had amazing ordnance, but there's like so much on there.
Yeah.
It really did cause an appreciable difference in flight performance in my experience. And I know some of you guys are gonna say, well, I didn't notice an appreciable difference. You must have been doing something different than I was. Okay, so you got the wings. I'm gonna step over here for the exposure reasons. Beautiful, beautiful. And there we go, no linkages. Why are they not putting the linkages on? That's so annoying. There's room in there. I don't get it. But ball joints, ball links on all these, which is nice. Reinforced hinges. This one here on the flap, that is weird. It's actually a separate mechanism. See that? It's glued in. That's very weird. And big flaps. Love the inboard. Kind of a Fowler design there, but there's no gap. So it's actually simulated. Okay, so we'll flip this out. Man, look at all those cool little details there. I don't know what the heck those are, but in real life, I'm sure they do something. These are cheaters, of course. So they allow air to suck in and get into the EDF without going all the way through the plane. There's some inlets up front, I'm sure, too. It's heavy. Looks gorgeous. See, big, huge inlets here.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Gorgeous. Landing gear looks really nice. I believe that's spring loaded. We'll find out here shortly. And then these big springs on the mains. Can't wait to see how those work. And then easy access, a couple of ventral fins there, real small ventral fins. And then of course this is where the wing's gonna pass through. I have to imagine, or is that just another cheater? I can't tell, it might be a cheater. And then show them inside. So this is a single 70. Whenever you see a twin EDF, okay, the twin EDFs are almost always just one actual EDF. Or excuse me, the twins are only twins if they designate as such. And just for kicks, I'm gonna put this on. Be careful with your nose though. If you put your nose on too early, you may forget and then grab by the nose and drop your plane. It's very easy to do. It seems like it wouldn't be hard to do, but it actually is very easy to do. I love that the nose gear is so simple. I mean, gear doors are nice. They look cool and they make for a nice scale appearance. They do help with drag a little bit, but I gotta admit, truth is, I thought those wheels were touching the bottom. That would have been so sweet if the wheels touched while they were retracted, because then you could totally belly land this thing with the gear up. I mean, of course you could belly land it with the gear up anyway, but since they protrude through, you know what I mean? All right, so here's a drop tank. Ooh, just about knocked my knife off. That thing is sticking in there. There we go. Okay, got it. Looks sweet. Very basic, simple, no decals on it, but there may be decals just in the set. And then we have some wing mounted missiles here. Yeah, looks like some ordnance. Now this ordnance looks surprisingly similar to other ordnance. So I wonder if this is something we've seen from another model. Kind of sloppy here on this. We've got a couple of spots. You're gonna have to stay in the sun or out. See this? See what I'm talking about? Got some China glue flowing out. But I gotta say, I don't have a big problem with the way they look. It's just they're very basic looking. And to be honest with you, I'd like to see at least a white highlight color on ordnance like that. Not a big deal, definitely doesn't make or break a plane for me. And I'd rather see a base coat than have it done wrong. Because if it's done wrong, it's really hard to over paint it. Okay, see, no China glue coming out. Looks a lot better on this one. Maybe that one was just the guy they fired, did that one. And they do look symmetrical, I think. Symmetrical missiles are always easier because the left and right wing have the same thing. It's a lot easier to replace if you ever have a crash. Or if you have to try to cheat one over from another model. Okay, so I always rebuild my boxes. I know it seems crazy, but if you guys have seen this channel, you've seen we have a lot of planes. I mean, just in our living room alone, we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Oh, I counted a car. Okay, so whatever. But then downstairs, there's probably like hundreds more. So that's why I always pack stuff back in, because we have to eliminate this packaging, and we have our special means of doing that. But anyway, all right, great. So this build, let's talk about as part of the unbox. Let's go ahead and look at this. I am kind of dodging the sun a little bit, camera crew. So if you stay right there, I think the sun will be blocked by my back.
Yeah, you're good right there.
All right, so let's pull these out and see what we got going on. I'm gonna take this tape and stick it back down so it doesn't touch my decals. I don't know if these are wet or just regular decals or what they are, but I'm always curious. I mean, some of these planes come with some amazing decal sets. Other times they don't. Okay, we've got information about my rods.
Oh, that's helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So basically you have to do this beforehand. All right, pretty straightforward stuff. Ball head, clevis. Okay, so like, I'm not sure what they're showing here. Are they trying to confuse us? Because it doesn't say which one's which. Oh, this would be, yeah, that's a clevis, that's a ball head. Okay, got it. So the control horn and servo arm settings, a clevis install. All right, so they're just showing both different types. Okay, all right, so we have to put that together before we install it, I guess. I'm not really sure why. It doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know why it would matter.
Why does it matter? Is it because of the rudder? I'm looking at the, why don't you look where I'm looking? Okay, so we're kind of debating about this because we're not sure which one they're even talking about. Do they mean all of them? Because I don't understand why. Are they just saying it would be easier to do this beforehand? That's an elevator. That part, maybe it's hard to get them in because they'll be trapped up against the fuse. I don't really see why that would be trapped though. And then the rudder, that's on the outside too. Yeah, that's gonna go like that. You'll be able to, oh, maybe you'll block access to it? I don't know. I'm not really sure. I mean, we're gonna put if we put the linkages on, the only gripe I have is that we have to use something like this to make it easy, okay? This is the XBC 100 smart battery checker, and it also doubles as a servo tester. And so you can sweep it to the center of its range. Once it's to the center of its range, then you can install it on the plane. Well, the problem is you can also hook them up to the actual, receiver. Well, you're like at this stage of the game, it doesn't make sense to do that because, this is how your receiver's hooked up. It's not, okay? But the truth is, you could put your receiver in at the beginning of the game and just have them ready to center from the receiver itself too. I wonder if that's an option we need to explore in this video. Normally we build the plane, then we do the radio setup, and it's all kind of like one cohesive event at the end. But I mean, there's nothing that stops us from putting a receiver in. And by the way, we learned a lot just by doing that. There is no reflex in here that I can see.
I didn't see one either.
Yeah, there's no reflex. The way you can tell there's no reflex is A, I don't see it, and B, this is the wires you get. So you can tell that the ailerons come out on a Y cable. If this was coming from a reflex, it'd be just one wire, okay? And I actually love this because look, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? That just like came right out at me.
Like that was not plugged in.
That was not plugged into anything. But the thing is like, okay, hold on a second. Now I have to spend some time. You're gonna have to go over there. So, all right, here's what I'm trying to figure out. There's obviously, oh, you know where that's supposed to go? That's supposed to go out the hole here. Oh, what a pain. Okay. So here's what I was getting at. I was gonna get at this and I didn't even have a chance to because I interrupted myself. This wing surface has inboard flaps, outboard ailerons, just like a normal plane, okay? And what I wanna do is I wanna get the plane, I don't know if I want crow on this plane. I don't think I really care. But the thing is, a full length aileron flapperon would be kind of cool on this plane. And I'm just thinking out loud here. We also have the rudders. Okay, so now one of the things they do when they're launching an F-18 is, of course, on the F-18, they'd also have a leading edge. I don't know if it's a leading edge flap or if it's a leading edge slat. It would be just a slat if it's just on the front. I think it's actually called a leading edge flap because it drops down the whole front of the wing. And this would drop down and then this would drop down the whole length of it. And then they take the rudders, and this is a little bit of a diversion, guys, so forgive me. Sorry. The rudders look a lot like the vertical stabilizer, horizontal stabilizer. They take the rudders and they go in like this. And they create an additional like almost flap sort of mechanism. And you can watch it, any aircraft carrier launch that you've seen is gonna include that cool detail. And so I guess what I'm thinking is if you separated the rudder from the rudder, okay, which would be the steerable nose gear, and that would be channel one, that'd be 1, 2, then you would have 3 for that, for the elevator, then you'd have 4, 5, 6 for flaps, then you would have 7 for the steerable nose gear, which is not gonna be the same as the rudders now, okay? Then you'd have, I'm just thinking out loud here, you'd have throttle, of course throttle. There's no differential thrust, just one throttle. And then you'd have some sort of a mode for AS3X safe, because in this case we don't have a reflex, but you can be an unpluggable channel if you're 8, right? So if we have 8 channels plus stabilizer on, stabilizer off, flight mode.
Master gain.
Master gain. That'd be 10 channels. So I believe we can do 10 channels on an NX10 because it's 10 channels. But I just have to think out loud again. I'm gonna just double check my math, okay? Guys, what I'm doing here is I'm teaching you how I think about a plane, okay? If you're new to the hobby and you're like, I don't get this, why are you going in circles? Well, that's because sometimes you have to go in circles to get where you wanna go if you're lost. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna think this through again. Okay, so we have elevator, rudder is not a thing, but it is because you have the steerable nose gear. Then we're gonna have rudder number 1, rudder number 2. Okay, so that's 4 channels, jeez. Then we have aileron 1, aileron 2. That's so you can use flaperons. Then we have flaps together as a cohesive unit. So that's all the wings.
Yeah.
Throttle, retracts.
Oh, shoot.
Dang it. Oh, I knew there was gonna be a catch. Okay, so let's think about this. Now, if you make these rudders go in cool like that, then that ties up 3 channels. It does, because you have 1, 2, because you can't tie either of them to the nose gear. You just can't. Because even if you were to put a Y cable and like share the channel, that's not gonna work because the pulse width modulation it'll just chatter probably more than anything. It's not like it's gonna split the difference. So I think in our case, we're probably stuck going with, okay, we're not gonna do the rudder thing. So let's talk this out loud again. Elevator, rudder, okay? So now it could be also, you could split your nose gear so you don't have the Rafale tipsy behavior, like the Rafale 80, where it just wants to tip on its own. You can split your rudder from your actual nose gear steerable. But let's just say we share them, like always, until we have a problem, okay? Then we have aileron 1, aileron 2, flaps. That's all the wings, right? Yeah, that's all the wings. And the steerable. Then we have retracts. Then we have throttle.
Yep.
So that'd be 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we're up to 7 now, guys. So if you went to 6, if you go to 6, then you're gonna get everything you need.
Just have to have a standard wing.
You would have
type.
a standard wing type. And this is where I really seriously struggle on these builds, guys, because I know you're gonna have people that are brand new to the hobby that would just wanna like do that cool feature, but like they really don't need it. And then people say, oh, well, but you made this thing like not stock. Well, this is a plug and play. So it's not like I'm taking out a reflex here, guys. So this one gives me the flexibility to go ahead and do some of these cool features that you can do with ASRX and Safe that you can't do with reflex, okay? So I wanna show the benefits and the pros and cons. Now, I don't care which one you buy. I don't care which plane you like. You can get either one, and you can still support us by following the links to these planes, okay? Same thing, you can support us by following the links to the transmitter of your choice. Same thing, if you go above and beyond like what we have, that's fine. You're not ever gonna hurt my feelings. It's just, you can still support us by following the links. We have master links if you can't find the exact item you're looking for. But at the end of the day, we wanna help the biggest group of people that need help. And you know, you guys that go above and beyond are over here, and then you guys that like wanna go even cheaper than what we do are kind of like over here, but we try to hit the largest target audience. Just because we never know exactly who it is that's gonna be watching, we have sort of some clues, but we have to work with historical background here in mind. So the people that are watching this video are probably gonna be newer to the hobby or returning to the hobbies, because they're the 2 people we reach most, or the 2 types of people we reach most. And we also wanna answer some of those questions that people have when they're just buying this particular plane. So a lot of you guys are gonna check out when we get the radio set up anyway. You just wanna see how the plane goes together. You wanna see how it comes out of the box, if it's anything good. And we try to answer those questions for you as we go. But one of the big questions I have as a radio setup is which radio is the best choice. And so unlike you guys, you know, we might have 10 radios sitting there ready to rock and roll, but like you're gonna have to order it. So we don't want you guys to have to like order the wrong one and then get here and say, oh man, I forgot about that one channel I needed. So that's why we think through this. So we reverse engineer it, and then we check our math and we provide the results. We do it on camera. A lot of guys would just figure this out and say, this is why I did it. Well, we want to teach you to do it. We don't just want to give you the answer, although we do want to give you the answer ultimately, okay? So hopefully that answers some of your questions. I know you guys are having them. Now, if you're going to split our ailerons, we can't use this cable. So that means you're going to have to provide 2 straight cables, okay? So you can extend from what's actually plugged into the wing, these 2 wires that are gonna come out, and they're gonna go back up front, okay, to the front. And you can see right there, that's where it's going, right there, okay? Not to here, it's going to here. So that won't be that big a deal. We can literally feed a straight wire in until we see it come out and we'll pull it through, okay? Because we're gonna have a flap and we're gonna have an aileron on both sides. Now, the other thing you could do if you wanted to save channels is you could tie these together with a Y cable and you could treat that as an aileron. Then you would have a full length aileron. The only problem is this is not gonna go all the way up. You see, it's gonna mechanically bind into home position. So it's only gonna go down, whereas this will go up and down. So there are some fancy things you can do, believe it or not, to make that happen if you wanna do that mechanically. But what's gonna happen is your full up aileron would look like this and your full down aileron would look like that. It's gonna look weird and it's gonna fly weirder. So don't do that, is my suggestion. If you decide to do it, and the way you would do it is you would change the control horn position so that your maximum up position would be here and your maximum down position would be there. And then you would do your maximum up position with your control horn only would be here and your maximum down position would be there. And then you just literally tie them together with a Y harness, just like this. Don't do that though. You'll have terrible performance. Your plane will fly so weird. Because there's aerodynamic effects that happen from the flaps that don't happen from the ailerons. But if they're tied together and you could go up and down, I'm just gonna tell you, there are ways to make that happen, but you would have to cut this and you would have to put in some sort of like a robot finger hinge, the kind that you stick in and it's kind of got like a finger that hinges like this. And then you can make that inboard flap go up and down. I'm not doing that. I don't think you should do that, but you could do that if you wanted, okay? Now that we have explored that, we're gonna go back to where we were, which was looking at the decals. I know that's a bad time for talking about radios, but let's continue with this. We'll come back to that in a few minutes. Okay, why did we talk about that? We talked about it because this thing was on top of the decal set. So Brian's not crazy.
Well,
True, but it's not my fault, I promise. All right, so here is the manual, unfolded, beautiful. Okay, we're gonna talk about the specs, all that stuff. Oh yeah, see 70 amp, I don't think so. It's 80 amps now. See, they're talking about plugging everything in. Amazing, wow, that's crazy, okay. They're saying to use medium foam CA safe. I'm not using that crap. I'm using China glue. China. Oh look, and here's their receiver suggestion. They want 6 channels, okay? And that's fine, and you can do that. That's actually totally fine. So just remember, if you go with 6 channels, you're gonna have a configuration that's a standard configuration, okay? So now, some wax paper here. Holy crap, they are wet decals. Ha! Wet decals are sweet, but they're a lot more work, okay? So, couple things about wet decals. If you don't know how to do wet decals, the way you do it is you get a tray, cookie sheet, or a bowl, and then you cut one of these out, and then you put it in the warm water, and you slide it onto the plane. So probably what we're gonna do is, because wet decals take so long, we have to make a decision which one we wanna do, obviously, and then we need to show you how to do it. Now, that's gonna take some time.
it is.
I'm not sure how we're gonna do that.
Well, we'll have to decide which ones we're going to use. I'm hoping there's a better guide somewhere to where they go.
Oh, well, it might be in here. Let's look.
It might be.
So camera crew is gonna look for a second. Honestly, I'm opening the window too, by the way, because now the sun has gone over the hill to hide.
Decal instructions, choose one set. There are water decal directions here
Okay.
on how to actually do that. We'll show you.
Which, by
because
the way,
it's easier
water
to just
decals
watch.
look better. They look better, they're tighter. Why is there nothing printed on that page? Is that, okay.
It's where the next language starts. So there is no indicator of where the
Well,
actual...
that's not true because they have, at least on the box,
The
they have
box.
this one.
Okay.
And they only have, it's all pictures of the same livery.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, they're all the same. Huh?
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. It's not that big a deal. Basically with water decals, the thought is they're lighter, they're more resilient, and they're not peelable, okay? So once you get them on there, if you do it right, they're gonna be done forever, which is cool. And I like, man, I'm so torn on this though.
Well, are we gonna do them before?
Yeah, we have to do it before the build.
Okay.
That's kind of what I was getting at is I'd like to do something like this. The trouble is the high contrast color is nice, but it's not gonna make a difference. Guys, remember, when you get a gray plane, they're gonna blend with sky when it's gray, and that's just the way it is. Like this F-18 down here, it's gonna blend with the gray sky. The Viper in the background, you can see the Viper that's gray and got the yellow highlights. It's a sport plane. And then you got the Avanti. This is just quick examples. They're all gonna tend to blend with the sky, okay? So your little teeny decals are not gonna make that big of a difference unless it's a black plane with like a big red circle on it or something like that, which we do see a lot. So, or like over here, you've got the red tail P-51. Of course, that one is going to stand out a lot because of this big red end, but the silver finish, it's gonna pop different than gray. Okay, gray is designed to blend with the sky because they don't want to get shot down by anti-aircraft, okay? Right. The problem is we are the anti-aircraft. We need to see when they're radio controlled, okay? So this is gonna be the time where I think, we probably need to pause and just talk about which one we want to do. So we'll be right back. Okay, so judging by the lack of sun, you realize it's taken us a little while to figure this out. We could not find any good diagrams to tell us which ones go with which. But we did obviously do some consideration, and this AG confirmed goes here, AG confirmed, NE confirmed, goes with NE confirmed. So, and then this one probably goes with this or this, okay? So I think the way this works is you would just more or less take this and cut down here, okay? And then what you would do is you would decide, okay, which one do I need, okay? I'm gonna need to have, this goes with that, okay? So this is just for the simple, you know, brain power exercise. I don't wanna waste any more, is what I mean by that. I'm gonna cut these things out and just lay them with the appropriate setup, okay? So then what that's gonna do is that's gonna help us to kind of just figure out which one's which. Now we did scoured the interwebs, and we found, so this is NE confirmed, okay, so that goes with this setup. This goes with this setup, okay? This says AC, that says NE, that says NG. So there is no AC confirmed on anything. That's AG confirmed, AG confirmed, okay? So these go together. This is NE confirmed, goes with this. But then NJ and AC, that must just go with this, okay? So I was talking to the camera crew, and I really like this Eagle, but then I got to thinking, I'm like, you know, really, if you come right down to it, this one's the one that's on the box. It'll be easier to follow along. And I tend to like these black bars a little bit better. And so I was thinking about this, and I said, one of my complaints I saw when I was looking through the different choices online is that people had wrapped these down the wing. So I'm not sure that would be the other side. So I'll actually just take a minute and cut off the other side. Okay, so we're just keeping this with the NE confirmed. And when you cut these things out, what you want to do is just avoid that, you know, that part right there. You can see where the decal starts, okay? So as you're cutting out your decal, you can cut the decal, it's fine, it's not gonna hurt anything. I'm just gonna soak this in water and it's gonna slide right off. But if these take longer and they're harder than doing the other style. What the heck? Didn't I cut the other one?
No, I think you put it down and picked it up.
Oh, I didn't flip the plane. Yeah, yep. Exactly. So this is gonna go something like this, okay? So you wanna have your canopy on. And by the way, I did notice something too. This actually pierces the foam just above the plastic. There's no hole to receive this pin. So it's the same pin style they use on the Maul top and bottom hatches, which is probably one of the worst designs I've ever seen on a hatch design for RC aircraft. It's too fine, it's too easy to break, and it's very small. The good news is it does actually work, but you have to remember to check this. Okay, so that's, you know, good, bad, and the ugly. That's what we do on Brian Phillips RC. We show the positives and the negatives. so that you don't have to find out when you spent the money already, okay? Now you can spend the money knowing that there's gonna be potentially an issue, okay? So that's gonna fit, it's gonna look good, it's gonna be black. Now, I like the way that the pinstripes look in the blue, but I just think I like the black better. I think it looks more like most aircraft I've seen from the military. And if I'm gonna go for a military livery, I kinda wanna go with this. I love the way that the black and white, the more basic colors look, okay? Now that doesn't mean you couldn't mix and match. Like nobody's gonna know any better unless you put it on a YouTube channel and talk about how beautiful it is.
And tell them that you didn't do the same things.
So what I wanna do is I wanna basically follow this. I'm gonna use this no matter what, right? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna show the application of probably a couple of decals because it's impractical to show all of them. And then also we did come to terms on what we're using for a receiver. We are gonna use the AR 8360T, which is gonna give us pack voltage, which is really helpful in a jet, okay? Because I tend to drive them into the ground by running out of batteries. And then you could totally do an AR630 or an AR631 and you would get good results because you could do AS3X and safe. But I am gonna tell you the end pins from a 630 might be kind of handy in this application. And that is my next point that I wanted to mention. As we were playing with the canopy, I noticed, and by the way, we just stuffed all the cables inside here. I'm probably gonna put my receiver here, and that allows me the ability, because like all these wires will not reach all the way up here, and then I have to have a channel to get wires by. Well, the trouble is, guys, think about this. You're not gonna be able to get a battery in there if you have too many wires in the way. This is not very wide, okay?
No, it's not. And
if you wanna just stay right there, camera crew, I'm gonna grab, I've got these Arrows packs that are just really light puffing on them, and they fit in there 3,200. They would fit and give us a little bit of room, but then if I ever want to go up to 5,000, which is my end game, okay, here's my 3,200 6S Smart, that'll fit in there, and there's a little bit of room, okay? So I just wanted to point that out. Now if you go sideways, of course we'll do our shelf liner trick here shortly, but this battery is gonna fit. But ultimately what I want to do is I would really like to be able to put a 5,000 in there, because I think a 5,000 is just a more common size. But as you can see, if this was brand new and nice and crispy still, it would fit better. But as you can see, I beat the heck out of this pack. So that one might have to go vertical, okay? But the idea is if I can get the CG on a 5,000, it's a lot more common size class. But that makes for a heavier plane, and a heavier plane means it's gonna fly heavier, and a heavier plane is not gonna necessarily be the same as what's customary for this model. And so I wanna make sure that I show them the way that they come from the manufacturer as much as possible. But just wanted to point that out to you. We had done some thinking. And like I said, if we put our receiver back there, then all the wiring and all the cable management goes back. But the thing is, you have enough headspace to still slide the battery, okay? Because a lot of times, what are we always fighting on jets?
Battery.
We're always fighting, where do you put the battery? How do you get your CG right? And can I go back further? That's almost always what you need on a jet. Almost every jet that we do, the fight is getting the battery back to the middle of the plane, which is frustrating for me because we've seen so many planes, so many different manufacturers, and they all do the same stuff. And I think they lean toward a nose heavy plane, or at least edging toward nose heavy, because they're less likely to have to replace the thing because they're gonna fly better or easier. But it makes them land harder, it makes them land faster. All right, so that's the first decal. And what I need to do now, I'm just gonna show this process. It's not rocket science. You can do it your own way. I'm gonna put my hot water on, and I'm gonna grab myself, how big is the biggest one?
It'd be this next one.
Will it fit on this?
No, I'd get a big plate.
Okay, so we're gonna get a big plate, just a regular white plate. These are my actual dining dishes. Yes, we do film in our kitchen. I'm sorry if that offends some of you that don't eat food.
Yes, I did try to change them out once.
Didn't work. So I put, just a little bit in there like a saucer, okay? Not a UFO, okay? Just like for a saucer for your cat water or something like this. Okay, I probably need a little bit more water. I went way too shallow.
Yeah, you gotta have like a whole layer.
You gotta cover the whole thing. Okay, so just going. Now it doesn't have to be hot water, but I found that the hot water does tend to activate the glue a little bit easier. I don't know why. So I do hot water. You can do cold water if you want. Let me know how it works.
I always do cold water.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna take this And I just want to get this under there, and you can tell it just immediately comes off, okay? So that's the other thing I always forget. I always need like something to dry my fingers off, because you get adhesive on your fingers when you're doing this. It's not hard to do. It takes just maybe slightly more patience than other things, other types of decals. But look how nice this is. It's already coming off. Holy cow, it's like floating off already. Okay, so this is the way I do it. You don't have to do it my way, but if you do it your way and it sucks, don't blame me, okay? So, see how hard that was, guys? I mean, that was pretty hard.
Pretty tough.
So, and to be honest with you, some would say that's even easier than a regular decal. Well, that's because this is like the easiest decal to install. Yeah. There's gonna be some that are considerably more difficult to apply.
But the nice thing is, if you stick it in the wrong spot, you can just get it wet and move it around.
Really? That easy?
Yeah, it's that easy.
There's no yelling?
Well, we're gonna pause.
You paused? Okay, so if you just look here, that's obviously wrong because it's like dirk, 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 dirk. Okay? All right, so now I'm gonna actually put this one upside down to start it, touch it to the bottom of the plate, and then flip it quick. Okay, and just let that paper soaks up the moisture, and then once the moisture is, you wanna work the moisture up to the appropriate point before you start trying to jab things, in my experience. Or there'd be trouble. Okay, now you can also touch that and it's got like a film of glue on it. You can feel it, okay? So if it's not slimy and slippery, then you need to wait longer, I've been told. Okay, watch this. Whoop, whoop. If you need any red decals, this would be the time to put them on.
That would not be the one to use.
Well, you can use that if you wanted. If you want to make
so tiny.
It'd be cool. Okay, so look, now I'm gonna let this drip. Now, if I was smart, I would have put it so that it was like in a certain orientation so I could match them, but let's show the people what I'm doing here, camera crew. She gets excited about stuff and the next thing you know, she forgets to film, right?
Something like that.
There we go. See? Now, look, I've got this big sloppy, long, greasy thing. I'm just gonna throw that in the garbage. Hey, what are you doing? Get off of there. This is my thing to screw up. I seriously don't have it placed, so I didn't want you to do that. See that? Do not move them around. Do not move them around like that. You gotta leave them where they are. And see this seam? This seam is rough right there. So this may be a terrible contact now. I didn't notice that. Okay, you need to step back so I can get to my tools. This stuff does not weight. It's not an especially difficult thing, but what I'm noticing here is this. This seam is so bad. See that? I should have trimmed it. See? Because that is not gonna stick. I doubt it's gonna stick. I'd be amazed if it sticks. Because you got like a big void here. See that? This is continued all the way up and down. Dang it, I wish I would have caught that in time. And yeah, do not screw with these things. Get them down, get them pushed into the seams. Don't let your camera crew try to reposition them at all because this is the picky stuff that is gonna drive you nuts. Like that thing's gonna drive you nuts if you don't trim it. Dang it, I wish I would have caught that. So if you guys do the same thing, then you can't say it was because I didn't warn you. So now you could let this dry if you wanted to do it the easy way. Or if you want to do it the hard way like I do, you can just film it. And then that requires you to hurry up and get to the next one. Okay, so I'm just drying it off. So anything that was on the surface. Now I'm just sighting down the length of this and I don't have it lined up yet. Oh, that first one's already dried. Dang it. Now if it dries on you, you can get water up here. Show the people this line. See, it's not right. It's not perfect. See this? It doesn't line up. You see what I'm seeing here? Line up.
Yep. You're gonna move the little one though, right? Not the big one?
No, the big one doesn't move. It's set. They're both set, guys. Up. Oh, no. Son of a biscuit loving biscuit lover. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can get this right. You guys see what I'm gonna do? Since it's already ripped, I'm just gonna go ahead and rip it again. Now watch this, guys. I'm gonna take advantage of this opportunity to fix this down here. See this? You guys see what I'm doing? Oh yeah. That's gonna help us get a much better decal. But it's also probably gonna overshoot on either side a little bit, and that's okay, because that's life. Because otherwise that's gonna look like crap forever. Whew, might have got lucky that that ripped. Okay, I'm putting water on the surface so it'll slide still. And then I'm dropping it down into the water. You guys see what I did there? I just took a dip and then slid it. Oh man, we might have lucked out on that one. Oh my goodness. Wow. Whew. That was a close one. Okay, now, you need to be careful. This knife is in here. Don't put your hand on it. Pressing that into place. Once you displace the moisture underneath, that's what's gonna set the thing so it doesn't slide. Okay, you got a lot better. It's still, the alignment's not good on the top though, because I basically screwed the pooch on that. This should have been forward further. See that? I wonder if I can fix that. You know, every time you move over here, I can't do it. So I'm gonna get my finger wet. I'm gonna put it up on here and I'm gonna see if I can wet this enough. Yes, yes, yes. Now I can straighten it. Woo, lucky. All right, guys. Normally these details are best handled by Chinese factory workers because they're really, really good at this stuff. And they make it look easy because we complain about the smallest things on this channel. And truthfully, like, things have gotten a lot better since we first started this in terms of quality. But like that, the alignment and everything is important to me, as I want it to look good. Okay, show them now. It looks a lot better. Yes, so much better. See? All right, good. Now, I really want to take this and cut it right now, but I'm really going to maybe do it. Should I not?
So you should wait, shouldn't you? Till
I should.
Drier?
Yeah, it'll be stronger too.
Yeah.
Because my concern is it's not going to be strong enough to resist the cut. And I can cut from the center out. Gosh, it looks like somebody destroyed this blade making a no parking sign.
I was going to say, I just replaced it the other day.
Okay, we're going to switch our blade. By the way, guys, just wanted to remind you, if you ever want to buy things like X-Acto knife blades, and you're like, hey, I'd like to support Brian Phillips RC, we have links for stuff like this. Don't we? Do we? This is actually pretty sharp, except for the very tip, the most important part.
Well.
So watch this.
Somebody wouldn't have.
This is going to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the camera crew. A perfectly good blade.
Accidentally throw it. You didn't throw it away. It's still here.
Yeah, it's still technically in our possession. See, the camera crew always gives me trouble because I never throw anything away, and I don't.
No.
I never throw anything away.
Didn't.
I actually technically kept it. I've got plans for that blade.
I'm sure you do. Go dig it out as soon as the video's over.
Okay, so this is a new, and if you guys don't know what we were talking about, we made this no parking sign. We made a template and we used spray paint. It looked terrible.
Yeah, so
it was such a pain in the butt.
Anyway.
So we just bought a new one for like 13 bucks. It was so dumb.
It's a good waste of an evening.
It wasn't the whole evening. It was just part of the evening. Okay, so brand new X-Acto knife. Now, guys, this should be set enough to where I can cut this, and if not, you can point and laugh. Get ready to point and laugh. Cue your laugh now. Anybody want to take their words back? Because that looks pretty perfect.
Yeah, but you waited an extra couple minutes.
Whatever. Long enough to replace the blade doesn't even count.
Totally does.
All right, for any of you who've been married for 18 years or longer, this is what happens.
And if you haven't been married that long, just
way longer. Okay, so that was way too in sync. Dang it. All right, I am scared to death. I can't even put it on there.
No, we have to keep
We have to keep going on this side.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not
All right.
going to show them all the things though, right? How many
All
more?
of them.
How many more?
I
are we
mean,
gonna
all
show them?
these. That's it. Just kidding, guys. We're not going to bore you with all those. But admittedly, though, the next thing that I was like really concerned about is this danger intake. And obviously that would normally go either here or here. And to be honest, like they don't show it here. They show it here. Did you catch that?
No.
Okay, so I need, gosh, it's so confusing
You
which
need
direction.
both of them, so just cut them both out.
Well, obviously, but I'm just trying to cut out the one I need first. This is like watching a preschooler cut things out of cardboard. Brian Phillips RC, where preschools cut, yeah, I don't think that's right. Definitely not. Definitely not. Hey, that is right. That is right. That's right. But then it's going to interfere with that thing, isn't it? I don't know. That's obviously wrong. It's got to be up here. But see, this thing's going to totally be in the way.
Okay, but if you're looking at it on the box, it looks like it's down further.
Yeah, you mean like here?
I don't know.
I don't know.
No, I think
I think they made it too small.
Yeah, I think that's
I think it's supposed to be a little bigger in real life. Well, we put it down lower, you'll see it more. I think this needs to go probably right there. But then look, we've got China glue. China's always cheating. Look. Need a surgeon for this crap.
You could be soaking your decal while you're trimming.
Listen, I have reasons for the way I'm doing things. Do you know why I don't soak it early?
Why?
Because if I soak it early, it's going to float off of there. These things come off easy, like really quick.
That's a big one though.
Thank you. So guys, if you're new to Brian Phillips RC, my wife is a camera crew. We've been married for many years. We're old.
Obviously.
My living room and kitchen are both full of airplanes, so I win.
What do you win?
I have airplanes in my kitchen. I have a kitchen with batteries in it.
What did I win or lose?
I don't want to talk about it.
I'll have to bet somewhere.
We're done with this topic. Okay, so we've got the glue off of there. Oh, goodness gracious. I think this is going to slip off. It is. Oh, shibbity balls. Well, I mean, it could have gone worse.
Yeah.
It could have ripped in half like the last big long black thing I handled. So this one here ripped right there, okay? Yeah. So I'm just not sure if that's exactly right. It's so ambiguous on the box.
Yeah, I would go
I wish they would have just given us directions, because the Chinese are good at that.
Right, always.
They usually give us pretty accurate instructions in somewhat English. Okay, now I'm still not sure if I should push that down into that void, because there's this like simulated inlet thing here, and I don't know. I don't think it's just not going to be a very good fit. Because you can't straddle it. It's too small to straddle. These are the woes of decal work. But honestly, guys, though, I got to admit, I mean, the wet decals are pretty cool. Now, I'm going to show you a trick of the day. Trick of the day is going here, okay? I'm committed to this spot, so now I've cut a seam, okay? Why did I cut the seam? I cut the seam so I can press that into the joint right there. And if you do it right, it'll work. If you do it wrong like I did, then it won't work as good. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so now that we've showed 2 decals and how super easy it's gonna be, I'm just trying to decide if we should show maybe the stars and bars here. Should we?
We could do that one.
The stars and bars, I'm doing black. I think it looks better. They appear to be the same size. There's 4 of them. Navy has to go somewhere on here. It goes in the back between the vertical or the horizontal stabilizer and the wing. And then we've got those light bars too. So we do that. Crap, I don't know which one to do. I'm just gonna do the first one I get to. So it's this one. Again, preschoolers cutting things out here on Brian Phillips RC. No extra charge, guys. Speaking of no extra charge, if you want to help us provide all this amazing free content, it's only as free as you don't come home with a new plane. Just saying. But if you do come home with a new plane, hopefully you came home with a new plane or you had it shipped to you because you followed our links in the video description below. That is basically the way we fund our channel. And yes, there's a little bit of ad revenue that comes in, but it's minuscule and not enough for Happy Meals for my family because there's 6 of us. So please do buy the planes. If you like them. If you don't like this plane, by the way, I could care less if you buy this one or if you buy another F-18 that we have on our links. When we have links, the links are going to bring you to like a selection of choices. So like for instance, if you search for the Ranger, awesome plane, by the way, this 1800 is sweet. We also have the 1220 over there. And then there's other sizes as well. But the thing is, when you click on the link, the BPRC me link is our domain, short domain, and short link. And you can follow that and you will help to support Brian Phillips RC and all the amazing fun projects that we get into. And that is really honestly the best way you can support us, even better than subscribing to our channel, which you should do as well. Clicking the bell for notifications so that you see all the latest and greatest content. We do get some new releases here on this channel, which is super cool. It's a big part of why we love being involved in this channel. But also it helps us. You see how I took my pinky nail and I pressed that into the groove there? Because if you don't, then you're gonna get air behind it. It's probably gonna pull off on high G maneuvers. Okay, so that looks phenomenal. Phenomenal, right?
So Italian.
Yeah, it was.
It did have a Fragile sticker on the box.
Where?
It did. Well, I took the box out to the garage.
So if you guys do want to help support us in that way, we'd appreciate it. And yes, these builds are long and tedious, and you're probably thinking there's 10 easier ways you could have done any of these steps. I'm just going to look at, yeah, it looks like they put the black line on top.
What is that?
This is a light bar. So on a real one, this would emit and, you know, kind of like a glow. Okay. So if you were doing LEDs now, they put theirs right on the seam line, and this seam line on mine is just ugly. We got this nasty thing here. Normally these are trimmed better, but I'm afraid if I cut that, you're gonna see all the paint there. Ugh. Oh man, why do I feel like I'm circumcising my plane? Yeah, okay. That was way too close for call. Okay, by the way, annoyance, major annoyance, okay? When and if you run into a situation where you circumcise your plane and you need to touch up the gray, I'm just gonna show you. This is rather one cheat. How fast? I'm gonna use this to color that. And you're like, are you literally using a pencil to color your plane? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Now, if it doesn't color enough, here's another trick. This is a trick that has worked in the past for me. I'm not saying it's your thing, but I'm just gonna take this pencil and I'm gonna mark it onto a paper until I have some of this graphite in a pile. I prefer lead, obviously. Just kidding, guys. That was just a hilarious joke. If you died of lead poisoning, I apologize. Take it all back. By the way, if you guys didn't know this, lead poisoning, like one of the major side effects of lead poisoning, like using leaded solder and soldering in your house. By the way, you knocked my decal onto the ground.
You
Thanks. Oh, I did?
Yes, you just dropped it when you walked away.
It's being crazy. So don't do that, like me. Okay, so I just get a little bit on my finger.
This isn't working very good.
It is too. Pause the video and go back, guys. Trust me, it's matching the color. It's close, okay? I just don't want it to stand out like a sore thumb. So that's why I took a moment to point it out to everybody. Now, the other thing you could do is you can use paint that's the same color. Of course, I don't have access to the paint, okay? So we're not gonna do it that way. We're gonna do it the hard way. All right, so full circle, Brian Phillips RC. It's the way we do it. All right, so now that I trimmed it, circumcised it, I'm gonna go right here. I'm just gonna grab this, and I don't know which way it's gonna go. I like to pull the backing, oh crappers. I like to pull the backing off like this. Okay. Perfect. Okay.
Okay.
Now I can try desperately to make it similar on the other side. Okay. It's gonna be hard to do that, by the way. And if you ever have a decal that comes off because you don't have enough adhesive, if you keep a couple of these backings, then you can actually transfer it back onto the other page and you can pick up a little bit of the sticky stuff. All right, so we're going to Nebraska. Nebraska, right? This one? Or wait, are we?
You used the black bar,
Yeah.
which would match it, but you also said you didn't really care.
Yeah, I don't really care.
So
I just think this is going to cover up the servo worse than this. I think that's going to cover up the servo better. But I kind of do like the skulls. I think the skulls look cool. But I like that too.
we're gonna have to decide, but we also aren't gonna show them all these, right?
We aren't.
So we can keep waffling off camera.
Nah. Let's waffle on camera for a little while longer. Okay, so just to be clear, guys, this is a build video, and yet we haven't built much. And,
it's
most people are going to complain that it's not actually a build video, but that's just part of it, guys. In the hobby, especially with Brian Phillips RC, you're bound to see a little bit more detail than you expected, and we hope that you appreciate that if you're still watching. It's part of what we do. Now, is this supposed to point down? It is supposed to point down, but then it says danger pointed up. The decals are actually pointed.
I think I do them so you can read them.
Well, I know, but like, look, I just wanted to point out the fact that every one of these pictures I've seen, they're actually pointed down. And these are going to be pointed up.
Maybe they're for the, are they actually for the pilots? So that.
That's pointed down. Danger. Ejection seat and canopy. Yeah, they're going to be pointed down. So I'm just going to put them, maybe I put that right on the canopy because they put theirs on the canopy to avoid being a conflict. Okay. So yeah, so we normally don't show so much detail on stickers. We just like literally put them on, or we put them on and it's done because it's like simple. But on some planes, you're going to get more detail. And we've noticed that with FMS, you're going to get a little bit more detail on some planes. You're going to get a little bit less on other planes. And that's true for most of the major brands. And so really, it just kind of is what it is. You know, you don't have to put any of these decals on and the plane would look phenomenal. But we have almost always said, when doing decals, we said, we're glad we do the decals because the decals looked cool when they were all done. There is rarely a time when we say, we shouldn't have done the decals. Maybe one time.
Yeah.
Out of like all the planes we've done. And we've done hundreds of planes. Okay, so I'm kind of thinking, if I could fit it there, that'd be nice. But I just don't know. I don't know. Should I just like split it? Because it's not gonna fit.
Either way.
Split it, baby.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's where that's going. And I'm just gonna put it so that it's like about where the seat would be, okay? And we're gonna do that for both of these. Now, as you can tell, there's a lot more decals here, and so we don't wanna bore you with the details of the decals. But once we're done with the decals, we'll come back. If we run into any weird ones, we'll probably go ahead and jump back on and continue filming. So stay tuned, so much more to come. All right, so we decided to take an overnight break because it was late. It took me a couple hours to do all these decals. Well, was it a couple hours? And as you can see, there's a lot of them. And the only one that I sort of screwed up was, if you look carefully at this stripe, the set of stripes, we thought it was just the one stripe, but it's actually two on this livery. And so this was supposed to go over, but it's clear. So I ended up deciding to move that forward. And then if you come around here, you can kind of see I didn't line up the marks exactly in the same spot. This side actually looks better. I did it more appropriately. You're gonna go up higher. Thank you. Get that sun out of the background. So when you do those, it's challenging to get them to meet exactly the way they're supposed to. You can see I had to trim a little bit out for the landing gear door opening. But otherwise, the decals went relatively smooth. The stripes are probably the hardest part of the whole batch. And with these wet decals or the water decals, it's always better if you can let them dry because then they'll stay on there. And we've done unboxes before where we'll do a build, we put decals on, and then as we're working, I'll accidentally bump them. So that's the only reason we decided to do that, plus it was late. Okay, so I laid stuff out. This is one additional decal I did that was not included in the kit, and there is not an additional 112. On that livery, the plane was number 112 in the squadron. And so what I did was, I actually ended up finding a 1 for 100 and a 1-2, part of a 122 from the New Jersey livery. So that worked out really nice. And I did save some of this red line because that stuff actually can make a nice panel line accentuator if you decided to use that. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep all these decals. And as you can see, there's several different liveries you can use. Now, the other thing I ran into as I was doing the decals, is there was quite a bit of turmoil trying to figure out how to get this thing to go down here and try to cover up as much of the 9-gram servo as possible. And so this is how I did mine. Also, exact placement of the LED glow bar, whatever you want to call that thing, is challenging on some of the liveries. So you'll want to think about that when you're picking. You can make it work. You can copy what I did, obviously. But the thing is, at the end of the day, if you look at the plane, you know, from here, it's very good. It looks nice. It wasn't especially difficult. It just took a lot of time. And I'm super picky about these decals when I do them. And so you might not be, so it may not take very long. But otherwise, it's kind of like I said earlier. I said this would be something that's better done at the Chinese factory, where you've got people that are very used to doing delicate work. And I don't say that to actually, you know, diminish anything they do. It's not a big hee hee ha ha China glue moment. It's just they're really good at building these planes. And anybody who says they're not has never seen a process in any other plant, because I see inside plants all the time. And the stuff they do is extremely delicate work. So even our complaints are minor. They're probably more oversights than anything, to be honest, because they do a good job making planes at the FMS factories. So also, the other thing is I slid this one missile rail on. I thought these missiles were going to be the ones that went under the bottom, but actually this one is the wingtip. And you can tell because this is what finishes your wing off, because there's a little bit of a void there. So those slide on. I do not like when missile rails do not come as part of the plane. I want a missile rail even if there's not a missile on it, okay? So in other words, I don't want to have to cut off a fake foam missile in order to have a missile rail. Because if you fly this plane without, it's going to look weird. Because you're not going to tend to find F-18s without missile rails. They always have a missile rail, I believe. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's usually a missile rail. And then, of course, I was a little bit disappointed there isn't just a little bit larger markings for the top and bottom of the wings. And also the reason we're going over all these is just you can see if you're trying to figure out where all the decals go, it was kind of challenging. I spent probably an hour, half an hour to 40 minutes just looking for examples of this particular livery. And I found one finally. There's a picture in Getty Images that had a Nebraska livery on a plane in the far out, and then in the foreground there was a Nebraska livery as well that had the not gray and black, it had the red, white, and blue stars and bars. And so it had a different livery where this was like a American flag, and then it looked otherwise very similar. And then of course the tail art was also colored.
Yeah.
And so if you're looking for that, you can just search for like NE for like Nebraska, and
we searched by USS Abraham Lincoln too.
Yeah, that was the other way Megan found it. I found it by just searching for Nebraska F-18 aircraft carrier or something like that. But either way, I got it done. It wasn't, it would have been better to just have it in the manual. Also, I wanted to point out one other detail here. I actually split all of these decals here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there wasn't enough room for the markings to be in the identical position here. So you'll notice on one side versus the other. See, it's on this side here and it's on this side here. Oh. And same thing here, this side here and this side here. So that was a bit of a bummer. Again, if the instructions would have told you where to put the decals, that could have been avoided. But like, you're not gonna see that at the same time because you're viewing the plane from one side or the other. And also in real life, a lot of these warnings like this are going to actually be in the gray and white wash. Some of them are going to be colored. So they did a nice job of coming up with kind of like the hints toward what you'd expect. And also, I like when they give us these cool like wording things, but it's like they're kind of hard to apply because you don't know exactly where they would really be. And then also I noticed that there was a break. I had breaks in a number of different decals, and that was because I didn't do a good job applying them. That wasn't a manufacturing defect. But the reason we point these things out to you is because if we're gonna spend a lot of time talking about decals, I wanna at least give you a quick look at what we ran into while we were doing it. So also, I haven't tried to grab by the nose cone and drop the plane yet, but I'm working on that. So stay tuned for that later. That being said, we're getting ready to put this thing together. And then also I found my daughter's, I used my X-Acto knife to trim this little area, which we showed you on camera, I think. And then this area I didn't trim, and it actually did ultimately go okay, but I found that it worked better over here. But you'll notice that I have a hole devoid of paint in this section. And so my daughter actually had a big, huge marker set that had a couple of gray tips, and I used it, and it sort of worked okay. It wasn't a perfect match, but it was perfect enough to color that little rib, you know, that was left uncut. So that's just the two halves, the top half and the bottom half of the fuse from China. So at the factory, it would have been nice to see that a little bit smoother and trimmed a little better before it went to paint, but it isn't that big a deal. And also all these things, these little gripes that we come up with, one thing to keep in mind is that the labor cost of these models is getting higher and higher and higher, just like everything else. And so if we complain too much about having perfect models, then the cost of the models is going to be skyrocket. So we have to kind of like check our considerations on things like that. It's something we can do, so we might as well do it. I just don't like having to do every single control arm on all these models. It's not a huge deal, admittedly, and especially compared to building a plane from scratch, but it is definitely a task. And so the next task at hand for this build is going to be to center every one of these servos and go ahead and get these installed. Now, the reason I'm going to do it that way rather than, and we open this up, there's two antennas. I don't know what type of antennas they are, admittedly, but there's an antenna on the top. It's right in the center of the plane. And then there's an antenna on the bottom that goes sort of like right here. I'll point, you'd stay there. I'll point, it's right there in the center. I don't want to put those on until the end because they're the first thing that you end up breaking while you're working on the model, okay? So in order to do the install, the quickest and easiest, I'm just gonna go ahead and get all these ready. I'm gonna get the manual to the page, and I've got my little XBC battery checker. Now, if you don't have one of these, this is one of these tools that's really inexpensive. I think they go for less than $50, and you will use it almost every time you're flying a model because you can use it as a battery checker. This battery isn't even fully charged. It's just the one I grabbed off the shelf. I had one handy, so it's a 1300 3S, nothing special about that. You can use a bigger one, you use a smaller one, but I just wanted one with an IC3 connector so it could mesh up with that. Now, you can admittedly power the device by this, but you're not gonna be able, I don't think you can do your servo test through that, okay? And I've evidently got a bad connection there. So I don't think you can go into servo test. See, it's grayed out, okay? So I'm gonna plug this in. You don't need a smart battery to run this thing, by the way. You just need to have the correct type. So if you had an EC3 connector, you would still be able to do this. That's gonna be compatible size class to the IC3, just without the smart data lead. And if you don't know what that is, it's that lead in the middle. Okay, and I know I'm preaching to the choir on a lot of these details, but guys, we have a lot of beginners in this hobby. We try to get people up to speed, and the only way to get people up to speed is to talk about it once in a while. We do make claims to talk about things once in a while on this channel, so regrettably, I actually have to do it once in a while. So that being said, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 surfaces that we need to center. And in order to center them, you have to remember that they're gonna be centered, and then you also have to put the linkage in, and so you'll need to keep it energized probably while you're working on it. So my aim is to probably go ahead and do half of these on camera, and then the other half we can like pause and take a break and then do them off camera, okay? So what we need to do, unless it goes just super fast, which I doubt it. Oh, one thing I did off camera is I took these out of the package. When I cut the bag, there's only one bag and it's got that little bit of assembly in it. So it came with the 2 antennas, and then it looks like 5 screws of each type. So there should be 4 used of each type. I believe the shorter ones are gonna go to the tail, or excuse me, the longer ones probably actually go to this. But either way, we're gonna find out in the manual. The manual does tell us that. So just looking at the manual, we'll go back a few pages. Okay, so the pages are gonna tell you right here. So it says control horn and servo arm settings, okay? You can see ailerons are in the outside of the horn. Well, that's not even true because we don't have horns like that. And then the arms are gonna be in the outside most. Less control. Okay, so it's on the elevator, rudder, and ailerons. They're all on the outside. Okay, well, that's a little bit disconcerting because there's a good chance they didn't actually tell us. If it says all of them in the same position, that does make me a little bit nervous. So I'm gonna go back and just double check. The reason I'm going back is sometimes they'll also call it out in the manual. Oh, by the way, and do not forget to plug in your cables when you're installing both the horizontal, all the surfaces. I take it back, all the surfaces. Yeah, and CA would probably work good for this, for the top and bottom fins, for those little antenna fins. But I would suggest we're gonna be using China glue just because I don't like messing around with CA right now because our CA is all dried. We have CA that's 5 years old and it's just, I think we found the limit. So we ended up buying some more CA. You'd be proud of us, finally. The bottles I had were huge.
Your addendum doesn't tell you a different hole position, correct?
It does not appear to, well, I don't know. The ball head. Okay, so before installing the main wing, horizontal, okay, so I'm just reading to see if it says. It doesn't say anything. It doesn't, and this doesn't look like a wing from this airplane. That looks like a wing from the tail feather on like a PA-18 or something.
It's just like it's showing you how to install it.
Yeah, which I mean, it's like, it's pretty obvious. But the thing is, I think these are ambidextrous. Some of them are not. That's a terrible drawing, by the way, because it doesn't even give you a close-up of this. And I just want to point something out to you. If you look at this up close, there's a face on that side. See the little rim, the face? It looks like a washer that's embedded in the plastic. And then this doesn't have a face. Does that make sense the way I'm describing that? Mm-hmm. So there is a correct way and an incorrect way. And I believe this opening is larger than this opening. And so, therefore, this is the direction you stick your balls into.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna try to do that. Now, that being said, let's start with one of the control surfaces on the wing. Keeping in mind that flaps are tough because flaps usually, you have a sweep forward and a sweep backward, okay? And you attach the flap to operate this entire throw, okay? Or the aileron to attach all the way through this throw, motion of throw. What am I trying to say? Range of motion, thank you, okay. But on the flap, you may actually not need as much movement, but a lot of times you need a lot of movement. So we'll talk about that here in a second. Now, in order to get these out, I'm just gonna actually use my hook on this to pull these out. Be careful you don't actually damage the cable, but you could. And then also keep in mind, guys, there's an LED plug as well. Okay, so there's an aileron. What the heck? Oh, it's not an LED. I'm sorry, I don't know what I was saying. I thought there was only red and black. Okay, so I stand corrected. So aileron, we'll just plug that in first, and this says negative, plus, and S. Camera crew's in my light, so it's gonna be really hard to see that right now. See how it says negative toward the camera crew, towards you guys, the audience, and then S toward me, okay? So negative in this case is brown. Okay, so I'm gonna click the little circle thing. I'm gonna scroll down to servo test. Okay, so you see it sprung to life. Now, if you're not sure which speed it is, the 1520, I think that's ultra seconds or microseconds, I think. Double click and it'll go through a sweep. And here you can see that seems like a normal throw. Okay, so now if you press and hold, it'll go back one menu, and then you can scroll back in. The 760, that's definitely wrong. So get out of that menu as quick as you can, go back to the 1520, center it. So that's a different frequency for the pulse width modulation, as I understand it. So it's actually driving, like, instead of being a digital, it's like a special type of analog or vice versa. I don't understand that yet. I haven't figured out the answer to the question because it's so vague and nobody ever talks about it. So I'm not gonna ask the question because I really don't care. The only time I've ever used that other speed is when I'm setting up helicopter tail booms and I have a really high speed tail servo that's like 333 megahertz or 500 megahertz or really, really fast, okay? These are not really, really fast, they're just normal. Okay, so looking at the way this moves, obviously we talked about the embedded hinges and all that good stuff. And again, this is gonna actually be probably the stupidest way to do it. I'm not centering the control surface, I'm centering the servo. But I really kind of need to center this, right? Because look at this. I need to center it to this. So instead of having this, I'm gonna hold that to the closed, fully closed position, and I'm gonna assume that that's my home position because I have nothing else to align it with. Normally I would line it with the structure of the body of the plane. Okay, this time I gotta do a test, okay? So this is my test, guys. I'm gonna take this wing and I wanna figure out, is my flap gonna be fully collapsed up or is it gonna be down just a little bit or what? So I'm not plugging these in, I'm just kind of slide these through so that I can make, you know, like a flush mount temporarily. Okay, we got the, obviously there'd be a joiner in there. Okay, so just pushing that in there. Oh yeah, all the way up is probably gonna be about perfect, okay? So that's gonna give us our position for the center of the throw, okay? So we're just gonna hold that all the way tight, closed, or all the way in the normal flight mode.
So would it be better to do the flap first?
The flap has to be done first. That's what I was getting at. If that weren't clear already for you guys watching at home. For those of you that are more experienced builders, we appreciate you watching this video, but the truth is this is the part of the video where we're really speaking to the new guys. So if we kind of go into more detail than you need, we understand like this part's probably not for you, okay? So I've still got it in my test menu. I'm at the center position. Now you can move wherever you want. You can also change the step size in this thing, okay? It's like if I wanna go just a little bit, you can move it a little bit, or you can move it that way. Or you can double click. The double click is kind of hard to get sometimes. That starts to sweep. I don't really use sweep that often, but sometimes I'll use a Y cable and I'll hook up multiple servos at once. You will eventually get to the limit of the BEC in this unit, so just be aware of that. All right, so this is gonna be the center position. Now let's talk about this. That's the far home position. That would be the full deployment, the full home deployment. Then this would be the takeoff flaps, and that'd be the landing flaps, approximately, okay? Now this isn't gonna overdrive them, but that's what I wanna have, because then that's gonna make this lever push tight, and it's gonna hold this thing where it needs to be. Does that make sense? So I'm going to the outside hole. I'm gonna turn that, just give it a twist. And then that's that face I was talking about. So I'm just gonna spin this until it gets to where that's the side we don't wanna enter. Yeah, that's the side we do wanna enter, the face side. Okay, let's review that here. So the face being this. You see that little circle? Compared to the flat. And they may be ambidextrous. I honestly am not 100% certain on that, okay? So I'm just gonna twist this a few times, and see, I'm just gonna hold this. I'm pushing down with my thumb, and then I'm allowing this to be at the straight angle, and you can tell it's not as opposed to this angle, okay? I'm just gonna keep twisting this, one turn at a time, and then eventually it sort of lines up, okay? Now, that feels pretty dang good, but if I let go of it, it's gonna relax a little bit. So I don't know if I need to go just a hair more. And then pet peeve number 127 is don't have this twisted, okay? Don't have this thing in there like this, like that, okay? You can force that on, but it's gonna create resistance all the time. Get it square. Get it so it's 90 degrees. Don't be like this or like that, or even worse like this. It'll square itself somewhat, but like you could plug that in right there and you're just gonna create a temptation for that thing to pop off. Yes, I agree, it would be hard for that to happen, but the truth is I don't want it to happen to you. Ow. So what I wanna do also is I wanna show you guys the tool. If you don't already have one of these, this would be one of those things. Do we have this like on our supplies page, something like this?
I'll make sure it is.
Okay, so this is something similar. This is something that one of our subscribers sent as a gift, which really appreciate that sort of thing because I'm too lazy to buy tools like this. But if you don't have one, it does make it a lot easier to seat these and to unseat these. And you can kind of see what this does. One complaint I have about this tool is it's very thick. This really needs to be tight to itself so that you can slide this into tight spots and then break them free, okay? So I could take some tools, like I could take a belt sander and belt sand this until it's sharp. And same thing here, and that would get me into tighter spots, but then you'd lose some strength and resiliency, okay? All right, so again, bracing the wing because we got the flare on the front, or the the airfoil on the front. And then I'm just pushing this down. So I'm just finding a spot where I can push so it'll hold it down. And then I'm trying this, okay? Now, if you don't have this tool, you can snap that on by hand. I'll just show you. That was a pretty easy one. Now, you can see it's gonna, of course, pull down the flaps. That's all the way bottomed out. Okay, so we're gonna have to be careful we don't overdrive our servo, okay? Because you're just barely, that's almost all the way down. So really, we could probably start this in the home position, or we could start it, you see what I'm saying? We could actually adjust that either way. But I think the designers intended for it to be like this, because that makes a straight angle. So this becomes an arm that's a lever, and it kind of locks that in position. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, now that we got that one done, we can move straight to the aileron. Now again, you may not need to do all of these because there's a good chance that some of this stuff you can do while it's on the plane. But the instructions were pretty clear that we were supposed to do it before we installed the tail surfaces or something like that. So
before you assemble it at all.
I don't really understand why you have to do this, but I mean, usually I just wait until the plane's put together. Okay, so going to the center position, that's the center. We want this to be neutrally centered on that. But just remember, don't jank on this too much. It will move, okay? So I'm in the center position. I've got the face. Oh, wow, that's almost perfect. I'm gonna try a half turn and see if the thing will even snap on. Okay, just a little bit more so I don't, pet peeve 127, I think is what I called that. See, now that's pulled it up. I wanna go out, and then we'll go out just beyond. I do half turn increments, okay? So now we got that, now that's too far up. Okay, so I'm gonna go half turn in. I'm just guess and check. You have to guess and check. That's pretty close to center. Guess and check again. That feels pretty dang close, guys. It's down just a hair. It's hard for you to tell, but I can feel because I have my fingers on it, okay? I'm gonna go out half a turn. See, that's too high. And in half a turn. That's probably closer than the out half a turn. So that's where you have to really kind of use a little bit of judgment there, okay? I would say that's probably about right. So now, let's talk about this. I've got the face facing the camera crew, and I'm gonna just show you if this will snap in or not. Ooh, it's a lot harder. So if you run into a situation where you really must turn it halfway, you see what I just did? I took the Z-bend and I flipped it the other direction. Oh wait, I ended up the same direction though. You can flip the Z-bend so that the wire goes in the other direction, okay? But you see that's gonna cause a new problem because that's gonna cause this to be at a weird angle. That is incorrect. In a pinch, you could do it on something that's not as critical as an aileron. An aileron's gonna be moving around constantly on a plane like this. Maybe on like the rudder. The rudder's gonna move, but it's gonna be less critical to the operation of the plane, okay? You could bank and yank this plane with no rudder. And plus you got redundant rudders. Okay, I'm gonna try going out one more. And if you're just annoyed and you want it to be more perfect than that, there's the only thing you can do is change the Z-bend position, or you can take and bend this up and then back down to make like a little bit of an adjustment mechanically there. But chances are you're gonna go so far that you'll be into the next half position. Do you guys see what I mean by the half position?
Yeah.
Am I beating a dead horse or do they get it?
Yes, I think they get it. Okay. And your face is in right now.
It is. Oh, it is? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Whatever, then we're gonna take it. So now I'll show you using this tool. So you can just, it's not that way. It's gonna be this way. See, and that just supports that. Now, there are certain ball joints that are way harder, ball links that are way harder to press on. So if you've got a lot of cars and stuff, cars and trucks and like big off-road vehicles, they use a lot of ball links and sometimes they're very difficult to put on. Okay, so we got the sweep. Okay, all right, so now that that's done, we'll go ahead and do, like I promised, we'll just do one of each surface quick, and then we'll move on from this and we'll pause for the other half because you don't need to see both. I don't suspect you'll probably need to see both of these anyway, but okay, so I'm just gonna put the Z-bend in and just rotate that down. Now this one's a lot simpler because we just wanna center and actuate that surface. That is like perfect almost. Man, I hate when they're almost perfect like that because then your half turn always puts them out of tolerance. See, it's worse now. Okay, and I'm just pushing down on this, but we don't know if this is centered yet, and that's the key. So before I get too critical about it, let's go ahead and plug it in. Okay, so we've got the thing alive. And the short lead, sometimes it's nice to use an extension cord or something. Okay, so now that we're truly centered, we can go ahead and try that. That's pretty dang close. I'm gonna go half a turn in. Oh, that's like perfect. That's perfect. And so once you get that perfect, come in here and snap her on. See, works pretty good. All right, and then if you want to, you can test. Everything looks fine to me. Leave it in the home position, just in case there's something weird about it. And then also FMS, if rudder, really? Like, I can figure that part out. Well, but it is ironic because they label that and then sometimes there'll be like 17 wires coming out and they don't label them. So, but it's okay. All right, so continuing on, we'll do an elevator next and then we'll take a break and do the other ones off camera real quick. All right, so this one here is the elevator. Now, I guess it is kind of handy because like if you didn't know that wasn't the rudder, it's pretty obvious if you're building this plane, you don't know that's the elevator and that's the rudder, then you probably need to go back to a little bit simpler plane for a while. And that's, by the way, that is not meant to be mean if you didn't know the difference, because when I first pulled these out of the box, I didn't for like 10 seconds. Okay. Everybody starts somewhere, guys. Don't forget that. So if you get it wrong, we're not pointing and laughing, at least for very long. Okay. Now this one's gonna be tough to line up because like there's not really an obvious way to see if it's aligned. So honestly, I'm just gonna do the best I can and wing it. Ha ha ha, pun intended. That looks pretty good, but I'm thinking I'm gonna go half a turn more. This is gonna be really splitting hairs, folks. There's just, whatever you do, you gotta do the same thing to the other side, excuse me. So I'll probably, once I get it where I want it, then I will actually hold them both down like this. In fact, that makes sense. Let's do that. This is one that I'm gonna do together. And there was a Y cable that I threw inside of the airplane. So if you also grabbed your aileron Y cable and yanked it out of your plane like I did, then this will be a trick of the day from Brian Phillips RC. A lot of tricks of the day here on Brian Phillips RC. If you haven't heard one for a while, it's because you haven't been watching for a while. There's usually at least one or two in each Unbox build radio setup. And I'm just gonna go ahead and plug in this Y cable, this servo signal, cable, splitter cable. So I'm gonna slide these back. Now this is obviously meant to be used for the ailerons, but whatever, we can do this now and just get it tested. All right, so brown is brown, brown is brown. Okay, so we should be good. Now I can move the servos. Now this one's not snapped on yet, it's just kind of on the face of the ball joint. So the reason I'm doing these at the same time is just to give myself the minimum differential between the left and the right. Okay, now why is that so critical? Well, it's kind of critical because you want your elevators to be aligned. Okay, so this one you'll notice is way back here compared to the other one. That's weird. Why? Why is it so different? See this? That's pretty well lined up. Look at this one. I'm having to really jank that
really
back.
Short.
That's strange. It makes me nervous.
Were all your control rods the same length?
No, I mean, I'm not so much worried about the shortness. I'm worried about the fact that it's just like the servo is physically down further. It's almost like that screw should have been on this side so that you see that alignment there? See how perfect that would be? Mm-hmm. You see how perfect this is? So I wonder if that ball is supposed to be on the other side. That's kind of a tough one. And by the way, if you ever needed to move that, you just take a Phillips screwdriver, you unscrew this, and you run the screw on the other side. But I mean, seriously, look at the difference.
But they're both on the outside.
No, I know. But I'm just saying, look where that lines
Yeah, I
up.
know.
It's like perfect. When I turn that, that would be literally perfect. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna make a big difference because this is gonna be up close to the fuse. And I think it tapers where the exhaust tubes are. So I don't know. Let's see if it'll even go in backward. So guys, this is unplanned exit ramp. Well, that's not an important tool anyway. That's my pitch gauge for helicopters. That was just a hilarious joke, folks. It is an important tool. Okay, Phillips 3 millimeters, because we all measure in millimeters when we're doing Phillips things. Ha ha ha. Okay, so that's actually too big. Let's see if we can go a little smaller. This one I doubt is smaller. Nope, 3 millimeters it is, I guess. Yeah, that should work still. Okay, so you see what I'm doing? It's a very basic process. I'm just gonna pull this thing out. Now that, you can't grab the ball and spin because it's got a smooth shaft on the inside. It's not threaded, in other words. I just wanna see if I can get this to go in. And if it does, then I will just do it this way. Because like, I feel like that's gonna put a big bind on this side. It's gonna cause the plane to wanna roll at certain times. Like when there's more stress on this side than there is on the other side, you won't deploy this flap as far. And that was such an easy fix. Okay. All right, so now that that's done, I'm gonna put that in there. That's gonna be like perfect now. So now what I wanted to do is I wanna hold these things true. So now the camera crew and I can look at it and we can say, okay, are they both the same flatness? And that's, you know, somewhat hard to do without snapping them on. So I have to commit to this, you know, initial positioning. By the way, that's gonna be a real Bearcat to get off once it's on the plane. Mm-hmm. Like Bearcat is in, not impossible, because I can still stick a screwdriver in here and undo that. Oh, dang it, I hate it when I have these difficult thoughts. Because you're not gonna be able to get that off, are you?
Not very easily.
Well, it's gonna be a pain no matter what, so I think we're just gonna do the thing that's a pain and it's gonna be right. Wow, that is weird. It's like the way that the light hits these, because of the angles, it looks like this color and this color is the same and this color and this color is the same. But then watch this optical illusion, guys. Watch this. The colors switch sides. Isn't that cool? Mm-hmm. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at the bottom of the surface, and I feel like this one, the one in my right hand, is pointed up more than this one. So this one, I need to try to make it point up more. Like one more something. And see, now I'll show you removing these. So normally you would slide these in there, but you can't fit. So in this case, I have to pry it. So I slide that bottom in, and then look what I do. Show them from the side. I'm gonna hit that screw, and that'll pop it off, okay? All right, so now that that's off, I want it to go up some. So I'm gonna go out half a turn. This is probably way too much. Almost certainly, but we're gonna still do the best we can, guys. And I'll tell you what, sometimes the best you can is guess and check. Hold on, I got the top up. That's pretty dang close. That's pretty dang close. And just kind of looking, okay, now I'm gonna hold the surfaces down like this. Obviously, when they're flat together, we should be able to look and see if they touch at the same spot. You guys see what I'm talking about? Where the tip of the wing touches. This one would need to come down a little bit to make the wings tip. I don't think we're gonna get any better though. I think we're as good as we can make it. I think it's as good as it's gonna be. Guys, man, I'm not sure. All right, I think I'm gonna adjust this one. I'm gonna pull it back in. I think it's too much. I'm going back in.
This one isn't actually clipped in. Does that matter?
It shouldn't, but I mean, I'll go ahead and clip it in just
Okay.
to see. Now, I am gonna go to home position. I'll go up, I'll go down, I'll go to the center. I'm gonna try this one more time. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna shoot this one out. We adjusted it in one. I'm gonna go back out one.
Okay.
Because we were so close. Now there's nothing I did that caused that to be right or wrong. It's just luck of the draw. Gross. Spitting on this work. Okay, so that's on now. So now I'm gonna do the same test. I'm gonna hold the surface down. See, now it's low. It was high, now it's low. Whatever, it's as close as it's gonna get. And when you have that where you've got like, this is the step, you're always gonna have a disparity. But the disparity is very minor, okay? I don't think it's gonna cause your plane to veer off and crash or anything like that. It's just more a matter of, I'd like to see a more exact. I have a thought. If this thing was on the other side, I wonder if it would be more exact, just for the simple fact that it's actually reaching to a half position. Further. I hate to do this, guys. I hate to do it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I wanna see if I can get it better. So guys, this is the picky stuff on Brian Phillips RC. Nobody else wants to show this, but the truth is, anybody who's flying radio controlled airplanes has probably done this at one time or another. There's our half step. I don't know if it's the right direction, but we'll find out in about 10 seconds. I could have also just pulled the ball link off, and that probably would have been the appropriate choice. But the reason I show you this stuff is because there is a certain amount of fiddling around that you pretty much have to do if you do this hobby. And if you're not into fiddling around with stuff like this, then you're probably not gonna like the hobby very much because there is quite a bit. Boy, those look closer. I just hope it doesn't bind now that I've thought of the potential for the problem and I believe it to be true. Okay, center. Yeah, it's close enough. Because remember, guys, there isn't really a good line here. Okay, once it's on the plane, the same is going to be true, by the way, because you just got thrust tubes back there. All right, so I lied. I said we were only going to do half of them, but we're gonna go ahead and call it quits because that's the elevator. We'll take a few minutes, get the other wing done. If we run into problems, we'll come back. Otherwise, we'll come back when they're all done. Thanks for staying tuned. There's more coming. All right, so I got this wing done, and full disclosure, I switched this ball link from that side to this side, okay? And then also, just in looking at this particular aileron, if you look down the length of it, there was a little bit of a bend in it, so I had to kind of straighten it to get that squareness, that crisp transition from the flap to the flap, from the aileron to the flap, rather. But I think it's just where they mounted this particular aileron control. I just don't think they penetrated as deep with this T. Okay, so as a result, we had a little bit of an indisparity there, but it's nothing crazy. And it did make me think, though, this indisparity that you see here is very minimal. Could be corrected by just bending that if you wanted it to have a perfect alignment at startup. But it doesn't really matter because in this case, the way we're setting our plane up, our flaps are going to be our flaps, and then they're going to be flaps, and then there's going to be flaperons as well. All right, so now that we've got all of the surfaces centered, we can go ahead and start the assembly process. Now, just to be clear, guys, when we watch a Brian Phillips RC build video, we try to be as detailed as necessary without overwhelming you with tons of additional stuff. And sometimes you don't believe that for good reason.
Ever.
But the truth is, on this particular plane, because I want to see how it does with inboard flaps, I think it would probably be totally fine with just inboard flaps. It'd probably fly great, and I'm sure you don't need the full length flap, but I really like the idea that if I'm gonna be forced into using the more channels, I wanna see what we can do with this. And one thought I had was, if I have enough channels, I'm just think this through, because remember, we talked about this yesterday. Of course, for you guys, it was just a few minutes ago. We talked about, you could totally get away with a 630 or a 631. For $5 more, I think the difference in price is that you get the external antenna, but then you have the top pins. Top pins in this plane might be a problem, okay? So the end pins might be better. Now, that being said, external antenna is good for anything that's flying fast and away from you. Also, so they make an AR 6610 or something like that. I don't know, I forget right now offhand. But it's gonna give you the full telemetry as opposed to the flyby telemetry, okay? So if you're
That doesn't have safe, AS3X and safe, right?
yeah, you would lose the AS3X and safe, okay? But the reason I say is because if you want the telemetry feature, you would go to the AR 637
T. Yes.
Gosh, I'm drawing a blank. So the 637T would give you throttle, elevator, rudder, ailerons, flaps, retracts. And then you can use 2 non-pluggable channels for gains and flight mode or vice versa, okay? So you can do that on an AR637 and also get the lead for pack voltage, which is really nice. Now, if you intend to throw an avian ESC in here so you can add thrust reverse, which by the way, we did not see the yellow wire, okay? The magical yellow wire. In the wild, you would see a yellow wire if there was thrust reverse. There's not, okay? This is our throttle from the, I'm assuming it's a Predator ESC because that's what FMS usually uses. It's kind of like their house brand, if you will. And I don't see it anywhere. So I'm gonna assume we don't have it. Now, if you added an avian ESC, you could use either of these and you could potentially use one of those upper channels to also control thrust reverse, provided you have enough on your transmitter, okay? Thrust reverse is really handy on jets because they tend to carry out forever on landing. But if you do full length flaps, it may also help to slow the plane down a little bit more for landings. So I feel like it's a bit of a trade-off. Thrust reverse with pilot fatigue, which is a setting where we just basically go full thrust by, you know, putting it into thrust reverse and then also mixing in full throttle. It's gonna slow you down quick on landing, but it's not necessarily as helpful in the air because you don't generally use thrust reverse in the air, okay? Whereas full length flaps could be used in the air. And for that reason, if I have enough channels, I'm thinking out loud here, I wanna potentially set up ailerons too. Now, ailerons, or they're not really ailerons, but they would be ailerons and tail, but these are not full functioning stabilators, just to be clear. That would require the whole thing to be the televator, which would look a lot cooler. Admittedly, it would also give a lot more authority in slow flight. But the thing is, there's still a lot of throw on these, and to be honest with you, in the size class, these things work fine to command and control an airplane. Like this F-15 over here, we also have an elevator as opposed to a televator. Or I mean, as opposed to a full functioning, what am I trying to say?
Is it a televon or a televator?
Well, it depends. You can, televon is the aileron and elevator. The full functioning televator would move the whole control surface. I'm sorry, I'm getting myself confused. I'm sorry. So anyway, what we're gonna try to do is I wanna split the elevators so that I can act as ailerons. Now, that is going to provide for a certain level of additional complexity that may or may not really help you if you're new. But it may also help you if you're more advanced in the hobby and you wanna do it and you've never done it before. But we may also run into some problems, and if we do, then I'm probably not gonna do it. Now, the problems we could run into is there's a Y cable that's run back. And if the Y cable is run back and it's hard to get to, you can see a cable here. That goes to the elevator. And it comes back forward. And it depends on how this terminates. It's gonna determine whether or not I wanna go through the trouble, okay? So the rudders come from one Y cable from the back, okay? So that would be a pain to redo, but you could do it. All you'd have to do is basically figure out a way to get this wire pulled back through and then run individual rudders. And then you could do that up thing, okay, that we talked about. But we decided we don't have enough channels on this particular receiver to do that, okay?
Okay.
So as an exchange, since we have 8 channels that are pluggable and then additional beyond for master gain and flight modes, and also thrust reverse if you decided to add avian later as well, okay? This is gonna give us the ability to do 8 channels. So we have throttle, elevator 1, elevator 2, rudder 1 and 2, okay? Because we're gonna tie all of it together. Then we can do aileron 1, aileron 2, flaps together, retracts. Did I miss anything?
Nope.
Okay, so that's all the control surfaces, but that means that in exchange for that, we can't do a separate steerable nose wheel from rudder. If you were to do that, you would separate this rudder here, because this one, this smaller lead goes to the front for your steerable nose gear. And then this Y cable would come out and you would have a split rudder control. So you could actually assign a lower rate for the nose wheel when the landing flaps are down. And you could do a higher rate when the flaps are in normal flight mode. So when you land, you've got full landing flaps, you touch down, you're going fast still, and you want that nose wheel to just barely move. But then when you're taxiing, okay, you come out of the landing flaps, and then all of a sudden you can turn like this, right? So of course your rudders will not necessarily want to change, or you might even want them to be more active when you're in a full landing configuration. And that's why you'd want to do that, because when you have those flaps down, you can use those rudders to help roll you as well, because they will yaw the plane and they will induce roll, no matter how good you are, okay? My question becomes, does this wire split, and where does it split? That would be for elevator. So we're looking for elevator now. So guys, I'm thinking through these things out loud so that you can learn. I'm also thinking through these things so I can figure out the answer to my question, okay? So this here, oh, I'm gonna pull that out now too. That's the flap. Dang it, I don't wanna pull the flap out, but it's out.
I don't think they were hooked up.
They weren't hooked up. They can't be. But anyway, they aren't hooked up, and that's fine. The flaps are going to be wide. Where the heck is the elevator though? Hold on. I see something there. There it is. Guys, okay, I just want you to see there is what appears to be a Y cable about here, okay? Now, okay, here's what I'm thinking about. Let's just think this through. If I wanted to split those, I have to somehow reach in there, pull the Y cable out, which there is some extra slack here, because look, these things are glued in to stay there. You can go to the other side. These things are glued in here, okay? See that? So now that I've pulled that out so I can actually plug them in when I'm ready, I can just very carefully pull on this cable and just, I don't want to unplug it halfway.
You're just doing that so now you're committed.
No, I didn't want to unhook it. That pisses me off actually really bad, because I don't know how the heck I'm going to get in there and grab those wires. So also I can see now it's time for some forceps. We may have to even do surgery to fix this. Look inside of here if you can. I know it's going to be tough to get your head down there with a camera. So I have to, and I'm sorry camera crew, I know I'm going to be blocking you. Okay, so that was in there loose, okay? So it's already ripped off, which conveniently for me. And then secondly, okay, I see the elevator linkage right there. I see the elevator control right here, okay? So you see I've got it grabbed with the forceps. That's not too bad. So now that I've got it grabbed with forceps, oh, it slipped off. I'm grabbing the connector, not the wire. That's why I can bite down so hard. So watch this. Oh, please pull, please pull. Oh man, I do not trust myself. That is really, it's probably glued in there somehow. It's not meant to be glued, it just happens to be glued. So if you were gonna try to use that wire, oh, it is moving. I didn't rip it. If you were gonna try to use that wire, you'd be very hard pressed to use that wire, okay? So there is also a piece of tape in here. I'm rolling it up onto my tool. See, it's that fiber reinforced tape. And so I grabbed it, but I didn't get it all the way out of there. I'm just thinking that might be what's preventing that wire from moving. So I'm trying to grab it without damaging anything else, and it's just not coming out. So anyway, guys, these are the types of things you have to know to ask the questions before you commit to doing a fancy dance setup, okay? Now, is it that critical? Is it even gonna work? That's part of the reason why we're offering to potentially do it here on Brian Phillips RC, is because if it works like crap, then why would you waste your time on it, right? Now, let's see if there's access from below. The answer would be probably not. There is access to where the EDF module is, right here. And so if that were the pinch point, you could potentially get in there. Oh, I might have to get in there anyway. So let's go ahead and see inside of here. You guys are probably wondering to yourself, why aren't you done with the build yet? You've answered your own question by watching my video.
That's what I was wondering.
The camera crew would love it if I would just be done with it, but
I know better.
she knows better. She knows better. Okay, so I'm just pulling these out, okay? And this is gonna be to access the EDF module, and sometimes they come out really easy, and sometimes they come out like this one is, which is not really easy. Oh man, that's like terrible. Like there's no way without grabbing onto it with something like this. I'm pretty sure this is painted, so when I do this, it's probably going to damage the paint, but whatever, we're committed now. Yep, there it goes. Holding the thrust tubes. Yeah, buddy. There it is. Okay, now I'm gonna very carefully let go of my bite. Whew, that was lucky. Okay, so out you go. So now just looking inside, you can see that's a Predator ESC. You see all those wires?
Come to the other side.
What do you mean the other side? There? You're gonna reach even further. What are you doing?
Look in the right direction.
Right there. Okay, you guys see what I'm talking about? Hold still. There's the wires. They're all glued in, okay? So, yeah, we're probably not gonna get those without doing some massive surgery. Now, the other thing you could do is you could pull off the EDF and then you could potentially get down there, but like I don't wanna tempt fate any more than I've already tempted it. I'm gonna see if I can get that wire put back together. It is nice to see that that comes out reasonably easy. They don't always, by the way. Sometimes they're very bad coming out. And you're probably thinking, good Lord, how far are we into this build and we haven't even built anything technically? Yeah, we have. We put linkages together.
Well, it's only been 2 hours.
Oh, is that it? So we're actually doing a really short video then. So now I need to figure out how the heck I'm gonna get that wire reattached, which is gonna suck. Oh, look at that uggo. Look at this, uggo, uggo. Look at that, they didn't trim that? That's disgusting. All right, we were just talking about labor costs earlier. Undermine my whole message, Brian. I can't reach through there. There's this hole here. I can't see anywhere to get up there and grab that wire. Because now I have to try to figure out how the heck I'm gonna get this plugged into that loose end. And the other thing is, this is not a very long length. It's gonna be my limiting factor here.
But your receiver is gonna go to the
Probably
back.
here, yeah. I think so for sure. Yeah, I don't know why I would do it any other way. So yeah. And because it's going to the back, also cable management's gotta happen at some point, so it's not like we're really spinning our wheels too bad. Because all these steps, you guys see these steps and you're like, hurry up, Brian. Well, I mean, there's only so many things you can do. I'm untangling the gear wire right now as we speak. There's only so many steps you can rush before you make mistakes and yank out your extension cords and ruin your game plan. And by the way, to be honest, if you wanted to get a wire back there, there's ways to do it. But you just gotta be careful how you choose to do it because there is just not much room here. I don't know that I can get that wire back. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do, hon.
Plugged in? Are you talking about getting it plugged
I'm talking about getting it plugged back in. And then if I plug it back in, am I gonna plug back in this short cable? Because that, yeah, I guess that's far enough. That's gonna get me where I need to be.
Yeah.
So we are not splitting the elevators.
Okay.
But in light of not splitting the elevators, I do think maybe it makes sense to try splitting the rudder. What do you think? See, the problem is I wouldn't split the rudder unless I knew there was a problem.
Well, and that's what you said yesterday, last night for us, was
Okay,
we'll
so
do it if there's an issue.
full landing flaps, I want additional rudder authority in most full-length flap-ron equipped airplanes. Because I'm gonna lose, no, I'm not gonna lose elevator authority. I'm just gonna lose roll authority. Because my ailerons are gonna be trapped down here, so there's only a little bit of movement up, a little bit of movement up, a little bit of movement up. And So then, of course, I can't do the Televon thing, so that's not gonna give me any extra roll authority. I was thinking lock those down, treat them like flaps in flap mode, and then let these be the Televons when you get ready to do final. Because you only have small corrections on the roll axis anyway. Unless you're on an aircraft carrier. Which this thing would be. All right, guys, so many thoughts, so many ideas. Okay, brown is that way. We're gonna see if we can do this, but I don't know how the heck I wanna get this done.
Brown towards me.
Brown's towards you.
Okay.
I literally don't know how I'm gonna do this.
You're gonna have to be able to hold them both.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how the heck I'm gonna do this. Because it's just like, you know, it's like I need to give it the little blue pill so I can push against something. Otherwise, I can't push against it, you know what I mean? I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Can you get both sets of forceps in there?
Yes.
Can you get both of your hands in there? It's four-wheeler day.
Okay. So I am going to attempt to get surgically set up and then I'll show you what happens. Okay, I'm as ready as I'm gonna be. I got brown going up like this.
Okay.
And in here, I've got brown going up. And I just want you to give him a shot inside of here because this is redonkulous. I really need 2 bent tip forceps right now. Can you get a shot in there so I can move on with this? Can you see it?
Nope.
Can you even get in there?
Yes, they can see it.
We film with a smartphone, guys, so the smartphone is a rectangle and this hole is a rectangle too, but it's much smaller.
Smaller.
Okay, you're not gonna be able to see this move, guys. I apologize, but I want you to be able to hear the expletives as they come out of my mouth live.
Well, hopefully they won't need to do this step.
Yeah, don't be dumb like me.
Just watch you.
I have to switch my forceps because I have to grab back behind so I have something to press it in, okay? So that's what I'm gonna do. We'll come back and show you when it works. All right, so I now have the bite sideways like this, brown going toward the camera crew, and now brown going toward the camera crew as well. Which kind of works out today, doesn't it?
You changed the angle of the plane too while we were off camera?
Yeah, I pointed it down. This is like super fun stuff, guys. I'm gonna try coming over here and see if I can get better luck. It's just awkward. Awkward as all get out. And this is sort of what happens when you try to do things that are not the normal way. You run into stupid problems like this. And then people are like, oh, it's easy to add this or it's easy to add that. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I've done this so many times. I know how it's not gonna be easy. That's why I'm always like super reluctant to add features. Because I know it never goes as smooth as you want it to. But the truth is, if you're motivated to do this hobby, you're gonna have to be prepared to do this from time to time, especially when you unplug something in a stupid way that you shouldn't have unplugged. Although to be honest, that stupid thing should have held on, is what it should have done. Okay, we'll keep fighting. We'll come back when we get it, because you're not gonna be able to see anyway. Okay, so I got it, and I wanna show you one tip. When you're done connecting this thing, I've got a light shining in here. You see that? That's the connection. I use the forceps to go in here carefully and then finish my connection all the way because I got it started, but then I needed to pull it together like this. Pop, and then it snapped, okay? So, I'm telling you guys, if you don't already have a pair of forceps, you're gonna need them, surgically speaking, at some point. All right, so, and I use this handy dandy flashlight from Rice Lake Weighing Systems to shine down there. So if you guys didn't know, I work on industrial scales. Rice Lake makes scales. All right, so that's plugged in and I trust it about as far as I can throw it. So guess what I'm gonna do right now? I'm gonna make sure that we could pass some signalage through there. And yes, I did attach my aileron Y cable because I didn't want to drop the little short cable that they gave us. Which, by the way, why did they have the Y terminate there? Why don't they bring the Y up here? Come on, man. Okay. So, we're in the system test mode for the servos. We're just gonna plug this elevator into one side and then the other side as well. Well, what the heck? We're building it. We might as well just plug it in. It's permanent. It's the last time we'll ever see this ugly thing. Correct?
Should be.
Now it's in and it's snapped. Okay, so let's actuate. Actuate. Okay.
Okay.
Let's plug in the other one. Why don't we just put the elevators on? Like we could actually build
Well, but I
something.
mean, let's test them. And then,
Well, yeah,
we might
test
as well
them and then put them
glue
in.
them on.
Yeah. By the way, you can pull that up or down, so I would suggest pulling it down.
Why are these glue on, by the way?
I don't know. They missed that memo that people don't like doing that stuff, I guess. Ooh, got the chatter. Chatter. Looks like a dolphin. It's like a dolphin that's a beached whale. Or beached whale F-18.
Well, it's working.
Problem solved.
Super fun.
Right?
Back to where we were.
Guys, so all I'm gonna say is this build has been dramatically harder than I wanted it to be. But you know what's funny about that? It's just part of the nature of the beast. And so I think I need to clean my ears. No, we're gonna apply some China glue. You can also use foam to foam. If you buy this thing from our normal links, and it probably should go to FMS, but if it doesn't go to FMS, it goes to Horizon and you need it, you can get it there too. This is a little bit more expensive than this, but it's about double the size. So it ends up being about the same money. They both work really good. We've had nothing but good luck with the FMS China glue. They must have like an inside line on the China stuff.
Shocking.
This stuff's made in the UK. They have warning labels that like tell you not to eat it and stuff. The China glue is like, you know better. Don't do that. Okay, so we're gonna continue with our process. Now, I must say, these labels, while helpful, they are also big and obnoxious, and they are gonna stop adhesion. So I'm like kind of like seriously debating about getting rid of them. And look at this, look how much extra we have in there. What the frick, guys?
Well, it was glued in.
You can't give me a ½ inch extra to be able to reach it up here, but you're giving me like an 1.5 inches extra here that I don't need and don't want. That makes perfect sense. So anyway, getting back to the whole, don't complain too much about the Chinese assembly because then the labor costs will go up. You remember that when I said that 10 minutes ago?
I did remember that.
It's weird.
That was like 40
Weird how it
minutes
comes
ago.
full circle so quick.
Are you gonna keep those running?
Nah, I was going to because it was kind of cool, and then I was like, nah, let's not. Let's put them to the center. Okay, so it's to the center. I'm unplugging my aileron Y cable, which is connected to the
Elevator. Not at all confusing build.
Yeah, not confusing people. Time to glue some things into the holes.
Are you sure you're ready for that?
What? How?
You know where
What
you're
else?
Gonna stick it?
What else would we be doing?
I thought you were gonna cut the labels off.
No.
Okay.
I changed my mind. I normally don't glue this surface, but I'm gonna glue a little bit on it. Okay. And here's why. Because I just chose to do that. Normally I wouldn't, because to be honest, it doesn't always help. In that, oh goodness gracious, nothing's ever easy, is it? There we go. So now I can put glue into this opening, just kind of a lot of it.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I know. Okay, now that that's in there, all right. The reason I did a lot like that is because I'm just gonna spread it around now with a utensil like a Q-tip, okay? Excuse me, guys, sorry. Now, some of you guys are gonna be like, oh man, you gotta score the sides, and you gotta do this and that and the other thing and whatever. Okay, fine.
You can do that.
You can do that. There's literally nothing stopping you. But I will tell you this, there is something stopping you. That is, even though we'll spend 700 years building this plane, you could spend 800 years if you did it even more slower than we did it. Mm-hmm. And that's what you'll be doing. You'll literally not add a single ounce of strength. And if you want to use epoxy, go for it. If you want to use CA, go for it. If you want to use China glue like I did, I suggest you do that. But really, it doesn't change anything. It's just, if the glue is strong enough to hold it, I don't really care what glue you use. And here's the thing. Here's the tip of the day. Another tip of the day. Trick of the day, rather. From Brian Phillips RC. Whatever you're going to do, just do it. Just don't blame me if you do something different than what I suggest. Because we're going to get blamed anyway, but I'm asking you now, please don't blame me when it doesn't work well. Okay? So now I'm gonna flip this thing. I'm gonna flip this thing by holding the whole giant fuse and flipping it on its side like this. Now, why would you do that, Brian? Why not just glue that in? Because we need this to cook off, okay? And what do I mean by cook off, camera crew? Are we talking about some barbecue here?
That sounds good. No, it has to be.
Does it?
No, not really, actually.
Okay,
Chemically.
I don't know why you picked that word.
You picked barbecue. It has to chemically react with the air.
It's cooking. It's chemically reacting with the air. It's setting up a little bit. And why do we want it to set up a little bit, camera crew?
Because once you stick it together, it's going to stay together. You're creating
like a tack point.
Yeah.
So it's basically gonna turn into like an envelope, you know?
Like sticks to itself, basically.
Yeah, and it's like almost impossible to break these things free. Okay, so I put a pretty considerable amount in there, by the way. Like, I don't normally go so overkill, but I must have just squeezed that tube to kind of straighten it up. You know, like when you squeeze your toothpaste tube and you get it to the end? I just did that off camera this morning. And so I think that's why it's coming out so quick. And so as a result, I've got enough that I can spread into this side. And all those strings and stuff, that's good. You want to see those strings. Those strings means that it's cooking. Okay? And you don't want to get a ton down in that pocket because it's just going to make it harder to get your cables out if you ever have to replace this. Now, glued wings are a pain in the butt because they're very unserviceable. Okay? But the truth is, like, if you're going to take apart this surface, you're taking it apart because it's foobarred somehow. Something broke, okay?
Right.
If you don't know what foobar means, just look it up online. It means broken, kids. Badly, beyond all repair. All right, so continuing onward, guys. I've got the cap sticking to everything. If the glue wasn't any good, all the stuff around you would not stick to it while you're trying to do what you're trying to do. Okay.
Right.
But as you can see, this stuff all sticks to everything while we're trying to do it. So that means it's good glue. Now, the other thing is this swath of it that I got up here, you can actually take that off with Kicker. Kicker is a CA accelerant, okay? And it will actually take that off, believe it or not. Now, I need to let this side cook while I go back and stick the other side in the hole. And I want to work kind of quick, so I don't mean to sound short if I bark out orders and stuff at this step, because there's just like, it doesn't wait for anybody. It's like the moon and the sun. The sun and the moon, the stars, they don't wait for anybody. Okay? Okay. All right. Now I'm going to try to get this flat so that the elevator line is going to flatten out when I push this down into the cavity, which it is. And this stuff is so dang tacky, I'm probably not even going to be able to slide it in. It's too cooked off, I fear, a little bit. See how I flipped it the other way now? You got to get that wire to where it's going to be in the right orientation as you slide it into the hole, or you will fight it and it will not go all the way into the pocket. See how sticky it is? It's like I can barely get this stuff to go. If you can't actually get it, yep, got it. Whew, that was close. We're gonna have to hurry to get the other side done. Mm-hmm. Don't worry about any of the glue coming out. We'll deal with that later. If you need to, if it sticks to where you can't get it to go, grab your tube and reapply a thin layer of the glue on the outside, and it will cause that chemical to allow you to slip it in like lubricant. But then of course that lubricant will set up just like other glues. You're like, lubricant and glue, Brian, they don't seem to like go in the same family of things. True, it's not. But there is a certain amount of lubricative capacity on this glue when it's not cooked off. See how sticky this stuff is? It's awesome. Yeah, and I'm having to do some crazy stuff because this is an awkward angle. Man, it's really awkward. How the heck am I gonna do this? I should have put the canopy back on is what I should have done. Makes it a little easier to lay down the plane. I'm just afraid I'm gonna run out of time because this glue is really set up.
You're just gonna have to like shove it in there like you did on the other side.
Yeah. It's just everything is tangled. Okay, there we go. Get in there. See, if you do it this way, there's not enough relief on the cable. Mm-hmm. And so I have to bring this back. You give them a shot from back there so they can see what I'm doing, like back here. Because then they can see what I'm doing. Because this needs to flip like that. And that's a weirdity that I wouldn't have expected. You see what I did there, guys? Okay, yeah, this is gonna be a lot harder to get in. Oh, there we go, guys, got it, okay. Also, I don't wanna ding this up, so there's a trick to that, and that is use as much of your hand as you can to press. See, I'm spreading out the torsion load. I'm twisting it in. At least it's gonna be in there really good. Oh yes, good penetration. Okay, now, that was a little bit too close. So maybe for your application, you want to do half and half. Do one glue side and then do the other glue side. Now that we're done with that, time to test the elevators before we continue, because that glue ain't gonna get any easier to undo unless you put kicker in there. And that kicker will flow into the crack and it will actually undermine the adhesive nature of the glue. If you would run into a situation, you have to service it, but you're gonna also compromise the paint almost certainly. Okay. Oh yeah, amazing. We're gonna do the porpoise move again. Porpoising along. All right, guys, that was a little bit fast and furious, and it wasn't too bad. Thanks to China glue and its stringy stickiness, okay? Now, I've got this thing that had glue on it, and it still has glue on it, and I'm gonna just show you just how tacky it is, okay? See, that's the glue that was moved around just a minute and a half or 2 minutes ago. If you take and spin your Q-tip like this, then you'll get this like weird sticky Q-tip thing, okay? You see it's on your fingers. Like as a kid, if you ever played with rubber cement, you can make little boogers out of them. That's what this stuff is like. It's like rubber cement, okay? Now, look what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna clean up some of this extra, okay? So now you can use this extra sticky side if you want, or you can use the clean side. The clean side sometimes works better if you're trying to really be careful. But you see it pulled that little bit out, okay? And I'm just gonna let this keep running because I wanna make sure I don't bind the wing surface, okay?
Yeah.
I need to move my plane here. So I'm gonna pull it like this, and then that little swath, that is not coming off without a battle. It's probably gonna pull the paint if I'm not careful, but if I do it just right, I might be able to get it while it's not totally set up. Now I go to the super sticky side and look at this. See, it's gonna start an edge, and then I can go back to the clean side and take a little bit more off. And you're probably thinking to yourself, why don't you just leave it there? It's gonna be clear. Yeah, it's gonna be clear for a while, and then it's gonna yellow over time, okay? So you don't wanna just leave it there forever because it'll be ugly if it's seen. Like this is a spot you're gonna see on the plane, okay? So I would like to get that off of there. So you see, I'm just using that tacky side. See, it's just pulling it off. And if you're careful and you don't like already have an edge on your paint, you might be able to get this off. See, there it goes, guys. Look what we're doing. Woohoo! Okay, so if you guys don't think I'm into airplanes and you just saw the amount of effort I did to clean off that glue, then you're on the wrong channel, okay? We love airplanes. We love doing this stuff. It's a lot harder than it looks to do this content, believe me. It's not easy to build these planes, but it's also not super hard, okay? To be honest, this is way easier than it was back in the 60s, 70s, 80s when you were having to do stick built for everything. You had to draw on your own creativity to get all this stuff done. Truth is now it's a million times easier, but also it's a lot harder sell for people today. They can pull up an app on their phone and they can get full satisfaction in just a few hours. You couldn't do that in the 80s, could you?
No,
I don't know.
It's a little different.
It's a little different. Like see over here, we've got another little splooge of glue. All right, let's see what's going on. And then for kids, guys, remember this hobby is a complicated, difficult, expensive, actually takes some skill sort of thing. And so for us in the hobby, for people that love this hobby, we need to be extra careful to get kids involved in this. And so the way we could do that is by basically making it as easy as possible for them to enter into this hobby. Because if it's too hard, they're just gonna move on to the next option. And so we're really pretty passionate about that here, trying to help people that are new to the hobby getting into the hobby. I know I said I wasn't gonna do this. Oh my goodness, it's so stringy. It's like extra stringy today.
Yes, I know. Are you sure you're gonna do that now?
It's upside down. I just like really want to get it done. I don't know why.
Like it's not ever gonna be upside
I'm so
down
hell bent on getting this one antenna installed.
Okay.
But yes, the truth is, guys, we need help getting people into this. If you don't feel like you're up to the challenge of you know, helping kids to be interested in this. You don't have to necessarily tell kids one at a time. What I'm saying is, when you do have kids that might be interested, you need to encourage them to do it. Because after all, this is kind of a hard hobby, okay, to get started in. And especially if you don't have a job, you know, and you're a kid and you're depending on mom and dad's money and they're strapped for cash and all that. So that's like one way you can really help is if you're not gonna help people get into the hobby, help us get people into the hobby. How can you do that? You can buy stuff from the links in the video description below. You can help us to pump out the content like there's no tomorrow, which basically means me and my wife have to do millions of builds of porpoising F-18s and spend multiple hours together doing projects. You know, most women would complain that their husband doesn't want to spend time with them, but mine complains the exact opposite. But anyway, if you're not up to the challenge, help us be up to the challenge. That looks phenomenal.
Yeah, there's no way it's ever going to get bumped.
Nah, no way. It's not going to be the first thing to break off at all. Totally not. So anyway, the other way you can help us is you can just basically smash the like button right now if you haven't. If you're already 3 hours into this video, good Lord. I think this is usually when we start making fun of the audience
for still being here.
Prisoners. So if you're making your second batch of toilet wine at the state penitentiary, welcome to Brian Phillips RC. We want to take this moment to thank you. A special thanks goes out to all our state penitentiary participants. And by the way, do they let you fly like in the like the schoolyard or whatever you call that, like the little atrium?
It's a prison yard.
The prison yard? Oh, it's a prison. Oh, it's not schoolyard. Well, I mean, they have schools in prisons too, don't they? They're always trying to teach the prisoners to rehabilitate them. So like, they don't just steal from the bank, go work for the bank, and then steal it from everybody else. Isn't that what they teach them? Stuff like that. So anyway, if you're new to the channel, that's one of the things we talk about on a routine basis is toilet wine. That's right. You gotta get pretty deep to get to those ones. All right, so here we go. We've got a wing. We're gonna stick this thing into that thing and hope to God it works. Please, Lord, help this to work.
See your controls?
Brown is forward.
Okay.
She's talking about the colors, guys.
That's what I meant.
And what she meant was make sure you get your alignment right. Now, because that is plugged in and it's gonna go down into this pocket, I think we're okay. Yeah, but of course they haven't left any room for the cables. And so I'm having to double back the wire so that it kind of tucks in there, okay? See what I'm doing? Now I don't want this to slide off either. Guys, this plane stand historically has been good enough to get the job done, but there are times when it drives me crazy. And this is not necessarily one of them because we've had a lot worse. Truth be told, this thing, it's got some anti-slip pads. And what happens is they just kind of get to where they're not anti-slip anymore. They just like slip, everything slips all the time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's times you want things to slip. I know from experience. And there's times that you don't want it.
Long screws.
Did you read that somewhere or was that my opinion that you heard?
No, it was, you said that earlier, and then when you were looking for the control horn locations.
Oh yeah, just getting a little Dawn dish detergent.
So is that the long one?
That's the short. You said long.
Long.
Actually, you said it like 4 times. That's okay.
You just weren't listening.
I was
like usual.
I'm pumping this stuff out of the doohickey. Oh, we got another drip.
There's always a drip.
So we got a drip of Dawn. Why do we drip Dawn? Why are these so long? Are you sure? That doesn't even make sense, even remotely. Yes, it does.
Here.
It's because you're going through the entire
screw,
surface.
and I'll show the people.
I'll ram it in, you film it.
Okay.
How about that? Good idea.
See, wings are the 16 millimeter.
Yeah, you're right.
And
okay,
the
I get it.
Okay.
You're always right.
I'm just making sure
Should have known
that everybody
better.
knew that.
I'm pressing down on the back of the plane. And the reason I'm pressing down is because those anti-slip pads are not working worth a darn right this exact second. That worked perfect.
Big gap at the front though. Oh, you still have the front. That was the back screw. Sorry.
Yeah, that was the back screw.
There you go.
Pushing it down. Okay, so folks, real quick about serviceability. You see how like I was tripping over myself and stumbling and squeezing tubes and doing all sorts of steps. That's how much easier it is when it bolts together.
Yeah. Hey, you didn't explain why we put Dawn on.
Well, I mean, it's because if you stick it in and it's dry and there's lots of friction and you can't.
Squealing.
What?
If they're squealing.
Come here. Look, brown is toward the back, brown is toward the back, okay? Brown is toward the back, brown is toward the back. The brown is the ground, okay? In this case, if it was black, it'd be the ground is black. The red one is the voltage from the BEC, the battery eliminator circuit, voltage source, if you will. And then the orange in this case is signal. Okay, so signal is pulse width modulated signal for that particular channel. In this case, it's gonna be the rudder channel. Okay, so you see what I'm doing? I'm just trying to get this freaking thing to fold over. There we go, got it. Okay, so you see how this is slipping and sliding? It's driving me crazy. It's kind of making me mad. So I'm gonna see if this works. I don't know if this will. Oh, we're dripping Dawn everywhere. Should talk to her. We're gonna try to wipe this clean and see if, I mean, maybe there's a little bit of schmutz on there or something. Because when we first got this, that used to hang on to anything that you put on there. And I just feel like it hasn't been sticky for some time. Because those foam pads, they do eventually wear out in that regard.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm getting 2 more long ones while I'm over here.
Okay.
So if they squeak, then a little bit of Dawn will help to have a better experience. It's gonna, you know, squeal less and you're gonna have an easier time turning them in. Gosh, I'm just dropping everything today. I don't think that my cleaning worked at all, by the way. I think Dawn just screwed it all up.
Probably made it slipperier.
Nah. I don't know. Not slipping. I would feel so good if that thing like stuck perfectly. You know what gave me that idea?
What?
You know those things you put your sunglasses on your dashboard?
Oh, yeah.
Those black things you get, or well, gray or whatever color they are?
Yeah.
Mine are always black. And then you can put your sunglasses on there, and then you can take like a turn at like 300 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And the sunglasses don't go like, whoa, until the 3/4 of the way through the apex of the turn. And then they fling across the car so fast that they break out your passenger side window.
Yeah.
I think we do things different.
Almost happened to me the other day.
Yeah. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, it's like a sticky pad you put up on your dash, and they're awesome. And I was just thinking, you know, it'd be an amazing idea. It worked.
Just had to let it dry.
No, it's staying now. Okay, this thing's starting to look like an F-18. Just a few hours later. Okay, while I don't have wings on here, it's time for something. Because we don't like to jump around in our videos. We want to get straight to the point in a very logical order.
Yeah, you were talking about other sticky pad. You had a great idea, but then you didn't say what it was.
Sticky pad. Oh, the great idea was you could just take one of those sticky pads for the dashboard, and like if this does, it is actually a little bit more sticky than it was, but I think once it dries, it's probably gonna, it's a little bit more sticky. You could take one of those sticky pads or one of these sticky pads.
Yeah.
And you could put it there and it would help to restore that stickiness. Cause you know, it's annoying at times, but you need that plane to hold still while you're doing some steps. Okay, this is shelf liner. If you don't know what shelf liner is, it's a little bit like the sticky pads in the car, except they're designed to go into your drawers.
Yeah.
Awkward sounding. Okay, so you just stick it down your drawers and then all your problems are solved.
Nothing flies around.
Oh boy. Lost
Have we
in
mentioned?
translation.
Yeah, we've been married a long time.
Oh, goodness gracious. God, if they would have put that in the center, it probably would have worked better. Okay. You guys see this? This is double-sided.
No, it's
This is
not.
not double-sided tape. This is hook and loop. It's definitely not Velcro brand.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. Then it might be Velcro, but we don't know. We will never know.
I'm sure it would be labeled if it was.
Well, maybe the Chinese copied it exactly, like down to the fundamental molecular level, like they do
Sure, they've
so
never
often.
done that before.
Okay, so watch what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just stick it here. Oh yeah, perfect. Watch this.
And now we have to save that piece into perpetuity because we will never have something that's that exact size and shape. But
Michael Jackson liked it.
I'm sure he
Kind of
did.
caught him off guard. That's why he did the scream. So we're just gonna put this all the way around and we're just gonna tape it back, okay? Yes, this is shelf liner. It works amazing. Yes, we buy it in rolls like that. You may not need to buy that many.
I don't think there's really another way to buy it.
Yeah, no, I mean, but seriously though, we get a lot because we go through a lot of planes. I'm gonna put that right there, because then who put this on top of there? That was dumb.
I'm gonna need those anyway.
Oh, it was not me, for once. It was not me. So this is going to allow us to take a battery that would not be anti-slip or that doesn't have any Velcro. And, okay, even that small piece we used that I just threw in here, you remember that thing 3 seconds ago I just threw in there? Watch this. This is a slick surface, okay? I'm gonna just demonstrate. Slide, okay, well it's not that slick because there's like battery residue and stuff. Okay, so you see how slippery that is? Okay, now watch this. With a little bit of weight, it's gonna resist movement, okay? The cleaner the surface is, the better it's gonna work, okay? It's like if this is super, super clean, brand new battery, slick, this is gonna help. Once you get a little bit of pressure on there, and that's what this Velcro is gonna do, it's gonna hold it down, then it's gonna engage this material, and it's gonna help hold your battery in place. But then you don't have to necessarily take the Velcro and stick it there and then realize, oh crap, I need Velcro on the other side. Then you put Velcro here. Next thing you know, you're dealing with a Velcro ball. This really offends me. Okay? And you know me, I'm not easily offended.
Right.
Obviously. Yeah, it doesn't go this way, guys. It goes this way. Wow. Oh my goodness. Whoa. 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 Right there. Oh my goodness. All right, everybody. So we've come a long way in this video. Now we're soon to put the wings on. And this is a sweet looking plane, I must say, but I'm a little bit nervous about a few things. The next step we have to do is putting wings on, okay? Okay. Now this step is gonna suck bad. You wanna know why?
Because we have to feed those wires through the little...
Yeah, those wires that you pulled out violently, that I was like, no, wait! Yeah, those ones.
Well, and you have to replace
my aileron cables. Right. Okay, so let's look in the bag of tricks. Now, believe it or not, I've got bags like this that are 10 times as big and like 4 of them.
They believe you.
But like that's too short.
Ooh, we might have to go downstairs.
Well, yeah, we might, but I do literally have extension cords. So like this extension cord is probably appropriate for one of them, okay? And if I have 2 of them, then I'm good. Oh my goodness. What are the chances of that? Now, if these are the same length, go buy a lotto ticket quick. Oh yes, so good. Okay. Do you want to know why I like that they're different colors?
Because then you can label them left and right, or identify them easier at least.
It's like you've seen a video.
It's like I've done this 27,000 hours
that
of my
one
life.
time. Okay, I need to cut this elevator label off though, because that's going to be confusing.
Yes.
Now, admittedly, where the heck are the scissors?
They're probably out somewhere.
They're out right here.
Oh.
Somebody, again, put them in a weird spot. I wonder who did that. All right, so we'll keep that label for later.
Of course we will.
I'm just kidding. We'll throw it away later, I promise.
Sure.
Maybe. All right, so see what we got here now? Now, you remember this flap thing that I was using earlier? Okay.
Yep.
So watch this. Ailerons, oh, it's still going through its test bases. Okay, wonderful. Are we gonna test the rudders? Do you wanna test the rudders?
I don't know, at this point we probably should.
Nah, let's not, because I have to split the rudders too.
Well, and there's screw on, so if there's...
Okay, so listen. We have one that needs to plug in like this, okay? So this needs to go down the hole, down the poop chute. I know, I agree.
Wait.
These need to go this way so that they can receive the plugs from the wing. That means on one side, it's got to go this way. And on the other side, see what I've done? Ooh. I need these to go up the wing. The only thing I do not like about that is it doesn't have a detach protection. I wonder if that's a big enough problem. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna tape these on, because that's, if it's not taped, it's not professional.
Right.
Okay? So if you give me like $5, it can be professional. Watch this, guys, tape. This is temporary, so it doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be near perfect.
What does $5 get me?
You have to pay me, so it's professional.
Oh.
Like if I'm paid to do it, then it's a professional job.
Man.
Okay. All right, so brown is brown, brown is brown. We have the flap marked. You guys see what I'm doing? Have you connected the dots yet?
Yes.
Camera crew, explain what I'm doing.
So you're taping them together because then you're gonna feed them through the hole at the same time, so you don't have to do it twice.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I don't think you could otherwise. Okay, so now listen. So now here's the other trick of the day. Guys, you were waiting. You've been asking for another trick of the day, and you're gonna get it here on Brian Phillips RC, and this trick of the day is gonna be good. I am going to take a wire somewhere in here, okay? Yeah, as you can see, there's obviously many, many choices for wire. Oh man.
That one's
longer. Okay, so this one's fine. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take and just think this is the wing, then watch this, watch this. Whoop, 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 whoop. It's almost as bad as the R2D2.
Yeah.
R2D2,
So
he's always
then you're gonna
beeping.
plug
And,
those in and then pull it back through.
well, I'm gonna plug one in.
Well, yeah, just one.
Okay, so it's plugged in. Okay, just like that. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, please fit in the hole. Oh, for God's sake, if you don't fit, I'm gonna probably take you out back and burn you in the garbage pit. We don't have a garbage pit.
No, we do. We don't burn in it. That's a fun spot.
We recycle our garbage into piles of garbage. Come on, get in there. I bet that one French guy would really hate that comment. Makes me happy I did it. Show the people my problem currently. See this? I'm trying to pull this through the hole and it won't go because the nature of the shape of that connector. And so if you step to the side so I can also work, that'd be handy. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab these forceps and you're gonna have to still point the camera there, okay? See, just turn it sideways. Oh yes, it's a miracle. That's what it means. All right, now it's unplugged, okay? Now I can do the same thing over, Now, as you can tell, there's many, many steps to doing this. So if you decide you don't wanna split these control surfaces, nobody is gonna think you're stupid or lazy. They're gonna think you're smart. But I am the opposite of those things, evidently, by doing this.
Well,
So-
you also, I mean, they're not plugged in anyway, so you're gonna have to do a little bit of fiddling.
Well, oh, I just thought of a great idea. Watch this, guys. This is gonna be an amazing professional idea. Look at this tape. Watch this tape. Watch this. This is not a seen surface, okay? So I'm gonna do this. This would have been a super cool, like smart idea for the manufacturer to do. See how I tape that into position so that if I were to say accidentally yank on the cable just a little bit, it's gonna give me some resistance. Not total resistance, but enough, okay? So look, we've got this wire. Now, we can take the other half of the equation, which is here. We can plug in either of the two cables. I'm only going color for color because they are keyed inside and I don't want to damage the connector. You can actually plug these in wrong, by the way. It's easier to plug them in right than it is to plug them in wrong, in most cases. Not in all cases, but in most cases. Always gotta have that caveat. Oh, yes! Okay, so now we've got the flaps here and we've got the other wire, okay? So watch this. That wire comes out here. This wire comes out here, okay? So that's our full connection suite. Full suite of connections, okay? Then we have the elevator, which is super short. There was an extension cord.
The flaps are short too, though, now.
No, they're not now.
Well-
They'll be less short when we feed the wing in, okay?
Yeah, you will.
If that makes sense. Does it make sense?
Yeah, you'll get a little bit.
Do I
more
need to
length.
explain it to anybody else?
You have to explain it
Whoa.
to me. What?
That one just felt like it was at an angle, but it's not. Okay, I take it back. All right, guys, so now the next move is we actually have to plug in the wires on the wings. And admittedly, I wouldn't normally test all these connections, but because of the nature of how much of a pain in the butt that all was, I'm probably gonna test it today, okay? So I'm gonna lean my wing. All right, so this is the aileron. So we're gonna have extra length there too, of course, so that's gonna be like so long. Dang it. Okay, so I can untape this. See how that pulled? Now I kind of want to like tape all that crap together. So this is the flap. Ooh, this one's kind of tough now. Oh, the one that's flap is flap. Okay, so the flap is on the top in this case. I can tell from that little label. Look how long, look at all this excess cable we've got to work with. Please, just in case that gets yanked, hang on to it. Okay, I'm pushing this in. You see how I did that with the plastic? Not probably the best choice, but it's better than not doing it, right? Okay, brown is up, brown is up. Double checking that my connection that's professionally taped together. See, brown is up, brown is up. Now I'm gonna stuff this excess into the wing. Why am I stuffing it into the wing, camera crew?
It's gotta go somewhere.
That's right. Now I'm gonna turn this sideways so that my wing can go on. And you're like, but there's a wing joiner, Brian. Don't forget your wing joiner. I am aware of the wing joiner, and thank you for reminding me, people listening. The wing, I don't know if I want to call it a wing joiner, but it's the carbon fiber tube. And I have 2 screws. And you're like, I thought you said you were going to test this. I did say I was going to test it, and I didn't lie. I'm just not there yet. I'm going to get this full assembly. Oh, I can't find the center. Dang it, I hate it when that happens. So annoying. Okay, if you're ever trying to put a wing on and you can't get the carbon fiber joiner to go in, there's 2 ways to do it. You can try harder, or you can pull the wing out like this, just a little bit, and then it'll give you a little easier time, sometimes easier time, to get that. See how I got it started? Now that I'm started, oh, good Lord. Okay, now I can push that back. Woo! Holy crap, this plane has come together all of a sudden in the last few minutes, hasn't it?
It has.
Okay.
It's just all the dinking around with other
I already glued, I didn't glue, but I put the Dawn on there. Okay, let's see if this one's easy. Please be easy. Pretty please. We've had so many difficulties on this build. To be honest with you, it's been kind of a pain, to be honest. Like a lot of pain in the butt steps.
It's
mostly self-induced. I mean, it's kind of like Harry Carey style.
right.
But at the end of the day, I love the way the plane looks. I'm like super excited to fly it. I hope it flies half as good as it looks. It better fly better. The flaperons better be helpful, because I'm gonna be pissed if I wasted all that time and it's just like crap here.
So actually the build part
Has been
not
easy.
been hard at all. The cable
No.
management and the decals.
Yeah, but that's like every single jet that you've ever done is gonna have certain steps. And by the way, screws went in, no problem.
Yeah.
That's always handy. We've spent longer fixing screws. I'm serious, guys. You think I'm exaggerating? We've spent longer fighting screws on Dynam planes
Oh yeah,
than we
then
have
this
building
whole
this entire
video.
thing.
Yeah.
We've done surgery on planes just to get screws to line up on Dynam planes.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, you know, this plane is still reasonably, it looks really
looks
dang
cool.
good. All right. I'm just hoping it's not like 150 miles an hour and then stall at like 90, which sometimes does happen. So now we need to test our connections here, because I don't trust myself right now for some weird reason. Okay, so I have it in a sweep, but I don't want to sweep. I need it to be in the neutral because the flaps are attached and I don't want to overdrive them, as we've discussed in earlier portions of the video. So I'm going to test the flap connection. This tape I'm just sticking over here to get it out of the way. Okay, that was too professional for our taste. Okay. Ooh, watch that side. Okay, so the flaps are deployed. Very good, okay. So now I'm gonna unplug the flap so that it stops yanking on that thing. All right, then I'm gonna go to, there's 2 of them, one that's white and black. Okay, so this one's,
the white and black is this side towards me.
so then this one.
Yep.
Okay, so this one's gonna go yellow toward camera crew. Aileron. This one's not as big an issue. Okay, so we'll sweep up and down on this. Oh yeah. When you guys see that full length aileron, flaperon, oh, it's gonna be so cool. It's gonna seriously be cool. And also, by the way, if you do this, ooh, that was weird. It didn't like when I pulled it out. Got kind of upset and jealous. It's like, you're mine forever. All right, we're just gonna turn this. All right, so now this one should be, you know, by reasons of deduction, should be even easier, okay? So I just hung it on there. Okay, the aileron is the white and red and black. So the brown is gonna go down and the black is down in this case. Now there's no connection protection there, but it's okay because like honestly, it's gonna be stuck in the wing. So I'm, whatever, caution to the wind. Okay, yellow is up, brown is down, okay. All right, so you've got that full snap and retention there. Then similar to what we did the last time, I'm just gonna turn this and walk it in closer to the fuse and I'm just gonna work these two labels inside of the pocket here. And then that's just gonna give us, hopefully, better alignment than what we've got now. Because as you can see, I'm kind of running into that edge. There we go. Okay, sliding it all the way in. Oh, yes. Yes! Thank God, it's almost done. Okay. So now I need to get a couple of these short screws. Now, just full disclosure, FMS likes to give one extra screw of the non-like spinner style if they're like really weird, obnoxious. So we have 2 extras, okay? I always keep the extras in case I need to build a house or something someday.
Someday we can.
Someday we'll build a machine out of all the spare screws. And truthfully, I didn't probably need to lube those screw tips, but since I lubed the other ones, I'm gonna lube these. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, isn't that gonna make it back off easier? The answer to your question is probably. So I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Okay. So if you don't wanna do it, that's fine. It's not gonna hurt anything. If it squeals and it's really, really difficult the whole time, because it's gonna be just like a Brian Phillips RC video.
Right.
The squealing and painful the whole time.
Difficulty.
Yes. Okay, so just, you know, if I turn this upside down, it would probably be easier.
Yeah, but
it's more fun to watch somebody work hard. It's actually not too bad. This plane is sweet looking. I really have a sweet spot for the F-18, especially since Top Gun 2. Just kidding, guys. I liked it before Top Gun 2. But that would be funny if I like held it that hard. I should have made the hard sell on that. That would have been funny. It's like, yeah, they sucked before Tom Cruise did it. Then it was awesome. Sorry, I might need to pay royalties now.
I think we're probably okay.
Whatever. There's gonna be some bot that's like, your video has been flagged by Tom Cruise, and please look forward to your lawsuit paperwork. I didn't make fun of him yet. All right, so we're doing pretty good. I think this plane is like almost built. So the only thing now that we need to figure out is we need to figure out if we're going to go ahead and get the receiver plugged in. Now, truth is, we are gonna get the receiver plugged in, but I don't know the exact timing of that because here's the thing. When you plug in a receiver, that is the time when you need to know where to land your cables. So we probably need to take a minute, clean some stuff up, we'll be right back. All right, so we got things cleaned up a little bit, put out some tools. I just labeled my right aileron. Really complicated stuff. Took a sticky note. I made a left aileron. And I'll just show you how I do this real quick. It's very basic stuff, but then it'll be easier because the complexity of this radio setup will definitely contribute to my frustration if I don't label these. So it basically says LA on one side and it says LA on the other side too. And then I just take and trim off the extra tape if there is any. And that's all you have to do. It's very basic. So now we have our left and right ailerons labeled front and back. And then we have all the wires separated out and ready to go. So the beginning of the radio setup is pretty basic. You want to kind of get all your cables organized in such a way that if you have some sort of a weirdity, you can sort of deal with it now instead of dealing with it later. So the rudder is going to be detached. We've already pulled out the aileron Y cable, and that was replaced by these 2 long straight cables, okay? Now, if you don't have enough cables to do that, you're going to need to buy cables. It's just the way it is. There's no way you can cut and make 2 out of it unless you have an end termination kit, and then you can cut the Y cable and terminate one end and just use the other half. Okay, I've done that in the past. It's not something I like to do because building these ends is a pain in the butt. Okay, even though I know how to do it, I don't like doing it. So this rudder goes to the nose gear, okay?
So you are splitting out the rudder?
That was my, yeah, that's my plan.
Okay.
Because I can't do the elevator, the split elevator. So I'm just gonna write on here like, I'm actually gonna just do, I'll do the same thing I did before. I'm just gonna write nose, okay? Nose, and the only reason I'm doing this is because it will be easier for myself later if I run into any complications, okay? You can see I'm being super careful and just making sure everything is cut perfectly. Obviously, perfect. So I want that to say nose. And the other one's just gonna say rudder, okay? And it's also gonna be on a splitter, okay? So the splitter, if it's a 3-way splitter, may end up becoming a 2-way splitter, right? And so as a result, I can take advantage of having a cable that's a 3-way splitter, because 3-way splitters are a lot less common, but when you need them, okay? Nope, looks like we don't have to mess with that. So I can unplug this. So the rudder is the rudder, and the rudder is the nose rudder, okay? If that makes sense. All right, so now we've got this. We gained a Y cable, and we lost a Y cable, okay? Or I actually gained 2 Y cables for next project. All right, so obviously the gear are gonna be for the retract mechanism, so in and out. And then this is the throttle. Okay, so we've got everything sort of identified. We've got everything in close enough proximity to be able to work all the connections and be able to do cable management. Basic cable management is important, especially in these jets, because you have to have everything sort of come to a common point. And if you don't do the stuff that we're doing now, you'll do it at some point anyway. So you might as well get it done now. And we have plenty of length. It looks like our limiting factor is gonna be the nose rudder. And so if you had any concerns about that, you could extend your length by adding short servo extension cords. But I don't think we're gonna have a big problem. That's just gonna be our limiting factor, okay? Because I plan on putting the receiver up here, because there's plenty of room up there. And then that gives us the maximum flexibility to put the battery in forward and backward from that central position there. Okay, so now what's the first part of the radio setup? Obviously open the package. So I cheated off camera. I started peeling that stupid staple that always gets in my way out of the way. And I'm gonna pop this thing out. So this is the AR8360T, and it comes with this fancy little wire. There is a manual in here that will step you through some of the procedures. There's multiple languages in there, just so you know. But I do really like this receiver. It's just that it's also, you know, like $15 more on top of an already expensive 637. So if you get these planes with a reflex, you can do stabilization, but if you try to do anything fancy, it's gonna be a lot harder. Now you can mount this any angle you want, okay? In our case, it's gonna be mounted something like this, or something like this, but probably like this, right here on the upside down. Now, if you had tons of room and you had tons of extra cable, you could bring this all the way up here, but then you're gonna run into the problem of the fact that your canopy needs to go in there, okay? So you're pretty much stuck mounting it down here if you can fit it, but then you have to chase all your wires underneath, which is gonna be very difficult. Or you have to mount it like this, and that's gonna block access to your battery, or like this, same thing. And so obviously the no-brainer is once you're all done setting it up, you slide it back in there, and then you do your first time setup for AS3X and safe. Now, lucky for us, the bind button is up here, and we don't need to get into the bind button, okay? Or the bind plug rather, right? But if you'd ever have to reprogram this, you're probably gonna be replacing the double-sided tape or whatever it is you use to adhere it to the ceiling. Now, what the heck is this, you might be saying, if you're not used to these telemetry-based or the higher telemetry receivers. They all have a little bit of telemetry on them anymore. Then this is an extension cord that's gonna allow us to plug in parallel this micro pH connector, which goes into this plug here, and that tells your pack voltage, okay? So I like to plug this in just to give me something to hang on to. It's a little easier to hang on to that. And this is gonna go back and wire into your actual wire here. But look how much slack we don't have, guys. That's gonna suck. Come on, FMS, come on, man. Why? That's so short. Good Lord, okay. So there's 2 or 3 ways you can do this, but I'm gonna show you the easy way, okay? I usually braid this cable and it becomes basically another servo line that goes back, and then eventually it lands on the power cord. Okay, the power cord being that cord, okay? I don't know why you went to that side.
Because I can't see it at all.
Okay, so right here, we're gonna land this inside, but then that has to make a loop back. You don't have to shorten this, but you can if you want, okay? My suggestion is to twist this before you land it, because it's a lot easier to do at the beginning. And so this is what I always do, and it has served me well in the past. You see I'm making this nice tight weave. It's not actually a braid because there's only 2 cables, so you can't really braid it. But you'll see what I do is I just hold my thumb and forefinger here together, and then I spin it. Now the quicker and easier way, of course, is to get a drill and put this into the chuck carefully so you don't break it, and then spin the drill while holding the other end, and it will tighten that cable up on itself, just like I'm doing. The difference is this gives you a little bit better control over how tight that braid, it's not a braid, again, twist goes, right? And you're probably thinking to yourself, good Lord, Brian, you are picky, picky, picky. Yes, yes I am. And I'm picky, and yet I made my awesome label out of a sticky note and a piece of tape, okay? I'm picky about the things that matter in this environment, or at least what I believe matter in this environment, okay? Now I'm gonna get down to where there's maybe an inch or so that's kind of like separatable, if you will. And that's because these connectors, you need a little bit of room to work with it, like physically use your fingers to work with it. But it's really hard to twist this once it's mounted, okay? Very, very difficult, okay? So you see I just go to the other end and I just twist and just take out any slack and I pull it hard. And why do I do that? Because the cable will sort of get a memory to it and then it doesn't undo itself, see? Now, why is that not twisted from China? I don't know. These are the questions that keep me up at night. So that being said, this can now become part of the bundle of everything else and it will come out like that. But it ultimately needs to terminate into here. Now that is a ridiculously short lead. Why the heck is it short lead? There is literally no excuse for it. I don't care, FMS. Make a longer lead, that's disgusting, okay? And I don't complain that viciously, except for when it's so asinine stupid. And that is asinine stupid. Okay, now, by the way, FMS, if you're watching this video at this length, at this deep, you should have probably done the decals too. So chances are they're not listening. 0.7 millimeter driver. You can also use a toothpick. We've used both. The toothpick works nice, but that is just ridiculous. It's embarrassingly short.
I'm not sure.
I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to plug in my freaking airplane now because it's so short. I'm trying to pull the ESC forward if it'll give me a little slack, and it's not feeling very promising. I just wish it was just glued in there. I don't know. That's gonna be a Bearcat to plug in. Yeah. And then how the heck are you supposed to resolder a new end on there? Well, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, guys. I've got, this battery is the battery I plan to use, okay? That's only a 30C. Then I've got these two from Arrows that are going to probably end up being an accommodation here. And here's the only saving grace right now. Geez, that XT60, look at that, guys. You ever get an XT60 looks like that and it doesn't have any purchase when you plug it in? Take a Phillips bit, make sure it's not plugged in so you don't accidentally tase yourself. And just put that Phillips tip in there and open up those pedals. You see those pedals opening up? Okay, same thing here. And you can do that, you know, a number of times. Eventually those pedals will break, okay? Now watch the purchase now. Oh yeah, penetration. And it's got some strength to it, okay? That would have just fallen off before. So now look, we go up to this bigger size connector. And that's the only saving grace here is that I can then plug in and bring an extension cord out, okay? Now that's gonna work fine for this battery. It's gonna give us some flexibility, but then for this battery, it's gonna be like one of these where you have to plug it in up here and then drop the battery in. It's gonna be a pain, okay? So FMS, if you're watching at this point, please don't do that anymore. Give us plenty of length. That's ridiculously short.
Yeah.
And it makes it really hard to put this telemetry in. Okay, so we were just having a little discussion that you guys probably can't see this, and I'm sorry, you can thank FMS for that because there is no way for me to do this any other way, and the camera crew seems to think that I'm like in the way, and I am in the way, but that's just the life of a camera crew, I guess, today. So the red wire needs to go in and the black wire needs to go in, and there needs to be some mechanical separation between the two. And you see I just put, God, this is gonna suck. It's so short. And yes, all I'm doing is piercing, you're blocking all my light, and you move back. Thank you. That's a little bit better. Okay, so those are 10 leads. So I'm just sticking that in so I get penetration into the connector or into the wire, okay? I am thoroughly penetrated there, okay? Now I'm gonna take I'm kind of going at an angle like this. So I wanna break that silicone, but then get into the weave of the cable and then turn it. So I'm making a pocket. The pocket will close. Okay, stick it in, get deep penetration, and then that's literally all you need to do. Keep in mind, you're not carrying any current through this or very, very minuscule amount of current because this is just a test point, okay? It's in parallel to the rest of the circuit, but it's just a test point. Now, normally I would use clear tape, but since that's in such an inaccessible and difficult area to get, I think I'm gonna use black tape. I'm gonna use some vinyl tape to give me a slightly better chance at success. Gosh, we're almost out of this one. We're gonna have to get a new one out. Okay, so this isn't gonna take very much, but usually what I do is I'll take off about, you know, 1/2 inch or 3/4 of an inch. I mean, barely any at all, guys. It doesn't take hardly at all. And all I'm doing is just keeping this thing from popping off, okay? If I had more wire to work with, I could do this a million times more resiliently. But because FMS has shortchanged us so badly on this ESC, we're just gonna have to do it this way, okay? So, yep, I get frustrated sometimes at these manufacturers, but only after they've really done something that makes me mad, and this makes me mad. But generally speaking, FMS does a good job, so I shouldn't complain too much, given the fact that they have done a lot of good things on this plane. And to be honest with you, it is a sweet looking plane. It's not their fault that the plane is shaped the way it is. Oh wait, they designed it. So yes, it is, sort of. That being said, okay, so now that we have done that, I'm gonna do the positive side. And no, I'm not gonna like change tape or anything like that. I'm just gonna use black tape for both sides. And it's kind of the same thing, and you see it yanked out. That's what I was afraid of. Son of a biscuit lover. So the idea is I need this to go in and stay in, right? So you guys are getting what I'm laying down. So if I go in and it pops out easy, then it's gonna be more likely to pop out and then lose potential telemetry data. Now that does not crash your plane, it just means you won't have the data until you have time to get in there and fix it. Now here's my biggest problem with this crappy short lead, is that now every single time that I go in to plug my battery in, I'm gonna be tempting fate and breaking or making that connection. Now, the alternative is to rebuild this connector, but good luck doing that because look how short you've got to work with. So the other option is you build an extension cord, okay? Now an extension cord in this case would probably consist of, let's talk about this for a second. Those are in now. So the extension cord would consist of something similar to this, and it could be just called a tap cable. So you build your connector like this, you solder in your connection while you're building this to your little black and white cable that goes to telemetry, okay? Then you build a male and a female combo, okay? And then you have the same connection that you have a little bit more to work with, and then you go out to maybe you're not gonna be using an EC5 like this, maybe you'll use an IC5. Excuse me, maybe you'll be using an IC5, so you can buy an IC5, but it doesn't matter. An EC5 makes perfect sense in here because there is no data pin to worry about, and that's really the only difference there, except I do like that you can pull these pants off of here, as opposed to on an EC5, you have to feed your wire all the way through, solder it, and then pull it back in, and it's very difficult to do and have good results. I've struggled with them every time I built them. I build connectors professionally for a living. I hate building those connectors. That's, part of what I do. Okay, so you see what I did there? It's not rocket science until it's a rocket ship, okay? So this is technically not rocket science, but that was a real pain in the neck. And I wish that there was a way to get better strain relief, but I just can't get in there very effectively. Now, if you really wanna get it better than that, you're gonna have to go in and release the ESC in the back. And I don't think that's gonna make it easy. It's just gonna be another tedious task. But at the same time, it's technically done. Okay, so we'll plug this in. Hey, it's plugged in. Yay, we have telemetry sort of now. Okay, so the plane's not done, but we will. You guys follow what I'm saying? So there you go. So when you're all done, this will all be bound together neatly, and then this can be then glued in its position. Then we'll manage the antennas. All right. Now also I wanted to point out one other thing I noticed about this plane. You see, if you come over here and point the camera into this area, see this? You see how this wire is twisted? That drives me nuts. But what I want is at the end of the day, I want to stick a piece of foam or a piece of tape and just hold these so that they're trapped in that pocket right there, okay? Because I don't like that it's twisted, and I also don't like that they're allowed to push back, because I don't want that to be a limiting factor on where my battery position can be. Okay, if that makes sense. All right, good. So now that we have that telemetry part taken care of, which I'm not like real thrilled with it, it's gonna work, okay? It's gonna be fine. I just wish I could get a zip. Okay, we're gonna get one zip tie. One zip tie is what we're gonna do. Okay, one zip tie. We'll use one of these zip ties. And here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna show you the trick of the day, guys. Another trick of the day is kind of a big zip tie for this. Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna work. Yeah, it's gonna work because I'm gonna make it work. All right, guys. So the zip tie is gonna get started. We're not gonna pull it tight. I'm gonna go back like as far as I can go. Okay, like this. See, I'm gonna go back to where that white is, let's say. I'm just gonna pull that tight, like really tight. Now, why did I do that, camera crew?
So that it's not pulling on the little telemetry wire.
So every time that I plug in my battery, it doesn't want to yank on that little connection, that weak, crappy, pushed into the hole of the silicone sheath connection. Yes, so you're correct. Okay, so the next step for us is going to be pretty basic stuff. We're gonna go ahead and build a model, and we're not gonna do all the mixing and all that stuff. We're just gonna build the basic model so that we can then tell where exactly the wires are going to land on the receiver, okay? We cannot do this step unless you have it memorized by some freak chance. Now, I wanna show you one other thing that just happened. Come around here. Okay, so this is one of the problems with going halfway across, okay, is that you're not always gonna get these things to stay intact. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it's basically, I tried to roll the edges where I could when I was doing it, but these things are pretty fragile, very fragile to be specific. So that's gonna be annoying for you if you go through the trouble of trying to make it nice and then they break like that. Okay, so our next move is to basically set up the radio, okay? So we gotta set up the radio and build a profile for this model, which is gonna take a little bit of extra effort because we have to add a mix at some point for the rudder, okay? Now, the other thing too to keep in mind is I'm not sure if stabilization is going to be active on the non-ruddered channel, okay? And so that's just something I thought of just now. So if you have a stabilizer, and the stabilizer, I do not know if I can activate the rudder channel. The mix from the rudder to the other channel may or may not actually operate with the stabilizer. Oh, dang it, I just thought of that. Because that means when you're taking off, you'll have the rudders that are acting upon AS3X. SAFE doesn't really actuate the rudder in this case. It actuates the elevator and the ailerons. But I'm thinking if you're giving it full bore and you've got a crosswind or something and it's wanting to push your nose off course, or maybe there's like a little bit of a crown on the road and your trajectory is this direction and it's wanting to kind of push you this direction, then AS3X would typically tend to favor you back to where you were coming from, unless of course you were giving it input. So I'm not sure if this mix, since it's going to be mixed to the rudder, is going to respond accordingly. Because we've got the two rudders and we've got the nose wheel. I gotta think on that. Worst case scenario, we reintroduce the rudder and we just abandon the mix. It's not a big deal. We'll just have a spare channel for something else. So we need to think on that at some point. So the first step we got to do is turn on the transmitter. Obviously, this is the NX10. Okay, so I'm going to cancel them back. I'm going to go all the way to the newest portion. I'm gonna go add new model. There's other ways you can do it. I'm gonna create an acro. This takes longer if you have a lot of models. I have a lot of models. So once it's done creating the model, then we'll go in and we'll verify some different things like wing type. That's our first part. We have to basically figure out where we're gonna land our wires. We don't have to have everything worked out. So model select is where we just came from. Model type, that's the acro. Model name, this is where we type in the name. So we'll type it and come right back. All right, so the FMS F-18 V2, 70 millimeters. This is actually technically a licensed product from Boeing. It's an F-18F V2, whatever that means. Okay, aircraft type. This is where it gets complicated, okay? So technically I have 2 ailerons and 1 flap. I do not technically have flaperons. And I technically do not have 1 aileron and 1 flap because I have 2 channels for the ailerons. Now, I also don't have elevons because elevons would be like, you know, like on the SR-71, for instance. Okay, so 2 ailerons, 1 flap. How about that? And then the tail, so like if I wanted to do dual elevators, that's how you could do it. Or you could split your rudders and your your aileron. That's what I was gonna do, okay? Because then the rudder stays the same. But in this case, I'm gonna go ahead and set it up. I'm just trying to think to myself, if I were ever to have second thoughts and wanna go back in there and do surgery on that cable, I don't know how the heck I would do it though, it's a problem. I would have to like put something on there and just like pull it out and rip it. Because I don't know how else to get the wires through.
Yeah, I don't either.
You'd have to put them on the outside or something. This is gonna be a terrible option. So, all right, so I'm just gonna do normal and then this.
How are you gonna mix in the nose?
It's a different area.
Different thing, okay.
Okay, so 3-axis gyro. Aircraft options active. That's weird. I guess I've never really even played with that. But throttle mode, okay, so select image. I'm gonna go to standard image file and then scroll to, pretty sure there's no F-18 in here. We got like the closest thing would be like the Habu. Good enough for me. But then I see this, I've never really paid attention. I don't even know what that does. Oh, that'd be for helicopters. That's for helicopter, I think. Okay, so flight mode setup, we are gonna have flight modes. Okay, so let's talk about this for a sec. We're gonna have flaps here. We're gonna have retracts here. We're gonna have no thrust reverse here. I don't know why that was pulled toward me. That's always supposed to be back. I have to talk to Andrew if he was using this. And then this is throttle cut. This will be master gains. This will be my dual rates and expo. This is not gonna be used. This one's probably gonna be where I'm gonna control my modes. This one is gonna be where I tie in full length flaps. Because it's possible that I don't want full length flaps all the time. I just want it part of the time. So I have like the normal full length flap and then I'll have one that's like not. And then there might be like one that's crow, okay? So that'll be like my normal default will be that I have full length flaps, okay? So that's not gonna be a flight mode necessarily, but it could also be another flight mode so I could separate my trims on this. I don't think I'm gonna do that yet though. Okay, so now I need to spoken flight mode. So I have flight mode 1, 2, and 3. So in flight mode 1, I want it to say probably AS3X, so cancel and back for both, whoops, and it clears it. So I'm gonna scroll in AS3X and come right back. So AS3X, remember this is just a label, it's not actually the setting. Okay, then I have to scroll way down to about here, we'll come back. Okay, so AS3X mode.
AS3X mode.
Okay, remember, this is gonna be off, okay? Cancel, cancel, and then off, OFF. I think I said both, but that's not both. That's to go into the model select. Okay, so now I can hit back. Then I wanna change this to off. There's a word off that's found way down at the bottom. Like all the things you need are at the opposite of where your menu starts. Now, just to be clear, here's off. So just to be clear, you can set up your own custom menu so that you have less stuff to scroll through, but I'm trying to show you from like a virgin brand new, setup, okay? Oops, gotta set the third one too. Okay, so this one's gonna be safe. All right, so safe. And then I'm gonna scroll way down again. All right, safe. Off and AS3X mode. Now, if you wanted to make another flight mode, you can actually do 2 flight modes. There can be a flight mode 1 and a flight mode. You can flight mode 1 through 3, and then you can do another flight mode over here. I'm not sure I want to do that yet, but I'm kind of like torn on how to handle it actually, because it might be helpful and necessary to have different trims for when I have crow versus when I have full-length flaperons versus inboard flaps only. So it's a little bit tempting to just set another flight mode here. Now, if that's flight mode here, then what's gonna happen is you'll see what happens, look. So it's actually a matrix of controls. But I don't know what to assign those names. So if I went to spoken flight mode, then you can only do the spoken flight modes on that first assignment, if that makes sense, okay?
Oh, so she wouldn't say 2 things.
No.
Oh.
So you see this? And you see how it says off in flight 2? That's mine. See, that's a different flight mode now. See, it's flight mode 4. See how it says flight mode 1, flight mode 4, flight mode 3. Flight mode 1, 2, and 3. Okay, there's 1, 4, and 3. And then there's 1, 5, and 3. Okay, so it's a matrix, it's a combination. So I wanted to point that out to you because that's sort of weird, isn't it? Look at that. See, it moves it left and right. Does that make sense?
Sort of.
See, this moves it left and right. This moves it up. This moves it, and we're in the middle column. That's the bottom column, okay? So you can actually choose between all the different configurations. Mm-hmm. But I don't understand why that's only one mode.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, why can't you change the top setting on switch C?
So then if you go to the spoken flight mode, you can see flight mode 1, 2, and 3. But then what if it's here? See, flight mode 4. See that?
Yeah.
So that's why I point that out to you, and that's why I wasn't sure if I wanted to do that, because really, I'm not sure if I want that to be true. Because that's my normal mode. So that'd be like with normal full-length flaps. And then if I'm in normal, like inboard flaps only, I still want it to be the same conditions. So really, I'm not sure I'm gonna actually set that, guys. So I take it back, I'm gonna just inhibit that again. But I wanted to show you that it can be done. I'm just sorry that I didn't know better. Now I know better. All right, so, because there's a lot of learning in this video, obviously. All right, channel assign. I know that aux2 is not gonna be B, so I'm gonna just inhibit that, okay? I want it to be inhibited. Here's why, because B is gonna be for my flaps, okay? So now I'm walking out again. All right, now we should know where everything hooks up. Oh, good Lord, there's a lot going on there. Okay, so we obviously, throttle cut is not set, but we have throttle, we have rudder, nothing here. There's our flight modes. Flaps aren't even assigned yet, so let's just go in order this time because there's so much going on. Okay, so first things first, I wanna set up my dual rates and expo, so we'll just set them as normal, so it'll be 5, 10, and 20. 5, 10, and 20, and then with the 20, I'm gonna drop down the rate to 90. Okay, then I'm gonna set the same exact setup on all 3, and I'll show you my rationalization here in a second. So 5, 10, and 20. And this is gonna be on top of AS3X and or safe or off. Okay, so that's where we're gonna start. If we want more, we've got almost double. And if we want less, we've got about half. Then we land and we make our adjustments after the maiden flight, okay? So 5% expo, then 10% expo, and then 20% expo with the rates being dropped, okay? So that's where we're gonna start. Then differential we're not messing with. We could use differential, but we're probably not gonna use. Differential is where one aileron would go, in a positive value, one aileron would be deflected more up than the one that's going down would be down, okay? So normal would be even. Differential at 100% would be only this one, only this one, only this one, only this one. 5% would be most of the way down, but 95% the way down, okay? This would be all the way up and then 95% down. In a negative fashion, what would happen is if you did 100% differential negative, then only the downward would move. Only the downward would move. Only the downward. Not in opposition to your aileron movement, but it would move only the downward aileron. That's what negative differential would do.
Why would you do that?
Because there is a certain amount of, okay, when you move this aileron up and you leave this one still, you have more effectiveness in that maneuver than you do in this maneuver, okay? And so there's more adverse yaw from this move, I guess, I don't know. I've heard that you can minimize some of the adverse yaw. So usually it's like a 25 to 50% change. So you have this one goes up 100%, this one goes down like 50%, okay? Up 100%, down 50%, up 100%, down 50% to, you know, of course, roll it this way or to roll it that way. So then if you have a negative differential, then what would happen is if you had that same 50% output, this one would go down 100%, this one would go up 50%. This one would go down 100%, this one would go up 50%. But you're still going the same direction. Okay, the differential is the difference. Differential is something that's used in a dual aileron configuration, okay? All right, so then throttle cut, of course, we want throttle cut set on switch H. It's not as critical on an EDF switch, but I still like to have protection so you don't bump and have the plane roll away, but you're less concerned about, say, having something stuck all the way up the tailpipe and getting cut off. Throttle curve, we're not messing with. Analog switch setup, digital switch setup. We'll be doing some stuff potentially if we did thrust reverse, but otherwise not in this mode. Okay, so I want to set this to switch B. Now you can see flap, elevator, and crow, okay? So there's lots of different settings. We're gonna have to play with that later. And we want the speed to be, let's just call it 2 seconds for now. And for now, they're all linked, okay? Attached to switch B. All right, I don't wanna change the position because we don't have the actual receiver plugged in yet, so we'll just leave it at 0, okay? Also, you don't want this to be doing elevator compensation until you have verified all your safe and AS3X settings, so you don't have like the elevator going the wrong direction. If you have to do a mechanical trim, you want to be able to get it right. We'll talk about that more later. Mixing will be used. I'm not sure exactly how we're going to do the mixes yet, but we're going to have a mix at some point that mixes from normal. It's going to be rudder to whatever channel we need plugged into it. Okay, so I don't know what that is yet, so I'm just gonna start the mix and we'll come back to it. Timer, I have no freaking clue. Did they talk about that?
No, never.
So normally where you would look is you would look at the beginning here. This is where they recommend the battery, if they recommend a battery. Is this where they do? No, they don't. Okay, which is ironic. We never actually looked at any of this. Hardly. I'm just double checking, it doesn't say anything. So we do have the CG, we'll have to mark that at some point. Okay, all right, so where did we see, oh, it must have went on the box. It was on the box, 3,300, okay, so we're done with that except for CG. All right, so let's just say that our timer is gonna be 3 minutes on the safe side, but we don't necessarily need it 1 out active. Anything over 25% is gonna start the timer. At 1 minute, I want voice. At 20 seconds, nothing. At 10 seconds, I want voice. At expiration, I want tone and vibrate with a tone every minute thereafter. Telemetry will auto-populate, and then we're ready to bind. But because we don't know where anything plugs in, we have to go to this screen. This is the first part of the setup. Now we have to go and plug everything in. And believe it or not, this is where things start to kind of fall into place all at once, really quick. Really quick. That was a joke, guys. Hilarious. Sorry to tempt you with that. Okay, first things first. The most obnoxious cable is usually the best one to start with. and meaning the shortest. Okay, so this is, the problem is I don't know where this is gonna plug in. So let's look at our screen. We have throttle, right aileron, elevator, rudder, flaps, left aileron, auxiliary 2, auxiliary 3. Okay, so we have 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 7 and 8 are opened. Of course, we're gonna be using 4 and 5. Now, I don't know why that's jostling around. Hold on. We have sliders on this. Okay, so there's that and there's that. Okay, we normally don't use those, but they are currently attached here as such. These are sliders, okay? So they're an analog control, not just a switch, but we're not gonna use them. This is another analog control, auxiliary 3, so let's use auxiliary 2. Nothing is attached to aux 2. Okay, so we're good on that. So aux 2 is where we wanna land. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You want to try not to use aux 3 because that's a pluggable channel. Okay, so signal is up and minus is down. So brown is down, guys. So that was 7, aux 2, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. So now what we're going to do is just going to work our way back through the ranks. Now the other thing you can do is if you know for sure how you want this cable to be controlled, that's you don't want to wrap it around this one because it's so short, and this one goes in here into the hole and then goes forward, okay? So I want to wrap that eventually around something, maybe like one of the aileron leads or something, just so I can kind of stay tied up. Okay, so this is the retracts. Retracts, brown is down. Retracts are on which channel? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh crap, it's not labeled.
Yeah, why doesn't it say?
Yeah, why doesn't it say gear?
Gear's always on 5.
That's because gear 5 is used by something else. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I guess channel 8, but we can reassign the knob. Okay, so this one will just be channel 8. Okay. We didn't miss one, did we? Wait, channel 6 is the left aileron. So that'd be like flap.
6, but
yeah, it doesn't matter. That's
5.
why we had to do this first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is flap. Mm-hmm. Oh, because we still have flaps, and then we have the 2 ailerons. Yep. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Sorry, guys, little brain fart there. So here's flap.
So flap is 5.
5 is your inboard flaps, your normal inboard flaps. Okay. Just pulling these back just a little bit so that you can actually see the cable. Okay. You guys see, when I tape it like that, I can still slide them back, which is nice. Okay, so this is rudder. So this is the actual true rudder on the aircraft.
So 4 still.
You see what I did there? I just made a loop like this. Channel 4. Okay. So brown is down, guys. Now you can tie your slack up by the front or you can tie it back there. My suggestion is put it back there. But then I got a nice little loop so I can tie that together. Same thing here. See what I did? I mean, nice little loop. This is right aileron. Right aileron goes to channel 2.
Yep, correct.
Okay, and those get confusing sometimes, the right and left ailerons, folks, so don't be surprised if you're confused at some point during the build. That's normal. Okay, what channel?
So left aileron will be 6 now.
So after what?
Flap.
After flap. Okay. After flap. And that's a Futaba cable, but that's okay. No big deal. Okay, then I have elevator, which should be what, channel 3? Okay, so channel 3 is channel 3. And you'll notice my cable management has already begun. Because basically, brown is down, guys. Okay, so plugged in. All right, and then this one's throttle. Of course, throttle is going to go to channel 1. The only time you'll deviate from that is if you have an avian ESC. Just make sure you read the manual because there are some different things you have to do on those sometimes. Okay, so that's plugged in. Then we have our bind programming. SRXL2 connection is not going to be used in this application, and we have everything plugged in. What the heck? I feel like we thought we were going to have an extra.
Channel.
No, the extra channel was only if we weren't going to split the rudder.
Yeah.
We did. Okay, so now that we have that done, you can see we've got a nice little bundle here of cables. Now, I want to get this so that it's as functional as possible, and so what I'd like to do is I would like to tie up some of this, but I guess I'm probably a little bit premature on that. Because really, at the end of the day, I need all this to be bundled together like that at some point. So I'm just gonna do that now. We may need to change it later, but you know what? I'm willing to throw caution to the wind on this step because cable management done in the right order is a lot easier than cable management done at the last second. And I've done both ways. I prefer the former. Okay, so we're gonna get this, all the excess that is a potential conflict. I want these flat like that. And do it right behind my plastic labels. That would be ideal, but I don't think I'm gonna get that lucky. Okay, so now that's gonna just hold those there. And what happens when you do that is you have a little bit less chance of accidentally unplugging a cable, okay? Not none, but less, okay? So now, as you can see, we've got this short, stupid cable. You do not know why they did that. And this is eventually going to be mounted in up here. So I just need to make sure I can actually physically make it reach. And that's where you just kind of got to do this stuff along the way as you go. See, and that would be nice if it could be up here, because then it'd be, you know, nice and reasonably easy to get to, but then you're gonna limit all your battery mount positions. This could be mounted sideways too, like if you wanted to have it sideways, so it's a little easier to see, a little bit more resilient, but then you're gonna have this off angle to it, which does get corrected at some point. It's just a lot harder for it to correct that than it is to correct this or this. Which I'm not gonna go in, just take my word for it on that one. There's an adjustment in the Safe and AS3X setup, guys, if you're not aware of it already. Okay, so this doesn't need to be centered, but to me, it would make better sense if it was. I need to stand there. I'm sorry, I'm right-handed. I don't know why I'm trying to do that with my left hand. So I'm just moving my fingers as far back as I can. I'm just trying to find a spot. There we go. So now you see these antennas, they're gonna need to come out at some point, okay? So I can't really control the thing as I slide it back there, but you see what's happening is everything is going in just fine. I need to pull a little bit of slack through on the throttle, and that's the only one I really need some extra flexibility on. So you guys see this too. I don't like the way the throttle is riding in there. I'm gonna just see if it's better if I go around like this and plug it back in. Brown is down, black is down, okay? And then you can see kind of what I'm talking about. This big bundle is gonna ultimately be like that back there. I don't really care how it sits as long as it doesn't get unplugged in the absent our visibility, right? Okay, so that's where that's gonna go. I'm actually okay with that. I'm not like thrilled with the cable management, but I've never been thrilled with the cable management in a jet, I don't think ever. And it's definitely better than it could be, because now we've got lots of room to move the battery around, to manipulate the CG. The only problem is, as we mentioned right at the beginning of the video, there's always that struggle to be able to get the battery back this direction, okay? So I think this is probably about where it's gonna have to be, guys. Okay?
Under
What?
15% on my phone.
Okay. What type of warning are you gonna get
I'll
next?
get 5% and then I'll be up.
Like seconds to stop?
Well,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so let's just go with that. So now what I need to do is I need to take some double-sided tape, and the double-sided tape can be, you know, like whatever double-sided tape you have sitting around. You can also use Velcro for this, but since this is a bigger receiver, I'm a little bit tempted to use 2 of these. These were from Lemon RX receivers that I evidently never used them on. And since this is upside down, I do want to make sure that it sticks good. So I am going to go ahead and use 2. Now you could use 1, but my concern is then you're sticking to a label and the label could come free. So I'm going to do it like this. Okay. So we'll go ahead and peel off. One side's really easy. One side's really hard to get off of these. I don't know why that is, but it's just always the way it was with those Lemon RX receivers. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one the easy way, one the hard way, so that if one is a little bit more sticky than the other, then we can know that for at least one side will be nice and sturdy.
Do you remember, or can we say out loud, what's plugged into 7 and 8 in that order, since it doesn't show up on the screen when you ask me in a minute? Or do you remember?
Oh, are you saying like, what if we have to switch them?
Well, I'm just saying I want to know what they are before you shove them in there and we can't see them again. The nose gear is an 8, right?
I don't know. I literally don't know, and I just stabbed myself. Dang it. I haven't stabbed myself on camera for like years. But I did today, so now you guys got to see that. That felt pretty bad, actually. Dang it. But you see what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to get this started. So now that you've seen me stab myself, these things are extremely difficult to remove. All right, so this is not an easy step, but then of course if you're bleeding on your work, it's a little bit harder. So I'm just gonna peel this off. Goodness gracious. Okay, so now that we've got that, of course, we have to peel the other side. And the only reason that I'm bleeding is because I stabbed myself with the X-Acto knife. So don't do that. In my experience, it's usually generally better not to stab yourself if you can avoid it. But the truth is, I've only done it a couple of times on camera. I've stabbed myself with X-Acto knives a number of times off camera as well. So just be careful. It's not very fun. And if your kid's watching this, just you can point and laugh all you want, but just remember, it will eventually happen if you're not super careful. And I am pretty careful with them most of the time. I thought maybe I was safe the way I was doing it, but anyway. Okay, this is off to the side a little bit, and I don't know if it's perfectly centered, so I hope it's as centered as it needs to be because I've now pressed it in there. All right, so I can get to the bind button. Should be no problem. All right, we're gonna pause and I'll clean up my thumb and come right back. All right, so we're gonna try getting a battery in here that's gonna be a little easier to plug in. I have my wound taped so I can actually work here now. So sorry about that, guys. I know it's kind of weird and gross and awkward, but that's life in the big city. All right, so the first thing I need to do is I need to slide this in here so that I can still get to the plug, okay? These antennae are gonna be a mess, okay? They're just not gonna be fun to work around because of the nature of where everything lies. So I need to actually get those probably taped in somewhere so that I can get the battery fed in here. So I like that position for one of them. And this stuff is admittedly very difficult for the camera crew because it's hard for her to get the camera in a spot where she can see anything. And so we're gonna try our best, guys. Okay, so I've got clear tape. The clear tape is gonna hold the antenna. I'm gonna try to tape this on to the surface here. Now the reason that we tape it down is just literally to control its position so that when you're sliding a battery in, it's not like a huge pain in the butt. And you can see I didn't quite get that right, so I have to, see it's pulling that tight, and you don't wanna pull these things tight. It's hard on the antenna, but I'm gonna just have to pull it back. There's no other easy way to do it. Okay, so now that thing is taped in, that's gonna be one direction. You want these are diversity antennas, so you wanna kinda go at different angles. Okay, so now I've got that one walked over there. Now there's a couple of different ways you can do this. You can pierce the foam and then slide this in, or you can just tape them down. And we've had, you know, reasonably good luck with either direction. The other thing you can do is you could actually take this. I just don't like putting it in the bundle because I'm gonna be pressing that bundle at some point, and I don't wanna cause a problem, okay? I don't wanna break the antenna. Because if you break the antenna, you may lose radio contact with your transmitter, and that's a problem, okay? Because then it turns into a safety issue all of a sudden. That wouldn't ordinarily be a big safety issue in this hobby, other than props and, you know, lipos would be the two biggest safety issues. But you don't want to do anything that's going to cause you to lose connection with your plane, okay? Not that you can control. There are some things that are sort of out of our control, of course. And you want to mitigate those as much as possible, okay? So I want this to be at 90 degrees of the other one. So if I go vertically, then it'll be at 90 degrees. But I have to now pull the slack back here through the tape, okay? Now that's going straight up and down. You see that? So I'm gonna try to tape it vertically. And for those of you that have never actually built a plane, this would be a terrible first plane. It's very complicated to do all the stuff we're doing. You don't have to do everything the way we did it, and that would save a little bit in the complexity realm. But I'm just gonna tell you this right now. If you want a first EDF, this would not be a good pick, okay? There are easier models to build. They're gonna probably be easier to fly to, I'm guessing. And I know you're probably thinking to yourself, but I really, really like the F-18. Maybe I flew the F-18 in the military when I was younger and now I'm retired and I wanna have one. That's fine, you can get there. It's not like, you know, you can't eventually end up there. You just don't wanna start with this one. And we try to give you guys good advice on, you know, what is a good plane for a beginner pilot. If you're a beginner pilot, this would not be a good plane, period, okay? Once I fly it, I can confirm that for you. But I can just tell you right now, the complexity in the build is higher, so you don't want to probably do that. Okay, so we have one antenna that goes this way, we have one antenna that points that way, and you could do this way, you could do that way, it doesn't matter just so long as they're 90 degrees of each other. You don't want them to be parallel. You can be this way, that's still parallel, okay? All right, so the battery is gonna slip in here. One thing too that we have learned through years of doing this is that if it's really hard to put a battery in a plane, you're less likely to fly it. I can already tell that the battery is gonna be a little bit tough to get in this plane. And so I wanna do everything in my power to make the battery as easy to install as I can make it, okay? Now, I don't know where everything is gonna line up. This is probably the biggest problem with this plane right here. This is ridiculous. We need to have more room to manipulate plugs, okay? That is stupid design, should never have happened, okay? Now, also, this plane isn't bound yet, so we need to be careful just in case something weird happens. I don't think it will. Currently, I have room for like a voltage alarm up here, but we shouldn't technically need a voltage alarm with telemetry. And so I'm gonna go ahead and peel this back and just slide it forward. Gross, sorry, spitting on the plane again. Now I'm gonna work this lead back so it goes down the side of the battery, okay? And then this will have a little bit of room up here, I hope. I'm just gonna plug it in. Okay, all right, so now that we're plugged in, I would like this plane to be level. And usually when I start my radio setup, just please stay there if you can. I like my plane to be pointed away from me for radio setup, but right now I just have to bind it, okay? So in terms of binding the plane, all I need to do is basically get my transmitter back down to bind mode. Okay, I'm in bind mode now, binding. And then I'm trying to press that button. I'm just having trouble getting into it because there's cables in the way. Okay, so now it's flashing. So it timed out, of course, so I'm gonna go ahead and click, scroll down to bind mode.
Binding. DSMX 22 millimeters. Telemetry.
Don't mind that, that's the neutral position for the flaps. And remember how we did that so that it would only be in the neutral position, it wouldn't go to a binding position, that's important. Okay, so now we have elevator. Oops, okay, I need to move the plane a little bit so we're not gonna damage any of the controls. I gotta make sure my landing gear can come out if I accidentally actuate them. So now I'm gonna go ahead and turn this so it's facing that way. Like I said, this stuff kind of comes like a waterfall at the end, okay? Ho, 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 ho. Oh yes, very nice. So sweet looking. Okay, so we're not there yet. So let's see if we roll. Roll. Elevator, yaw, so cool. Flaps aren't set. Okay, so first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set some flap action. Okay, so position, that's the wrong way. So I'm gonna go negative. There's 100, so that didn't bring us all the way to the home position. Okay, so negative 100 is as much as you can call out in this particular mode. So I'm gonna hit back, I'm gonna scroll up to servo setup, travel, and I'm gonna go to flaps, and I'm highlighted because I'm in that position. See how they went up higher? So I'm gonna go like 125. Okay, so this one looks nice and level. This one looks like it's got a little bit to go, okay? I think it's a disparity in the flap shape, okay? I just fixed it. You guys see what I did? I took the flap and I just twisted it a little bit so I could get alignment, okay? So 125 is not unusual. for an FMS model.
I'm at 5%. I won't get another warning.
Okay. So then I'm gonna go back to flap system. So now takeoff flaps, that's obviously too much. So I'm gonna go back into the negatives. I'm gonna go to like 65. And then I'm gonna go full landing flaps. And that's at 0 right now. So I'm gonna go a positive until I see a bind. Okay, so I'm noticing now that I have them deployed, they're not deployed to the same distance. One of them is deployed less far. And that's not gonna be acceptable in the end of the game, you know, like when you're flying. The takeoff flaps looks pretty similar, but then the landing flaps do not look similar. And I gotta figure out why. The landing flaps are like barn doors there, guys. Okay. So this one's not deployed as far, and I have to figure out why. Now, we're gonna probably have to play with that a little bit here in a minute, but let's go ahead and rotate the direction of travel for our servos. Travel, reverse, ailerons. That's wrong, so the right aileron's reversed. Now the left aileron is reversed. Roll left. Roll right, elevator up, elevator down, yaw left, yaw right, takeoff flaps, landing flaps. We have a lot more mixing to do, but our battery's about to die, so we have to stop and we'll be right back. All right, so we got a little bit more charge in the batteries, and hopefully our mics are gonna not die on us. Megan's mic died last time, so our apologies if you heard her snide remarks disappear. So we are done with some setup, and we'll show you exactly what we did. Okay, so full length flaperons. Okay, full length flaps. You can't go all the way down on the ailerons. This is as far as you can drive them without mechanically adjusting stuff. You could technically go a little bit further if you wanted to make them all the way down, but I think these are gonna be too much. But that's landing flaps. That's the takeoff flaps, which is probably again too much. And that's your neutral setting for normal flight. So you have ailerons. As you deploy, you still have ailerons, and for full landing flaps, you still have ailerons. Now, we also have another setting on the C switch where we will have a little bit less deployment and then progressively less. So it's more of an inboard flap setting. I did that on the middle setting of C, okay? And then still have the slow deployment. And then our full landing flap is gonna go to crow on this, but it's gonna be crow for takeoff, but just very subtle. And then full landing flaps is like a full crow, okay? But we still have the delay. We still have the attachment to the elevator setup, and that's using one mix. And I'm gonna show you that mix right now. Also, I wanna talk about one thing before I forget. So let's show you our flap setup. Come around here so you can see. Okay, so this is the flap system as we set it.
Hold on, there's a glare.
Here, come down here.
There you go.
I need to be able to see, so do this. Okay, so we have -100. Remember, we set to -125 for that flap position for the servo. And then this was -25, and this is -50. Now, show them so they can see. So this is with the normal setup. You'll see everything comes down, okay? So warn me if there's a glare. There's a huge glare. Okay, hold on. We're gonna close the window. Okay, so as you can see, we've got the normal setup here. That's our takeoff flaps and our landing flaps, okay? So you can see the position changes each time, and you can see the crow and all that stuff. Okay? All right, so that's the normal setup. Then with this mixing gauge, nothing changes here, just so you can see. So what happens is on the mix, you're gonna make one mix for this. This is the flap to left aileron, okay? So position, it's attached to switch C condition, and those are the three settings, okay? So what that does is, while this switch is in 0 position, there's basically an offset to exaggerate that downward movement, okay? Now, when I'm in this position, we have an offset of 50, which brings that back down that way a little bit, okay? But it's still allowed to move some. And then the rate of 100% for the left aileron. Okay, now you'll notice that this still works in normal speed, but we have the slow deployment, okay? Now in this setting, we exaggerate the offset to 100 with 125% offset here. Okay, so that gets you your crow, okay? Now, if you try to stack your mixes on top of each other, you make another mix from flap to left aileron, it doesn't work, okay? So it's basically not gonna work if you try to do that. Now, I also made one more mix, which is rudder to aileron 2 with a rate of 125 to 125. I tied it to switch B on the 0 position. That means no landing, like no flaps, okay? So what's that gonna do for us? It has nothing to do with C, by the way. That means that when we're in our normal flight mode, we have full throw of the servo, okay? I didn't attach it to the A switch for the landing gear retracts. I only care about the landing gear as it pertains to whether or not the flaps are deployed. It would be nice if you could make 2 switch conditions in a mix, okay? That means I could tie always off on the rudder servo. When the flaps are fully retracted, I could make the servo work, but then if the gear were down, I could open up a window of different decisions. And when the gear are up, I could open a different window of decisions. Well, in this case, we're limited to just the one tie. So in this case, we have it tied to switch B. So switch B has 3 conditions. The normal flight mode, we have takeoff flaps, and we have landing flaps. So you'll see that this rate drops progressively from 125% taxiing around, okay? So I'm gonna open the gear. Now this, I also have to show you how to do this too. That's one switch, it's very easy to do. I'll show you in a minute, okay? So then you're allowed to move and it turns really far, 125%, and then basically, as soon as I put the flaps down, it goes to a lot less, 25% with takeoff flaps. So when I'm taking off, I can still yaw the aircraft, but then on landing, I want it to be really insensitive. That might actually be too much. So I went from 125 in normal mode to 25 to 15. Like I said, that might need to be even less than 15. But what that means is when I'm going down the road, my rudder's gonna keep working no matter what for landing. But then when my nose gear hits, I'm not gonna like jank it to the side, okay? That's gonna keep working and that's gonna keep working. But then the nose gear is gonna kick in. So I'm gonna have to remember to put my takeoff flaps and landing flaps off so I can turn and taxi nicely, okay? Now you might think, well, why don't you have the landing flap set to still have a lot of throw? Well, you could make another switch do that, but I'm not gonna do that. I just need it so that when I'm landing, I want very minimal output from that. And when I'm taking off, I want less input, less impact, but some impact. So 25% might not be enough, okay? But we're gonna have to play with that. So there's our takeoff setting and there's our landing setting, okay? So it's 15% on landing, 25% on takeoff, and then 125% in normal mode, okay? And so what that's gonna do is also, I can go in here to servo setup, and I can even go, see how you can increase this? So where's a rudder? So I could go rudder all the way up to 125, 150. Oops, excuse me, wrong stick. There's my rudder now. So I got tons of throw. But the thing is, that's not really what I want to change. I don't want to change rudder. On my rudder is probably fine at 100%. If I want more rudder authority during flight, I can change that. But what I do want is auxiliary 2 to have maximum throw. Now watch this. I'm gonna just move the stick all the way to the side, and you see this? It's moved right there. See how it moved further? See, 135, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't get us anymore. This looks like in about the 125%. So now we're just clearing this, but then also look, there's a mechanical function as well. So you don't want to overdrive them so that they get damaged. Now I'm going to go to takeoff flaps. Watch what happens. It reduces to 25% of the maximum throw and then 15%, but you still get movement, okay? You still get movement. And by the way, I wanted to point out squishy tires, sort of squishy tires, okay, which is pretty sweet. But then these ones are the hard ones that we're used to. And a little bit of a spring. That spring is very stiff, by the way. And you don't want that to be too light, because what'll happen is this plane likes to tip forward like this, because those things, when they collapse, they'll allow it to tip forward. So you do want that spring to be pretty tight. If you find that it's way too tight, you can undo the screw, and you can actually take some of the spring and cut it off, and then rebend the last and put it back, and that will soften the spring. I would not recommend it though, okay? Maybe I will after my first flight. Okay, so that was a lot in a really short time. So let's talk about that one more time. So how do we go over to monitor. How did I know that auxiliary 2 was what I needed for my rudder, okay? Because remember, my rudder is still attached to the rudder, That's always been the rudder. But this was attached to nothing. And so was the landing gear. How did I know this was my landing gear? Well, first of all, what I did is I moved the stick, and then I realized nothing was happening. This was off camera, so I went down to System Setup, Disconnect RF, and I went to Channel Assign, and I went down to Auxiliary 3, and then I said, okay, I want that to be attached to A. So instead of that being right knob, which was the default, I clicked and I selected it and changed it from right knob to A by scrolling. See? So the default would have been right knob. And so I just scrolled over to A. Okay. So then that made the attachment. Now, these ones are eventually, one of these is going to end up being a right knob at some point, because I'm going to use one for master gains and I'm going to use one for my mode. Okay. So I might as well just go ahead and set one to right knob. Okay. Right now. So aux 4 is going to be our master gain.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I would normally put gear on gear, but gear has been canceled out because gear is now channel 5, which is because we used dual ailerons, okay? As a result, you don't have access to changing that setup. And so for that reason, it's just the way it is, okay? So that's why I had to overwrite, because A is a pluggable plug on auxiliary 3. I would have preferred to keep the right knob attached to auxiliary 3 to keep it the same as my other models, just for simplicity's sake. But because I'm in an 8-channel receiver and I have 8 pluggable plugs now, that matters. So I have to then take it and move it into a non-pluggable plug, okay? Even though it's attached to these sliders, they don't do anything. I haven't attached them to any sort of output, okay? Now that's the other thing I need to make sure I do, is because there is technically, see, that's attached to channel 10, so it doesn't matter. It's not gonna be plugged to anything, for sure, okay? All right, so now walking out, we still have more setup to do. So obviously the first thing you wanna do is when you get your A switch attached to the correct channel, you wanna make sure if it's up or down. I like my gear to be retracted with that pulled up, and I like my gear to be down when it's down like this, okay? That's important to me because every other plane is gonna be set up the same way, and I want it to be the same on this plane. So I had to go into servo setup, travel, scroll over to reverse, and in my case, again, we're talking about auxiliary 3. You can see from that. Then I changed to auxiliary 3, and auxiliary 3 needed to be flipped, right? So if this is the way it came from default, I said, no, I want it to be the other way. So you just click and then you're done. Okay. So I like to show this stuff live and in person, but a lot of those mixing things, I'll go through and play with them forever. And it's just a huge waste of time. And fortunately for you guys, the battery was dying. So I had to do that off camera because the battery was dying, and you get to just copy along the settings. Now, if you fiddle with those settings and you find that they improve your circumstances, that's fine. But I'm gonna just tell you this, I played with it a lot to try to get it bigger. To try to make this flat, why don't you come over here so they can see? I needed one other thing to get fixed, okay? So now regardless of which C switch I go, it doesn't really matter on the actual flap. The flap output is the flap output in this setup. There is a way to exaggerate the flap output, and that is mechanically, or you can use the digital controls to maximize that output by making mixes that amplify the mix that you're already doing. So like if you add a rate output of 125, and then you add another rate output of 125, you can make that maximum throw even further and further but you are limited by the amount of throw on this servo, okay? So my suggestion is, first of all, we're gonna have huge flaps on this plane. That's our crow setting. That's our full landing flap setup in my normal mode, okay? So I wanna show you one problem I ran into, and that is when I was measuring my flaps, initially I had them set down even further. You see this 75? This is the 50, okay? So going back into my flap setup, this is something I said I was gonna investigate when we shut off. So the full landing flap setting, which is where we are now, the flap was 50, okay? When I went to 70, this one went down further than that one. And so you could see 50 looks good and 50 looks good. So all I did is I took a sticky note and I ran it over here. I took my black marker and I just literally marked it on the one that was working fine. Okay, I marked it, then I kind of cleaned it up a little bit. And then I took it over here and I said, is it the same? It is the same. Now watch what happens when I go to 70. I'm just gonna show you, this is something you'll have to figure out on your own at some point. Okay, so watch what happens. I'll go to 70. You're gonna note this one's out further than that one. How do you know that? Because I can tell from looking at it. This one's at 70, okay? Now look at this. This one's not at 70. You see that? There's a big disparity. That would create a roll effect and some adverse yaw, okay? Both. So what did I do? I said I tried to mechanically exercise this to allow it to get there, because I can get it to get there. But the thing is, now that it's there, right? It's closer, right? I can get that sucker to go, but I have to work it, right? And so the first thing I checked was if this was in the same spline position as this. And there's always gonna be a potential for disparity between spline positions. The absolute spline position is never gonna be exactly the same. You should be able to make up for that with the linkage. Except you really can't, because there are certain positions where there's a larger impact from the sweep. And it just depends on how they lay in the wing. So in this case, I said the best solution was, first of all, this is a tremendous amount of flaps already at 50. So I just said, hey, let's try going back to 50. And that was just where I ended up. And it worked out really nicely, because now you'll notice that, look at that. We're right at 50 and we're right at 50, or at least really close to it, okay? You don't have a huge disparity. And that's very important to check on. You have to check that out. If you deploy your flaps on any plane you're doing, even if it's a basic inboard flap and there's no crazy flaperons or crow going on here with the ailerons, then if you have a disparity, it will cause problems, okay? So double check that, and you just have to kind of look at it and say, oh, well, it looks like that one's down a little bit further than this one. And we had that happen right before we went to break so we could charge our stuff. Okay, so now everybody's on the same page. We all agree. We understand that. Oh, and then the other thing is you want to check your takeoff flap. That's the other thing too. If you have a servo that's a mismatch, so the takeoff flap, this one's, it's maybe not marked very well. But you can see they're both just a little bit past, okay? Fine, I must have played with that and changed a little bit. But anyway, the idea is they're the same. That's the key, that's the critical part. Now, if you can't get them to match, that could be a factor of two things. One, you don't have your geometry the same on these. If you're building a plane from scratch, that is a really hard thing to get right, okay? Secondly, servos position the same way, operate the same way. You see how these are positioned the same way in the wing? You see how these ones are positioned opposite. If they were sharing a channel and they were on a Y cable like they normally would be, then these are opposite mounted, so they're gonna opposite interact with the wing surface. These are laid the same way, and so they're gonna function the same direction. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Now, if you have those laid out so that they're opposite, then that means you'd have to split channels, and then you're gonna have a potential for disparity there, or you can use a servo signal reverser. And again, this comes back to the scratch-built models, okay? Or if you're really stupidly using a linkage in a different position and still expecting the same outcome, it's very difficult to do. I've done it on a few planes myself because I've installed my own flaps and I've had problems as a result, okay? So it's very difficult to get them to match exactly if you don't match the exact position of the output shaft and the clevises and all the different things that are involved, the linkages and all that, okay? So two things to check, mechanical and electronic. Great. Now, let's put this on its feet. So sweet. And by the way, I definitely wanted to talk about the oleos because these things do move and they do give spring And then this one does have spring as well, and it's soft. And I love this. This function here is so sweet. And that, of course, would be for launching rig for the aircraft carrier. All right, so now you can see I've got tons of movement. Should be able to negotiate really nicely on the ground. So with takeoff flaps, it's gonna reduce a lot. And then with landing flaps, even more so. Very cool. And also that's gonna be so pivotally critical that we are centered on the position of our landing gear now, because we only have 15 degrees of play here. So we can't make up for a big indisparity. The other thing I wanna check is when I'm done getting AS3X and safe set up, I wanna make sure that my rudder is attached still through the nose gear, and I don't think it will be, okay? So let's look from back here. We're gonna check our control surfaces for direction of travel. Up is up, down is down, yaw left, yaw right. Looking at the nose gear now, yaw left, yaw right. It is correct. Roll left, roll right. Now, because we have these on separate channels, we have lots of complex mixing. Take off flaps. Roll left, roll right, correct. Landing flaps, roll left, roll right. Okay, now, in the middle mode, take off flaps. Roll left, roll right. Landing flaps, roll left, roll right. Now, in crow, roll left, roll right. Roll left, roll right, and landing flaps. Excuse me, no flaps, roll left, roll right. It's very critically important that every surface goes the right direction in all the different modes that you've set up. Okay, not flight modes, but the different flap modes, okay? Now, let's talk about how we do our AS3X and safe setup. This is gonna be a relatively basic setup. There's not really anything too crazy about it. It just so happens that we have all sorts of crazy things going on with our wing surfaces. Also, now that we have this all done, I can tell that this one's down just a hair from the other ones. And I don't know if I wanna take that off and try to fix it. But you'll notice that it's down just a hair. I feel like that might be worth fixing quick while we're noticing it. Why did I notice it now? Just because this is the first time it's been sitting on its feet. So it's gonna be the one that's towards you, Megan.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna lay this down, get that where I can get it. And then I wanna adjust that one out. One half of a turn. And 1/2 of a turn is as small as you can adjust them. You can't make these adjustments until everything is together, by the way, in case you guys were wondering. Some of these things you can do, but not this, okay? So I'm gonna put this in here, whoops. I'm gonna put this in here and then pop it off. Okay, so we'll go a little bit deeper, there it goes. Now, I wanna turn this out half a turn and see if that resolves my complaint. It does, it's now just slightly past the mark, but that's what we want. I'd rather have that up than have that down. Okay. That's pretty amazing results given the amount of effort that we've put into this model. I'm super excited to see this thing fly. If you guys are still watching, you're troopers. So let's do our first time setup for AS3X and safe. This is gonna be, click, scroll down to forward programming. Now, gyro settings, first time setup. We have to teach the system where everything is mounted. Any changes need to go through first time setup again, not a big deal. Okay, so we're gonna continue. We're setting it level, continue, set the model on its nose and continue. I have to click, so camera crew is gonna stay put. I'm literally just gonna pick this up, carefully hold it, rest it very gently, and then I'm gonna click continue. So it's upside down, orientation 3. Can you slide that back just a little bit? Okay, so everything is working there. And it's hard to verify that by this, so I'm just gonna continue. Gain channel select. See how it goes up to aux 4, right knob, kind of shows you that there. There it is, right knob, sweet. We're gonna apply, it's gonna reboot. I usually hold the plane at this point just in case the throttle would initiate, it shouldn't. One dance, AS3X is alive, okay? Okay, go back into forward programming. Gyro setup, this is amazingly the simplest part, but you have to have all that other crap done first or it won't work, okay? So then AS3X settings, this is where we can turn this up so we can actually see. And then we're gonna go to gains. We're gonna make sure that they're adjustable. And right now they look like they're fixed. Flight mode set up. Okay, so flight mode, whoops, that was my throttle button. Good thing my throttle cut's on. See, it's not changing, so I'm gonna set this. You can see. I don't know which one it is, hon. Wasn't it aux 2?
I'm not sure.
Switch D. Uh-oh. That's moving my steerable nose gear. So that's definitely not correct. So it's not aux 2. Oh, we're gonna have to be aux 5. And I'm gonna set it to D. So you remember how we didn't know where that was gonna be set? We didn't know because we didn't set it, okay? So aux 5. Why is that moving? Okay, I'm going over here, watch this. Aux 2. Somehow we've made an attachment. Okay, I'm gonna go back to system, setup, disconnect RF, go down to channel assign. This is now aux 5. Okay, so look, this automatically assigned that because it wasn't used. So aux 2, I'm gonna clear to inhibit. Now aux 5 is set to D, okay? Now listen, steerable's working. Now watch, D, it's not moving it anymore. Okay, now go back into forward programming. So I'm gonna explain what just happened there, guys. There wasn't a setting attached to that choice, and so when I did it in forward programming, it went ahead and assigned it. Okay, if it's already assigned to something, it won't do that. But if it is empty, it will allow you to do it. Because the only thing I had attached was the mix, it basically said you can use it. We couldn't. Okay, gyro settings, going back into the flight mode setup. Now, okay, now we need to make that change. AS3X is active, AS3X is off. Okay, now it's active. Connection failed, that happens once in a while. Okay, go back into gyro settings. F mode setup. Okay, see it's on. Off. On. Off. I want AS3X on in that because that's going to be safe as well. Okay, now I'm going to scroll up to back. Now that saved the changes. Now I can go to systems, first time safe setup. Okay, so before blah, 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 continue, we've already done that. This is the mode I want set, so I'm gonna go to flight mode 3. Don't worry about all that crap. Okay, this is where you wanna level the model and capture attitude. Okay, this is where it has determined that we have a pitch down moment, just slightly down. So it's gonna accommodate for that, okay? This doesn't correct for yaw, it only corrects for pitch and roll, okay? So now I'm gonna go to next. So this is gonna be flight mode 3. I want safe mode to be self-level angle demand, okay? It's off there and it's off there, okay? Now remember, my audible events are only labels. Now I need to apply. Now watch for 2 dances. 1 dance. 2 dances. Now the only thing I couldn't see is I couldn't see if the nose wheel was dancing. It's gonna be hard to tell. Now we can go back. We can go into safe. We have 4 times gain turned on. So all the way up, there should be no action in this mode. There's nothing because we haven't given throttle to activate AS3X, I believe. Yep, nothing. Also in the middle setting, nothing, okay? In the top setting, safe. Yep, already working. How do you know it's working? Flip the plane on its belly or on its back, finding the quickest route to level. Now look at the elevator. Elevator's pointed all the way up. Elevator's pointed all the way down. This is where you drop it if you're holding by the nose, okay? So that keeps it pretty much level. All right, so now to AS3X, throttle cut is off for the first time. Okay, throttle cut's back on. AS3X is live. Up is up, down is down, left is left, right is right, or whatever it is. Up, down, also up and also down. Looking at the nose gear, there is no correction happening to the nose gear. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that or not. I would like it to be so that the AS3X acts on this wheel. I'm gonna see if there's a way to do it. If there's not, it may actually be better to have AS3X here than it is to reduce the output, okay? Because the other thing you can do is I can still mix my rudder out of the equation if I really want to, but then I give up the ability to have that stay big and this be small. So when I'm coming into land, because I have full length flaperons, full length, whatever you want to call this, okay? Or crow, I still lose some roll authority. And so my thought is I want to keep my roll authority through my yaw axis, okay? So I also have the middle setting where I have lots of authority still, and then I have that setting, which is going to emulate closely to the aircraft carrier launches, which is super cool. And I love having that. Also, I'm going to check all my controls with different situations, okay? Okay, rudders are moving, elevators moving, ailerons up, aileron up. Okay, nothing on the steerable. Okay, now this is the takeoff setting. Up is up, down is down, up is up, down is down, up is up, down is down, yaw, yaw. Okay, so everything is working there. And then with nothing on, elevator up, elevator down, yaw left, yaw right, up, 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 up. Okay, so if you guys can't tell what's happening, I'm gonna show you this in a different angle, okay? I have my knob turned all the way up. So this is on 4X. We're gonna turn that down to 1. I'm just gonna pick up the nose and pivot the plane to show you the rudder. As it moves that way, it should resist. Moves this way, it should resist. Moves that way, it should resist, okay? Now, same thing with this. I'm gonna watch that to go up when I lift the wing up. Up is up, down is down. Up is up, down is down. I have to hold it so you guys can see. So it's kind of hard to get a hold of it. So here we go. So up is up, down is down. Up is up, down is down. And if you go slow, it'll stay in that position. Same thing with the elevator. Up is up, down is down. Okay, up is up, down is down. That's the same channel, but I still like to look at them separately. Up is up, down is down. Up is up, down is down, okay? So that gives you the quick rundown. Now, I'm gonna wiggle the plane and turn the auxiliary through. This would be auxiliary 4 this time, but it's right knob. All the way down to nothing. There's 50%, there's 100%. I'm moving it the same amount of wobble. You can hear it. Okay, so now that we have vetted all the different control surfaces, we've made sure everything is working, I can click, scroll back down to forward programming. Once it loads, which it does take a second, gyro settings, AS3X settings, adjustable. I'm gonna put it back to 1X, and then I'm gonna go fixed adjustable and make sure they're adjustable. See how it says fixed adjustable? You have to do that one time, off. See, now it's learned the position. Okay, now make sure when you go back, you go all the way back so it learns the modes. Okay guys, that is literally the entire setup with the exception of center of gravity test, which we need to do now. So AS3X, safe, it's all set on there. It's one flip of a switch to get auto leveling. Even with full landing flaps, you're gonna see that you're gonna have full AS3X and safe. Watch this. When you come out of safe, the movement will be larger, okay? Because you have the angle demand, okay? See, more movement, more movement. Okay, all right, so throttle cuts on, we have AS3X set. Landing flaps are parked and put away, so now we need to mark the center of gravity. If there isn't already an obvious marking, which there isn't, we want to go 60 to 70, okay? So we're just going to open up our calipers, get them set to 60. Boy, this has been quite the setup, folks. I apologize for how long it took. There's just a lot of different things that have to be done to make these jets work properly. And if you don't do it right, you're going to regret doing it right because you're going to have bad results, period. I'm sorry to tell you that. I know you don't want to hear that, but it's the truth. Sometimes the truth kind of hurts a little bit. Okay, so there's the 60, and I'm at 60 by 60 with a little extra. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to 70. Now I don't like that this mark is on the plastic, so I might actually make a little dent out just a little bit because I like being able to feel the bump. Okay, so there we go, so there's 70. Okay, so we have 70 there, and we have kind of running into my tail there. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm struggling with. But I'm just kind of lining up this with that, okay? All right, so now we have it marked. So I'm just gonna make my markings just a little bit more obvious and even, so they look the same on both wings. And then I'm gonna come out here and I'm gonna make a mark where I can feel it, okay? So now you guys can probably tell I marked at that panel line there. And so if you decided you wanted to just go to that panel line, that's fine. Now, I'm gonna just tell you something right now. CG on jets, it's no more important than with other planes, but it is going to make a bigger impact on the way that you fly them than it might on other planes, because if you need to flare a plane to land it, now you have good flaps on this plane. So you could come in here nose down attitude and land this plane with flaps this big, okay? But in real life, you're gonna see these planes coming in like this, you know, they're flaring like that. You gotta remember, they have 2 gigantic jet engines on there that could like blow your house over, okay? This thing doesn't, right? So you're not gonna ever have that much, and you're also not gonna be ever near as heavy as they are. Plus they have the leading edge, the droop on there, and they've got, you know, computerized controls on all this stuff, so just don't pretend you're gonna get that exact same landing approach. I hope you do, that'd be sweet. But high alpha with that much flap deflection, I think would be almost an impossibility on this plane. I would love it if it's true, but I don't think that's gonna happen, okay? So let's look where the battery is. This happens to be the Arrows pack. And I usually like to mark what type of battery a plane takes because I forget. So this is gonna be a 3200 milliamp hour is what we're gonna use. They suggested a 3300. And that's gonna be a 6S, okay? Now, I like to mark where it is, but we don't mark it until we've actually placed the battery the first time and got the CG about where we want it. That just gives us a starting point, okay? Now that we're in there, we have that lid closed. I'm gonna go ahead and get this thing flipped upside down. I do test with gear down because that's when your CG is gonna be the most critical, because it's when you're starting to fly, okay? I'm on the back hole and I'm nose heavy. I'm on the front hole and I'm quite tail heavy. I will completely take that, okay? I'm gonna now measure between the middle with my middle finger. So I just come out here where I can feel it. I put the pad of my finger right on there, and then I just look, is it nose heavy or tail heavy? It's favoring slightly nose heavy. I'll take that all day long. I wanna point out something. When you put your retracts up, you're putting more mass to the back than you are mass to the front, okay? Those go back, these go forward. It's subtle, but it'll make a difference, a small difference, okay? That's why I prefer to be slightly nose heavy on this particular plane. Also, I'm just gonna mark it right now because like I have no problem with any of that. I'm just gonna say right here, and I usually kind of mark the front and the back, and I mark where the wires were. In this case, the wires are gonna go this way if I have an adapter, but since this thing is so stupid short, we're probably gonna be stuck with that. Oh, also, let's talk telemetry for a minute. That's the other big thing, okay? So obviously you have a timer for 3 minutes, which is ludicrous. You can set voltage alarms for this. You also have a boop, 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 beep, 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 which you can turn on if you want. I don't have it on, but this is a Vario, so it's gonna tell you change. Look at the screen, please. It's gonna show you change in a graphical manner. You can change how quick you want this to beep or boop. Beeping up, high pitch means ascension, and then beeping low pitch means descension, okay? I don't have it turned on in the audio events, but if you were gonna turn it on, I'm gonna walk back over here and set this back up. The wind is crazy right now, so we're not gonna run out and fly this right this second. But I wanna show you this audio event. So audio events are handled right here. Telemetry warnings. It's like if you were to click on that, you can set it to a switch if you want, okay? You can change the amount of movement necessary to be constituting an upward movement or a downward movement, okay? That means that if you're moving at 0.3 feet per second, it's gonna beep as though you're ascending. And if you're moving at minus 0.3 feet per second, it's gonna beep as though you're moving. Okay, the gap, that's gonna require more memory or more processing power. And then the report is every quarter second, every half second. And it looks like there's 1 second, 2, 3, so on and so forth. So you can have it report slow or fast. And then the display is active or inhibited, okay? But where's the audio event? Didn't I go into audio events?
You didn't turn it on. It's still inhibited. The switch, if you just turn it on, right?
Yeah, you can turn it on. Okay, so we'll just do that real quick so you can see. I normally would assign it to a switch if it was actually being used, but just listen. Hold on, you may not be able to hear. Can you hold this please by your mic? Because hold it sideways like that. There you go. Ready? Now, of course, in real life, you're gonna be changing altitudes much greater than that, but that's how that would work. And it's actually surprisingly helpful if you're trying to sail. Okay. So also, I wanted to point out something. When the camera crew grabs the transmitter and I'm like, no soup for you. That's not because I'm trying to be mean. It's because if she grabs it here and she drops it, this is all for naught. And also, the way that I never hold by this handle. I always hold it by the side because I can't control it when I hold it by the side. It does this. I don't like that. I want it to be secure because otherwise you can hit switches and that thing is plugged in and ready to rock and roll. So let's look at this, guys. So click. I'm gonna go down to audio events. And of course, I'm gonna go to telemetry warnings. I'm gonna go back to Vario. And then I'm gonna just turn this to inhibit. So then it immediately stops beeping, okay? Now, volts is the other place where people are gonna want the potential for this. So this is the LiPo of 6S. So that's gonna automatically set the ranges, okay? I definitely don't want a max, and my only problem with this is I don't like it to activate and start annoying me because it's already a very stressful moment. So usually what I do is people will say, oh, I usually set my warning. So I have a warning report. You can turn it on so that it's like every 30 seconds, okay? Well, the problem is 30 seconds in this flight's pretty useless. So you would have a warning every 10 seconds once you reach a certain amount, okay? So you can set that to whatever you want. And usually what we do is we get a calculator because we always do this math wrong. And it's super embarrassing because like doing math on a video for whatever reason is hard for me. Okay, so 3.3 volts times 6 would be 19.8. So I would normally start like alarming at something higher than that on a jet. So 3.5 volts times 6 would be a 21. So they're saying 20.4. Okay, so if they're at 20.4 divided by 6, that would be 3.4 volts. So that's pretty dang low, you know? So if I want to add to that 0.6, that'd be 4 volts. Okay, so hold on, let me do this right. Let's do 3.5 times 6 would be 21. So if I want my alarm to start at 21, this is the min, I want it to be 21 volts. And I want the alarm to be a voice. And I want the report every 10 seconds thereafter, okay? So the status reports, I never want status reports. You can have status reports.
24.6 volts. Height pack 24.6 volts.
So now every 30 seconds, she's gonna holler it out.
But then you have to know what then I'd be standing there doing the math, trying to figure out what my low voltage was.
Well, but the other thing too is when you draw the load, it's gonna change. Okay, so I'm gonna clear that. I definitely don't want that. I just have it set to 21, okay? And then there's other things you can do in here and set. Okay. Ooh, the other thing is, there's another thing people have been asking me to do. Display, roller, auto, main, telemetry, main, roller, auto. I don't remember. There was one that had, somebody was saying put a scroll on there though.
So it would just keep cycling through?
Priority monitor is active. I don't know about all that.
I don't know.
Because what's going to happen is I think what that does is it takes you to like low voltage first, which is fine, except I'm trying to do something here. I need to be doing something that I was doing. Okay. So you can see it's got the altitude and all that stuff. It shows your min max. There's your current voltage. So I would prefer to just keep it there, but I kind of wish I could set an alarm. And honestly, on the smart packs, that's one of the things you get that you don't get with just the regular voltage telemetry from that 1HP, the PH1S connector that we added. And that is, we have a bar that shows a battery that gets drawn down over time. And as you're under heavy loading, it'll draw down and then it'll recover. And that's actually, it's one of the toughest things about measuring LiPo voltage is the way that they discharge allows for quite a bit of movement through the range of the LiPo. And so if you're at 4.2 is full charge, and let's just say 3.2 is full discharge, it's really not, but you know, you'd be down to like 2.2 would be like dead, and to the point where your charger's not even gonna take it. Okay, the discharge is something like this. You're gonna discharge, dead. Okay, so what we do is we operate within this range somewhere like this, and so the drop off, we just don't use that part because it gets into a dangerous, chemically unstable area, and we don't want that. And plus the batteries tend to puff because they create gases inside the chambers, and then you end up with batteries that look rounder than they are square. And that happens to good batteries and bad batteries alike. These are both pretty good batteries, and we still have a little bit of puffage. Has to do with how much you beat on them, how bad you discharge them, how quick you discharge them, how fast you charge them, what type of temperatures you operate them in, how often you charge them, how long you go between discharge cycles. There's so many parameters that go into whether or not your batteries last that it's really sort of, to me, it's almost like just plan on batteries going bad periodically. Every few years, you're gonna have to replace certain batteries. And if you're flying twin EDFs, that's where you're gonna run into the most problems because they are battery chewers, and that's where high voltage packs might be handy, which is something we're looking into, by the way. So let's show you what this thing looks like with ordnance, because I gotta say the thing looks freaking sweet. I am super excited to see it fly. I hope it does not look like a blurb up in the sky because this gray is sweet looking, but it's also definitely going to disappear on cloudy days. Camera crew, would you throw me that? I'm gonna go ahead and put all the ordnance on real quick so you can see what it looks like. Also be careful with those fins. You gotta be careful on this one. It's just, there's not a lot of spaces you can lay this. Okay, so we've got the dual. These things go on and off super easy. Should be no problem for anybody who's done any other planes. And it's pretty obvious where they go. They are ambidextrous, both sides. Actually, all of them are. This one's only gonna go in the middle, obviously. Well, actually, I'm kind of curious, would it go? Nope, different size, different dimension. It's not wanting to go in. I'm wondering if I'm doing something wrong. Oh, geez. Oh yeah, there it goes, popped right in. Okay, so as you can see, the very plain gray is definitely maybe not my favorite. The ones on the wingtips are fine. That's the ones I'd prefer to keep. But the one thing I can say for sure, they sure look good. Makes it hard to hold too, because there's like nowhere to put your hand on the bottom. Man, that thing looks sweet, doesn't it? Guys, I gotta say, FMS makes a mean model, and they do a good job of it most of the time. I think our biggest complaint on this plane is a battery connector, and the fact that there's no LEDs at this price point. It'd be nice to see that, but at the same time, I'm not gonna be flying this in the dark, okay? I'm not saying you won't be, but I am gonna say the way we've got this thing outfit, I think it's gonna be sweet. I really, really, really hope I don't regret that mix. Oh, and that's the other thing. I was gonna look into one other feature, and I don't know if there is a way. Okay, so let's talk about mixing, because I had to mix my rudder. I don't think I really discussed that much. Mix one is rudder to auxiliary 2. So auxiliary 2 is just where we happen to land that cable. Nothing magical about it. And then we talked about the 3 different settings based on okay, based on that movement. Now trim, yeah, I don't know if I want trim active is gonna keep it tied to the regular trim. And so I'm wondering if, because I'm gonna be sitting here trying to adjust this, trying to get the thing to track straight, and it's not gonna do anything. So I'm gonna leave it off for now. And what we can do is we can set the offset for our trim adjustment. You see this? See that? So that can be our trim adjustment, right? So I'm actually gonna take that and I'm gonna clear that back to 0. And then I wanna see if I can go into an open mix, normal, and I just wanna see if there's anything in here. So I might play with this for just a second and come right back. Okay, so this is what we could do if we wanted. We could do left trim or right trim. So if I go to left trim and I go to aux 2, and I don't know how this works, if it's like how the rate would work. Let's just see what happens. Yep, it's moving that. See how it's moving it? Okay, so if I did that, then I could set this to 100% and 100%. Okay, so I've got it turned on. So now if I go left trim, that's gonna move that, but you'll notice my rudder's not moving at all. And then I can move this. There's a beep in the middle, okay? And also, because that doesn't show up on the home screen, see how it changed? It says, it's got it right there. That's left trim, okay? So that's pretty sweet. So I can actually trim my rudder right there. So that's kind of cool. Also, I want to just do one more deep dive and see if I can figure out if I can get the AS3X and safe to actually work with that. Because right now, obviously, we have correction on the rudders, but we don't have correction on the nose gear. And I need to actually probably hold the gear to feel it. If you guys haven't ever done this, this is a trick of the day, another trick of the day. Move your plane and put your hand on the control surface. Does it move? If it doesn't move, if you can't feel it, it's not moving. Just to give you an idea, I'm gonna put my hand on the rudder. I can definitely feel the rudder moving, okay? I can definitely feel, I can't feel that. It's probably too small. But what I wanna do is I wanna see if I can get that attached and get the AS3X to activate on this as well as the rudder. I'll be right back. I just thought of how to do it. This is how you would do it. Instead of setting up your wing type as normal, you could set up your wing type as a dual rudder. Because then basically, I don't know how it gets assigned. So this could cause some problems, but what I'm gonna say is left rudder and then right rudder. It's probably gonna plug in differently. But what I was gonna say is, that would be one way you could do it, because then your AS3X would activate. Oh, that was moving my gear. Okay, because it's plugged in differently. So just to be clear, that would be one way you could do that, because then the AS3X would activate on both rudders, you know, and then you just have one channel back here and you have one channel up there. The problem is I can't then change, I don't know if I can change the rates the same way. I think it's worth getting it right. But unfortunately for me, that means I have to redo those wires, don't I?
You have to redo a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I have to redo all the Ford programming and everything. Yeah. Okay, so let's just do this. Let's go system setup, disconnect RF. Let's go back to the aircraft type, and it's dual rudder versus a normal rudder, okay? Now let's just make sure everything works. Roll left, roll right, yaw left, yaw right. Okay, everything's working there. I've got my gains all the way up. So the rudder's working, and this is not. Okay, so I think that's a live and learn sort of moment for a second. And I think really the best way to do it would be to have a left and a right rudder, and the AS3X would still output to the control surface. The problem is the AS3X, once you're on the ground, could be overwhelming to this and tip it over. I doubt it though. That would have been the better way to do it. So at least you guys know how to do it for yours. If you're following along at home, I apologize, because we're just telling you that at the very end of the video, I guess. Ugh. So if you change it to dual rudders and you switch your wires around from auxiliary 2 to whatever, you can eliminate that one mix we made because you won't need that anymore. And you're gonna have to rearrange all the wiring. But then at least you know you can do that. Now I'm gonna look at my trim too real quick, just make sure it's working. Yep, it's working. And the cool thing about that is you can make your adjustments literally on the fly, which is pretty sweet. I've never been able to do that. So it's actually kind of awesome being able to adjust that on the fly, because I always have to get tools out to adjust that trim. So anyway, guys, I might have screwed the pooch on that one detail, so my apologies there, because I feel like having the AS3X and safe, not safe so much, but AS3X might make a difference for some of you on the steerable nose wheel. But we'll find out. If it creates a problem, if it's even remotely hard, then I'll go back through the entire setup and redo it so we can have AS3X and safe on that. And then I'll know for next time, dual elevators is what you need to do. And then like the right elevator,
Dual rudders.
Dual rudders, sorry guys. Dual rudders would give me the ability to actually have that output correction. But then also I could mitigate some of that through a mix as well, I think. Anyway, all right guys, a lot happened in this plane. Lots of mixing, lots of work. And I hope I haven't overwhelmed you. If you're brand new to the hobby and you're thinking, good Lord, I don't have the mental capacity to do this, don't worry. This is a little bit more complicated than what we normally do. We've set up many planes, and I think the F-18 50 millimeter from Hobby King years ago was probably the next most complicated, because this was like everything. I think we had one other plane we tried to do a bunch of stupid stuff. We ended up abandoning it. Oh, it's the F-16 Thunderbirds, because we got it from product development team as an early sample, and we did not have a manual, and it was near impossible to set up. That one we sort of screwed up too. This one here is gonna be sweet though. I can't wait to fly it. I think we have it right this time, by the way. So if you guys have questions, comments, leave them in the comment section down below. If you wanna help support us and pay us back for the amount of many hours that we do putting these videos together, then the best thing you can do is literally just buy the planes that we're reviewing or something else that we've reviewed in the past. And we literally have hundreds of links down in the video description below. If you can't find what you want there, you can go to search on YouTube through my face. If you go there, you'll search our channel, or you can go to brianphillipsrc.com, and that's our domain. You can check for coupon codes for planes just like this. We do work with a lot of different manufacturers. And so if you just absolutely hate the way this one went together, to be honest, it went together really good, except for a couple of like super small complaints. And I would say like largely they were probably things that I did wrong or things that I was learning in the process, with the exception of the battery lead. That still ticks me off to this moment. But what are you gonna do? I'm not gonna build an extension, but you could build an extension and it would solve that problem. I would also add weight to the plane and complexity that is not necessary, just like 3/4 of this video. So that being said, guys, if you wanna do it simple, you wanna put an AR631 in here, you can literally watch like any other video we did. We just recently did that F-15 over there. It's gonna get you like 90% of the way, except that one has a reflex in it. So it would be so similar. But the thing is, if you do a 620 in here and you don't want any stabilizer, no auto leveling, none of that, it's really easy to set up. But just remember, whatever you do, the last step you want to do is forward programming for AS3X and then safe first time setup. Okay, once you get through the first time setup, if you make a change to dual rudders, make sure you go all the way back through your forward programming. It'll just take you a couple of minutes and you'll be able to get it figured out very quick, and then just make sure everything moves in the correct direction when you're all said and done. And make sure you see 2 dances, and don't depend on safe in a plane like this. Just, it's gonna make it a little easier, give you a second to put it on and it'll auto level the plane, but then I would just plan on flying this thing in AS3X all the time. Because if you need safe, you probably don't need this plane yet. Get it as a centerpiece for your table if you want, but don't fly it until you're prepared. That being said, I don't think it's going to be a terribly difficult to fly plane. It's just more that we did a lot of different things in this particular ball of wax. We don't want you guys to be a one and done, and we want you guys to get back into the hobby and have some success. And so we're trying to give you lots of information so you can be there. If you didn't get all the answers yet, we still have more coming. And honestly, we have tons of new footage coming, but we are almost out of boxes right now, which is a miracle and also a terrible problem to have. So hopefully by the end of the week, we'll be restored to full. Way too many packages to keep up with. And that's what we're expecting. So we hope you guys will be with us for that. And we really do appreciate your patronage here on Brian Phillips RC. If you're watching this video, thanks for being this loyal to our audience, or this loyal as part of our audience, the best in YouTube history here on Brian Phillips RC. This F-18 should be sweet. If you were looking for the flight and you've been waiting this whole time for it, I apologize. It's actually a different video. That would be really bad. But the flights come out a couple of minutes before we release our Unbox Build Radio setup, or vice versa. The Unbox Build Radio setup comes out a couple minutes before, and then you can, 1 minute before, right? And then you can watch the flights at your leisure and not have to see all the precarious setup. But hopefully we answered all your questions. All right, thanks guys. Stay tuned, so much more coming from Brian Phillips RC.